This that A1 Perico flow, you know? It's that kind of flow that could change your life. Yo, the kid is back. Word to my fitted cap. Shorty bad, beauty plus brains.
I recognize your voice.
Yeah, it's
I
me.
knew that was you. I was like, wait, I know that man. I listen to him all the time. That's you.
Yeah, my name 80s Brooklyn 80s baby.
That's what I thought. I had to get that off. I was like, I know that. I know that voice.
Do me a favor, subscribe to the channel, like the channel, hype the channel, all of the things. Holla at me in the comments. You already know. You holla at me, I holla back. And I appreciate it, man. Listen, I did a little look at my analytics, and I'm noticing that when I put out content, most of the people who see my content are non-subscribers. So I need, if you enjoy the content, if you don't enjoy the content, keep it pushing. You know what I mean? I ain't begging for no subscribers, but if you enjoy the content, if you are a non-subscriber, I need you to hit the subscribe button. What's good, everybody? It's your boy, Brooklyn 80s, back with another good episode. Today, this obviously was the All-Star game, and that's what we're gonna be talking about. But I just want to start off and just ask everybody, yo, what the hell we just watched, yo? What the hell was that BS? That's all I want to know. That shit was trash. But welcome everybody. Everybody piling. Let's talk about this trash ass game they just made us watch. We saw Adam Silver. We saw Kathy in the audience. What the hell they put together, B? All this running up and down, just launching threes. What are we doing? They think that's what we want to see. They think that's what's they really got us effed up as fans. They really got us effed up, bro. They think we just want to see people run up and down the court and just jack threes all day. I don't know what they running right now. I don't know what show they trying to put on right now. Skullbrain, what's up? Skullbrain says ESPN today was sending a message. They was talking about Fever and CC only. Fever and CC only. Shit, weird. Not gonna lie. Yeah, they keep trying to sell a product that we don't want to see. Bob Jones says Leslie didn't look happy at the end of the game. Leslie. I don't want to hear about Leslie right now. I don't even know what you're talking about with Leslie. I want to know what you think about the game, Bob Jones. You a Clarkie, right? This game, they made this game because they thought this is what you wanted to see. That's what this was about. Yeah, you thought this was trash too. This game was all about, shoot as many threes. That's what the fans want to see. Fuck out of here. That shit was trash. With Lisa, I don't understand what I missed. Something happened with Lisa Leslie. What that got to do with that whack ass game, B? That's what I want to know. What up, JN 8052? You seem new. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you new. JN says nasty work by a lot of the media posting that Angel Reese missed layups instead of about how her Bobby doll selling out. But who was posting that? Was that national media or was that online content creators? Who posted that? BJ Beagle says Brooklyn, this game was all about one team, Fever and CC. It's boring. I mean, I don't know. Listen, it was definitely about Caitlyn. I don't know. This was definitely about, trying to bring more eyes to the W and doing it with, they thought threes was going to do it. And that's not what we want to see. That's not the type of basketball we want to see. You know what I mean? I got solutions. I'm not just saying I'm going to wait till, I'm going to wait till we get some people and Pal and MSL. I'm about to drop the link for you. Anybody, matter of fact, I'm dropping the link, man. Anybody, let's talk about how trash this game is, man. Because they need feedback, obviously. I got some solutions, but I want to hear from you guys. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. So excuse me. There we go. I just dropped the link in the chat. I want to hear from you guys, man. The link is in the chat for anybody who want to come up and talk about this BS, this trash ass game we just watched. This is a waste of time, yo. Get rid of the All-Star Weekend if this was gonna be like. Everybody welcome my boy Jonathan Gonzalez to the stage.
What's up, man?
What's up, Brody? What's your thoughts, Brody, on this trash we just watched?
Man, this whole thing was BS. I barely watched it. It was so boring. And I get it. It's an all-star game, and you know, it don't mean nothing. You know, it's just showing who was working or why they made it. You know, they was performing good. They were good players. That some made it because they were big names. Of course, we know one person made it because of the popularity, and everyone else made it because of their efforts. But this game made me want women's college basketball back to come back so fast, man. It don't make sense. You know,
that's a fact. You want to know who do a better, Jonathan Gonzalez? You want to know who do a better, like an all-star game, even though it's not considered an all-star game? Unrivaled actually is entertaining with their little one-on-one. You know what I mean? Like it's ways to do it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I disagree with you slightly. Not that you're wrong, it's just that they haven't done it in this generation enough. The All-Star game isn't about, you know, the All-Star game, if you remember anybody that's older, remember 2001. If you never seen the 2001 NBA All-Star game, go look that up. If you haven't seen, some of the 2001s was fired. It's not just 2001. A few of them in the 2000s was fired. 2006, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, definitely 2001. If you go look up those All-Star games, that's what the All-Star game supposed to be about. Not this bullshit where because the men's is trash now too. It's both men's and women's. But I wasn't watching the W, so somebody might remember a year the W was fire in the All-Star. Y'all could tell me a year if y'all remember a year where it was real competitive and it was fun and the fans got what they wanted. So definitely let me know if y'all know that year. But I could tell you some years in the NBA that was definitely fire. And they got to get back to that because this BS they putting out right now is a waste of time.
Oh man, all I can say is I'm all I can say is this all-star game. I was so glad it was over. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt you again. One more time, I gotta interrupt you. Hold your thought. Yes, Real Money. We blaming Cece for this BS because we know who's responsible. Who else responsible for? Excuse me. Who else responsible for just run up and down and shoot a bunch of logo threes? Who else responsible for that? I'm sorry. That's my last time into my bad, Jonathan. Again, I just had to respond to that comment.
Man, you at this point, you can't expect nothing less from Real Money. You know what I'm saying? It's glazing always gonna make him sound silly. But yeah, anyway, back to what I was gonna say, man. Look, this game was like boring. This was all straight offense, and I mean, and I get it. Everybody want to see a lot of scoring at the game, but come on, man, like. Well, we ain't trying to see no defense of effort. We want to see some, you know, we want to see why they really made the All-Star now. And I'm glad Malunga came in and got her dunk in, you know, entertained a bit, you know.
Yo, Jonathan.
I'm glad Reese, and hold on, I'm glad Reese checked out the rest of the game after, you know, she tripped on Asia or her ankle they said her ankle was bothering her again. And that's why she didn't come back. And I'm glad she didn't come back. I didn't honestly, as funny as it sounds, I didn't really want Reese playing that All-Star game in the first place because something tell me that they kept talking about her ankle still wasn't fully healed and it started aggravating it again during the game. It's like nah.
I'm gonna throw you an alley-oop. I'm not interrupting. I'm gonna throw you an alley-oop. I'm gonna be honest with you, Jonathan. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna say what everybody don't want to say. The person we wanted to see in the All-Star game was Angel Reese. F that, bro. Fuck that. I didn't want to see a whole game of people running up and down. I wanted to see Angel Reese. I wanted to see Asia Wilson. I wanted to see the people that I love to see all year get the ball and do everything in about a three. Let them do a crossover, get to the rim, do a layup. Let them do a little spin layup. I wanted to see my favorite players get the ball. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I wanted to see my girls Angel and Asia to get out there and ball. Oh, something sorry about that. I was talking about something else. Sorry. But yeah, I wanted to see some Angel Wilson, Asia Wilson, you know what I'm saying? But we mostly got more of a Olivia Miles and a Junker Jones instead. And of course, the whole thing was damn near about CC because the commentators, the commercials, everything just glazing CC all game. And I'm like, come on, no, can we just focus on the game? We can promote CC, but let's get the other girls involved too. Like
exactly.
It's like it was playing. They was trying very hard to get her the MVP. I felt in my gut that they was trying to get her the MVP, but it was like Junker Jones and that's like, and Olivia Miles. I like Olivia Miles, and her going 5 for 5, 11 points, almost getting a triple double in her rookie season. She's gonna be fired in the future seasons to come. You have a good night. Yeah, she's going to have a good WNBA career as long as she sticks with Cheryl Reeves and Lindsay Whalen. As long as she trusts her coaches to get her better every year, man, she's gonna be it, man. She's gonna be that Ross Strickland point guard, but better. Like I love her game. You know what I'm saying? I love she's not scared to go to the basket. She's really good she got really good vision. She know how to pass that ball, dish it out to her bigs and all. Like, bro, her and Angel Reese would have been so great together.
Yeah,
bro.
Man. We was trying to set that. Unfortunately, the ping pong balls ain't fall out, but we was trying to get that thing together in Chicago.
Man, bro, let's be real, bro. Chicago didn't have the right coaches for Olivia. Olivia and Angel would have to play their own game in order for them to be successful. Jeff P wasn't gonna have that, because for one, Jeff P didn't want Angel, and he didn't want to get no point guard that was gonna get Angel going. He wanted the players that he wanted going. He wanted to get going, which is J.C. Sheldon and Rickea Jackson. He got what he wanted when he traded Angel Reese away. So it worked out at least it worked out in Angel's favor because she's in a winning situation, not so much for Jeff P. Yeah. But that All-Star game, man, look, I'm ready for women's college basketball, bro. That's how much that game bored me. I really miss women's college basketball. It made me appreciate it a lot more, and I miss it more. I'm ready to go back. I'm ready to fly to LA and watch Juju and see Juju and Candy Smith and Jazzy and the USC Trojans.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Juju. I miss Juju.
I'm ready to see Juju Watkins back out there. Juju, Candy Smith, and Jazzy Davis and the rest of those great recruits that they have. I'm ready to go to Los Angeles, bro, because I'm finna go out there and check them out. No more excuses. I'm not finna be scared to fly. If I get scared to fly in the air to get to LA, oh well. If I had to spend $400 to fly to LA, oh well. I ain't missing out. But yeah, man. This game was just like last year, boring, too much offense. Reese, I just want Reese to rest her ankle and get ready for the Dallas game on Wednesday. Because I don't want to hear nothing about her being probable or questionable and all that, because that little trip with on Asia when she pretended that she was gonna try to lay it up on Asia, and then a little stumble happened. They said she fell on Asia's foot. That had me thinking, is it gonna be like what happened while she missed out against Portland? I'm like, please don't. I don't have no time for it. I need Angel to stay healthy. Like, we got to have that girl on them boards and in the inside scoring. We need her. We need her defense. We need her rebounding. We need her powerful inside scoring. We need her strength, because, when she didn't play against Portland, you saw what happened. So
Yo, really
Nah,
quickly, hold your thought, Jonathan. Really quickly, I see a bunch more people in the building now. One, I dropped the link. If anybody want to come up and share their thoughts along with Jonathan, you're more than welcome to. I'll drop it again just in case it got buried in the comments. Secondly, do me a favor, everybody, hit the like button for me. Run the likes up. Run the likes up. And if you on mobile, hit the hype button for me. Hype me up. Hype me up. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, definitely hit that subscribe button for more content just like this. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Oh, also get MSL in here. I want to hear what he has to say as well.
I'm not sure, but I think he went to the game. I think he went to either he went to the game or I heard him talking about MSL in the game earlier. So either he went to this game or they going to a game in New York or something like that. But if he available, MSL already know he more than welcome to come to the panel.
Oh well, shoot, that's even better. Now I really want to hear from him if he went to the game. That's if he went to the game.
Yeah, I know. I heard him talking about a game. It might have been a later date game, but it might be this one. I'm not 100% sure on that.
So that's another thing. The Stud Buds, it's great to see them back together because they were a bit more entertaining than the whole game.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you heard that that CC gave them their shoes to try it on and all that, to have them wear it.
Give me 1 second to get to the money real quick. Shout out to my brother Hot Tracks. Let me hit the round of applause for you. Shout out to Hot Tracks for the $5 super chat. Hot Tracks says CC is the GOAT, another record broken, first player in the WNBA history to commit 5 turnovers in a WNBA All-Star game.
It's real funny.
Shout out to Hot Tracks for the stat. I didn't even know that. Shout out to Hot Tracks for the stat.
I see. I find it funny that Real Money said we can't keep CC's name out our mouths, but the whole world, a whole CC content creators can never keep their mind or can never keep Angel out their minds or out their mouths. They see one. As soon as they see a couple of mistakes out of Angel, they got to make a video about it. But we make a little criticism about CC. We can't keep out our mouths.
Yo, that's dead. Yo, that's dead for now. Yo, Jonathan, listen, I'm on my militant shit now because after hearing what Ryan Clark said about how ESPN is working behind the scenes, right? Mm-hmm. After seeing how Chicago treated treated Angel, right? After seeing how all this stuff is happening, how Angel been treated for the past 3 years, right? How all of this stuff is happening, and it's like, this is the take I was gonna have on my show tomorrow, so I get more in depth on it tomorrow.
I'm gonna cut you off. I'm sorry, I want to cut you off right there because
hold on, don't cut me off because let me make my point. Hold your thought. Let me make my point. This was a thought I was gonna have on my show tomorrow. I'm not gonna get too in depth into it today. I'm gonna just touch on it today and then pause. No, I ain't touching on nothing. I'm gonna talk about it today, and then tomorrow we're gonna talk about it some more. But what I'm noticing, Jonathan, is that it's cool when they want to be racist, right? It's cool. It's cool when they wanna hold us down and hold us back unfairly. But soon as we start to fight back, as soon as we start to point out some injustice, they act like we so wrong. Oh, you so wrong. You saying this is because of this, about this, about that, about this. Nah. At this point, the gloves is off. The way they treated Angel for these past 3 years, and we try to keep things fair, and they just behind the scenes and just kicking our back in. Is over for that. That energy dead is over. Are we going? I'm turning up full throttle 110 now. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Well, bro, it's like we're not allowed to do anything to keep ourselves safe and away from danger. They tell us to pick up ourselves from the bootstraps and take it and all that. It's that. Oh, how dare you defend yourself? How dare you do this to us because we want to harass you? We want to mess with you. We want to do this to you because we don't like you because of your skin color. Now it's like, nah. If you hate me, all you gotta do is stay away from me, and I stay away from you. As simple as that. Why can't you just go away and stay away without having something to say? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that be easy as 1, 2, 3. and they make their stuff harder instead. And they put themselves in a situation where they go viral for getting their ass whooped. Excuse my language. I don't know if I'm allowed to say ass, but these racist white folks put themselves in a situation to get their butts knocked the hell out because they don't know when to leave people alone. Like, you see a Hispanic or you see a black person out there, just don't say nothing to them. You know, you know your mouth may put you in a bad situation, you know, that your ass can't cash, and then bam, it's been void. I'm just saying, like you don't like me, you're racist. Just keep it moving. Just keep it moving. Leave me alone. Like, leave black people alone. That hashtag needs to start, you know, from being promoted more. They need to trend more. But yeah, you know, so much was going on at the game and all. But yeah, I want to talk to you about that Ryan Clark situation. Look, Ryan Clark got fired because he refused to be on that bandwagon of the anti-Angel Reese train. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna sit there and just keep downing or talking down on Angel just to big up Caitlyn, or because Caitlyn has a machine behind her. You know what I'm saying? We got, at the end of the day, some people they want to keep it real. They don't want to keep, you know, staying in the box or, you know, staying in a sunken place. You know, it's a lot of these people that can really crawl out of their little sunken place and get out of that matrix and feel free to speak how they really feel. But they can't because, you know, it's part of their job and they need the money and all that. Ryan,
hold on. I'm sorry, real quick. I got to get to a comment. Hold that thought. I got to get to a comment. This don't even make sense, bro. Why would Obama not talk to CC nicely? This is what I'm talking about. This is a weird energy people be having. Like, you think Obama's against CC? Like, that's a weird statement, bro.
Yeah, Obama's not against CC. Like, this, I'm gonna be honest. This whole thing, CC has some anti-CC going on because she's not addressing the hate that goes after Angel and other players and all. You know what I'm saying? CC, Caitlyn, if she's not a part of, if she wants to show that she's not racist or, you know, low-key racist or anything, she has to like get on that microphone and say, hey, look, I don't condone what my fans are doing. Whatever they doing on social media and all that, they need to stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm good. I'm going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? Don't trash these other girls. Don't hurt these other girls. Don't hurt Angel. Don't trash Angel just to, you know, help, you know, lift me up. I'm going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? But calm down. It's basketball. Let's keep it basketball. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to be political about it. We don't need nobody being threatened or have nobody being attacked over these fouls and all that. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question in the chat real quick. Hold on, Jonathan. Tika Mellor's asking Brooklyn, do you think Chicago is working in cahoots with ESPN to sabotage Angel Reese? I'm gonna say yes. Ultimately, yes. Do I think they directly was working with them? No. But at the same time, you got to realize if ESPN is operating like this, right, and the league is co-signing that with Nike, because Nike is a big part of this. So if the league is co-signing that with Nike, right, and they trying to push Caitlin Clark to be whatever they trying to push her to be, and we see what Chicago did with Angel for the past 2 years, then absolutely, you know what I mean, they was working with them, because you didn't set up Angel for success, right? You didn't set her up for success. You fired her coach, the best teammate she ever had, as far as like talent-wise. You didn't bring her back in Kennedy Carter, right? You never set Angel up for success. If you got a system working against you and you don't have a good team around you to protect you from that, then you got to say that they working with the people that's working against you. So yeah, I don't think Chicago did anything to help Angel, and because they didn't do anything to help Angel, and when I say Chicago, obviously I'm not talking about the fans of the city, because the fans of the city roll for Angel. They ride for Angel still. We heard the applause in the arena. So the fans of Chicago ride for Angel. I'm talking about the organization, Jeff P. and everybody else, the owner and whoever else is on this so-called staff, like Courtney Vandersloot and whoever else like that. They absolutely was working against Angel. I don't know if they worked in cahoots with ESPN, but they definitely was working against Angel. I would say that. Yeah, Jonathan.
Sorry, I had muted myself for a bit, but yeah, this this whole thing, man. Look, remember, I don't think I'm sure you know about it, but Larry Bird and Magic Johnson had it was supposed to be the same with them. Thing was, Larry Bird, you know what I'm saying, he got on the mic and say, no, hey, look, y'all not finna promote me and hype me up just to make Magic, y'all not finna hurt Magic Johnson or tear him down just to hype me up. I can handle this game. I can handle it without that kind of support. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm here to play basketball, you know what I'm saying, and get supported like a regular basketball player, not have no fan base that's going to tear down, Magic with these racist insults or go after other people who likes Magic Johnson. Like, no, you're not going to make him a villain and make me a hero because it's basketball. It's not no war. So yeah, cut it out. Like Bird I even was told that Bird invited Magic to his house to talk about how we're gonna fix this, and now so Magic won't suffer this type of hate. See, if CC would have did that for Angel, this wouldn't be happening. I would have respected CC so much more. I probably would be a big fan of CC right there, then and there, because she's she's aware of, and she knows of what's going on. Because if she didn't know what was going on, she wouldn't be hanging out with Morgan Wallen. She wouldn't push down Angel Reese the way she did. She wouldn't be flopping, acting like she got popped in the face to make her head make her head snap back, causing her neck to damn near get spun because she flopping so much, trying to pretend that she got hit in the face and all that. And that thing with Elisa Thomas, she didn't even much say that. Look, Elisa Thomas didn't try to choke me like that. You know what I'm saying? She fell on me. She turned to see where the ball was, and that's why her hand was on my throat by accident. She didn't do none of that. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're trying to watch basketball in peace. We want basketball to be normal again. The WNBA is not normal. It is being, invaded by Caitlin Clark, aliens. You know what I'm saying? Her coach is trying to tear down the sport to make sure she's the only one that gets everything. Like, if she would have won this All-Star MVP, I can tell you how pissed off a lot of people would be.
Hold on, really quickly. Everybody welcome Miss Alberta to the chat. How you feeling, Miss Alberta? What's on your mind? What you got, Miss Alberta? What you thought of this trash ass, this whack ass game they made us watch?
I'm gonna be honest. I knew the game was going to be boring, and so I purposely did not watch it.
Well, you smarter than me. You smarter than me.
Ooh, child, I knew it was going to be boring. I knew it. Mm-hmm. And I purposely stayed away from it until the last few minutes in the fourth quarter. Okay, I tuned in to Showtime, and that's how, I seen certain things, I seen CC bricking a shot as usual. I just seen in the last few minutes, it was boring basketball. In the last few minutes, that's all I caught. Okay. And that's because I tuned in to Showtime's channel. Okay. So anyway, I really wanted to come up here and say that I think last year's All-Star game was far worse, in my opinion. Okay.
Okay. Why would you say that? Talk to me.
A lot of people think that this year's All-Star game was the most boring game ever, but I say last year's game was the most boring game ever. And I actually did watch last year's game, and I was bored, you know, I was bored. But I really want to say this right now. Cece is doing damage control. That's what she's doing right now. And a lot of people may not agree with what I'm about to say, okay? But I think that it was a good move for her to be taking a selfie with President Obama. I think it was. I think it was a good move, and the reason why I say that, is because it's gonna piss Trump off. That's the reason why I say it.
Well, you know what pissed Trump off the most. And first of all, let me welcome my brother MSL to the panel.
How y'all doing?
But you want to know what pissed Trump?
So you made it.
Hold on. You want to know what pissed Trump off the most? Watching Obama, because Trump don't like how many people just like Obama, right? Like Obama's a likable guy, and that shit pisses Trump off. You see how he was just there, like, oh, Paige, I see you eating Wilson, and you having a great season. Like, you see how he was just there being a regular person. That pissed Trump off.
I loved it. I loved it. And at first I thought, well, dog, why she want to all of a sudden, get close to Obama. But then I thought about it. Oh yeah, that was a great idea.
But
for her
in
to
fairness,
take a
Miss
selfie.
Alberta, she waited. He tracked her down. She didn't go to him. He was the last. She was one of the last people. She was one of the last people he went to. Because she was kind of she was kind of hiding. As far as the players, I mean, he spoke to other people in the room, but she was like one of the last players he actually spoke to. So some of her quote unquote fans think she did it on purpose, so no one can say that she ran up to him. But at the same time, so in other words, once he ran up on her, like they couldn't say that, oh, she did it on her own, because he made it his business to take a picture, to talk to everybody, to every player in the room. That's what he said he wanted to do. So he just tracked each player. And then he kept saying, is there anyone I didn't talk to? Is there anyone I didn't talk to? So, and then he eventually got to her.
I did not know that, because my bad. I'm gonna tell you weekend. I haven't been following it.
My bad. I'm gonna tell you where you can find it, because I know you're a reporter. PBS has one, and MTVN, that guy from Atlanta, they have the whole 11 minutes when he was there. I saw it when I watched the whole 11 minutes, but you don't see it from the thing the Obama Foundation put out, but you can see it on the 11-minute video.
Okay. See,
so MSL, hold on. Let me ask you a question, because I want to get everybody's opinion. I want people to hear this. What was your opinion on that trash ass game that we just watched?
No, you said it. It was trash. The first quarter, kind of like what Miss Alberta was saying, I knew it was trash. When I saw CC crossing the half court and chucking up 30 footers, I'm like, what the hell? Is she supposed to be a point guard? Like, what the hell is going on? And then I saw a Team Coop, who most of us choose to win. I saw them giving up layups to throw it back out for 3-point shot. I'm like, in what game in the world do people give up 1 foot, 2 foot layups to make 3-point shots? Like, what the hell is going on? And no disrespect to Gabby. Gabby, you are okay, streaky 3-point shooter, but you ain't like no come down the court and chuck up. Like, how many threes did Gabby chuck up and miss in this game? So it really came down to they didn't care, right? They didn't care. Now, part of it, the best they played was when they had that little stretch with Angel, but apparently she was out. She was out. I don't know if she tripped over Angel on the block shot or she tripped over Asia somewhere else, but I heard people say that she tripped over Asia's foot. So I could imagine Atlanta making a call like, "Bring, can y'all sit her down, please? Because we got and what happened to Marina? She scored 24 points like in the first 12, 13 minutes, whatever it was, and then she barely scored again. So they weren't trying to win. Yeah, the game was, and it's funny to what y'all was saying, because towards the end, I'm looking at the box score. I'm saying, okay, John Quell should win, but there was something telling me, no, they want to give it to CC. No, they want to give it to Olivia if they can't give it to CC. But I said the person who really needs to win it is John Quell. But I guess because she had 22 points, 13 rebounds, 8 assists, she had to win it because that triple double that Olivia would have had had 11 points, and she had 8 assists as well and whatever rebounds, she had. So Jonquel was the winner. Alicia Gray, but the game was just terrible. It doesn't matter who won MVP. It was just terrible. It was unentertaining. The game you asked about Brooklyn was 2 or 3 years ago when they faced the USA team, the one where Enrique went off.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Yeah, you're right about that.
One. That was great entertainment. That was during CC and Angel's rookie year.
That's when Enrique went off.
Yeah, when she went off with those incredible shots. But the two after that have been ass. I'm not going to argue with Miss Alberta which one was worse, but this one this year was ass. I was not impressed. And then to make it worse, how many times did they interview CC or an Indiana player? Like, they interviewed like her 7-8 times during the game.
Yeah, I heard
I'm saying, aren't y'all embarrassed off of this Ryan Clark stuff? Because people like me, people like Miss Alberta and others been saying for years that the league is against Angel from day one. They've been against Angel. They know Angel is far more marketable than Caitlin Clark. They know this, which is why they have to suppress everything she does. I think Carmela asked you the question. I mean, obviously nobody knows, but when you look at the apparatus that has been set up for what we know, yes, it seems like that was the case, because from what we're hearing, Michael Alter and Adam Silver went to school together. I don't know if that's true, but people claim they went to the same college, that they're buds and they're friends. So when you look at how bad Chicago has been the majority of the last 20 years, yes, they would be the repository for, when you want to reclamate certain projects. And if you look at Sloot and that whole Jeff P thing and how James Wade left, a couple years before, right before Angel slid in there, you could make an argument that they set Angel up the way they dismantled the team with Kennedy and Marina and
the way they made sure she got drafted to the worst organization in the WNBA.
Yeah, so you could certainly make the argument that they were working in cahoots. I mean, Sloot, she comes off or appears racist the way she, the way she acts, and she certainly doesn't like Angel. From the way she acts. And I'm not surprised what Ryan Clark said, because if you guys remember, Holly Rose said something similar. She just said it nicer and in code. So I'll refresh y'all memory. Holly was either talking to Angel or speaking about Angel. And Holly said, as we all know, she's on ESPN, and she said, paraphrase, she goes, I really, really feel bad that Angel was equally as important for, or if not more important than putting eyes on women's basketball, but she's kind of been, I don't know what word she used, but lost in the sauce, lost in the flow. But what she's really saying is the WNBA, ESPN, and their affiliates, Nike, etc., has been suppressing and or memory holding in college. Because if you go back, I tell people all the time, unless you follow women's college basketball from 2022 to 2024, you will get all your answers on what's happening now. But if you don't have that knowledge, then you'll believe whatever they tell you. And the last thing I'll say is, whether we agree with it or not, and I don't, if the league chose to promote a certain player, even if they didn't deserve it, you can even make the argument, okay, that's their choice. Let them do it. However, my issue with it is that no one in the media will point it out or say anything. So, like, for example, those speakeasy guys, right? The part that I always hate is when they go, oh, well, Caitlin Clark this, Caitlin Clark this. You're only reading the memos that the league or the PR companies are giving you. That's not fact, because if you go back, look at Venus and Serena. It
Yo,
took them.
hold that thought real quick. Let me just answer this question. Tika Miller says, Brooklyn, if the W made sure to send Angel to Chicago, the worst team, why did they send Rakia there? The league likes Rakia. So again, I don't have an answer for that. I'm not saying that.
Well, Rakia didn't have a good time in LA either.
Right. I mean, you're right. Thank you. I was gonna get to that, but what I'm saying though is, not every player, right, that's liked or disliked is, sometimes you're gonna go to a team. So is it's only 15 teams and they have to have, players, they have to fill up every team. So I feel like in Angel's case, Tika Miller, Angel, listen, listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist guy, so this might not have happened. This is just from my brain. This might not, have anything to do with anything. But what we know now and looking back is mighty odd that somebody of Angel's talent fell to 7, and the team that picked her, in hindsight, right, what Gabby Williams told us and what we know now about us new fans anyway, the old fans probably already knew. But
well, you know what Kurt Miller said, right? Kurt Miller
hold on. Let me finish. Hold on, brother. Let me finish my thought. Then you get to yours.
It was just a tidbit, but go ahead.
I know, but you got yeah. So the what we know now from the previous players who dealt with Chicago, who us new fans didn't know, maybe y'all old fans knew already, right? It's mighty ironic that that's the team she ended with. So, and that's my Angels point. As far as Rakia go, like MSL was saying, Rakia needed to get out of LA, which is not another great franchise, by the way. I don't know what's going on with LA, which is weird because that should be a big market. That should be a market that everybody loves. So I don't know what's going on in the W in LA. Talent. Okay. So I don't know what's going on in W in LA, but Rakia wanted to get out of there. She didn't have her greatest 2 years there, and she wanted to go someplace else, and she felt like it was a window for her in Chicago. And who knows? We see Van der Sloot and Jeff P sold Scholar a dream. Maybe they sold Rakia a dream too of what they could do for what she could be. And then lastly, I would say, for what I've heard from everybody say, is that Jeff is the person. I mean, Rakia is the person that Jeff wanted anyway. So Jeff actually likes Rakia. So it was a win-win situation for her to go there. But just because it was a dumpster fire for Angel, don't mean it was going to be the same story for Rakia. They two different players. Yeah, MSL.
No, I was just saying that. But to go back to T. Carmela's question, the part that is fact, and this is 100% fact because Angel has spoken about it on her show. And if y'all ever notice that the silly dumb stuff that the media wants to talk about, they'll report it from her show. But the stuff that's really important, they will never talk about on her show, because sometimes you wonder, do they even listen to her show? But if it's something they can try to make fun of her with, or they'll say, like I remember when she talked about her wrist, right? She talked about it on her show at the end of the season. And then a couple of these, Clarky sites tried to make fun of her and say, oh, this is an excuse. But obviously she had the wrist surgery the previous year in Unrivaled. And Jeff P knew about it, but then he didn't talk about it. But that's not why I was bringing it up. I was bringing it up because she basically let it be known that I don't have a good relationship with Kathy, and that Kathy don't like me, is essentially what she said. And that was the same show where she said they offered her the corporate deal, and they asked her to give up her manager, Janine Adabanga, or however you pronounce her last name, who she had since she was in high school, I think. And this is the woman that gave up her big time corporate job to manage Angel exclusively because she believed in Angel that much. And that is Angel Reese. When you first meet her or see her, listen to her, it's no smoke and mirrors. This is who she is. Homegirl quit her job just to manage Angel exclusively, and she's still with Angel now. So Angel told them, thanks, but no thanks, because we were already making money in college with NIL. People forget this, and I always bring this up because this is the secret sauce to this whole discussion. People like to think that after that 2023 championship, that's when everything went bad for Angel. No, it's not.
Hold that thought right there. That's a good point for you to pick back up. I just want to get to this comment real quick. Chachachu, if I'm saying your name correctly, says, You are all betting on your favorite that shows up for every game, caring more about how she dresses in the tunnel than how she performs on the court. Stop losing your money, fools. That's not actually true, Brody. We betting on somebody who beat your favorite in the championship game, right? That's what MSL talking about right now. So she beat who got a championship already, right? Your favorite don't. Your favorite is ringless. And we betting on somebody who's been winning her whole life. She's been winning since high school. She's won in college. She already won in Unrivaled. And her next goal is to win in the league, which we see is betting against her. So we actually betting on a sure thing. We betting on the winner, Brody. We not betting on somebody ringless. Get MSL.
Yeah. So
Oh,
yeah.
I
So
want to say something too.
go ahead,
Tell
John.
him tell him to fix his grammar because he over talking about Angel only cares about how she dresses, but that's
Hello? What happened?
Maybe
no.
he's at work
I'm
or
at work.
something.
I'm at work. And somebody needed some help, and I couldn't help them. But yeah, he said something about she instead of she. So so he need to fix his grammar before he starts talking shit about our player. But go ahead, Marcelo. I'm sorry about that.
Got you really quick. Everybody welcome my brother Hot Tracks to the panel.
What's up, Hot Track?
Get MSL. Finish your thought.
Yeah, a lot of us people, blacks, however you want to say it, they seem to think that everything went downhill for Angel after that 2023 championship. That's a yes. That's a yes and a no. Some things did go downhill as far as a lot of the hate that she got when Portnoy and Oberman and all those people started gassing up the John Cena, which was a non-issue during the broadcast. Nobody talked about it. No ref, no coach, no player. Clark herself. It wasn't a big deal. Like it wasn't like when Dawn and Gino, had that big kerfluffle after the game where everybody saw it, everybody knew it. This was a big nothing burger. It was actually the idiots online after that made it an issue, and then the media decided to pick it up. Now, whether or not they were in cahoots, maybe they were, kind of like the Jill Biden thing, right? When she said, "Oh, well, let's have both of them." So you already seen the beginnings of what may come. But the reason why I said what I said was because Angel's NIL exploded after that championship, along with her Q rating, her opportunities, her internet prints. Yeah, we always like to bring up that Clark was known. She was. But this is the key for everybody to know when we say why the WNBA is lying, because Clark's NIL and all that stuff did nothing. Nothing. It stood still. It did not move. She wasn't on the covers of these magazines. She wasn't invited to the Met Gala. She wasn't invited to be on the cover of Sports Illustrated or the ESPYs and this and this and this and that. Basically, she made between 300K and 500K in NIL, period. And that following season, as y'all know, that LSU team, when they got HVL and Anissa Morrow, they were like the Jackson 5. Nobody talked about Iowa. They may have mentioned Iowa, but all the talk was with that LSU team. Remember when Angel missed like 5 games? Part of that was because she was dealing with all the crap that she was going through, to where she had to take a break, and Flajay was getting into stuff with Kateri Poole and all of this stuff. I mean, Mulkey kept a lot of that stuff under wraps, but that LSU team was the most talked about team. People were doing documentaries on the amount of NIL that LSU was making. You had Libby Dunn, the gymnast, then you had Angel, then you had Flajay. Nobody was talking about Caitlin Clark, period. Nobody was talking about the money she was making. Nobody was talking about what she was doing. Angel was in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit mag, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, sometime in early 24, all of a sudden, Caitlin's NIL went from 500K to like 3 million. And I was like, at the time, and the publication is called Wn3. They published the NIL. So you could just follow it and to verify what I'm saying. And then I looked at that and I said, how did that happen? And then I noticed all the people that she got the NIL from was official WNBA sponsors. And I was like, that's weird. I said, oh snap. And then, and everybody just needs to piece this together like the way Ryan Clark gave a piece of it. Make a long story short, she didn't get any of her sponsors from non-WNBA sponsors before she was in the WNBA. So what that tells me is that she had already had the hookup. So now when Angel came and said that they offered her this deal, and remember, De'Arica Hamby talked about that. De'Arica Hamby said the league picks and chooses who their stars are and what endorsements that you get. De'Arica Hamby said that. And remember, this is someone that sued the league over pregnancy and won. So she ain't no punk. Also in 2022, Nike had signed a strategic agreement with the league. Make a long story short, the agreement says, and I read the press release, that they can pick and choose stories. Like they write storylines and stuff like that. So anyway, make a long story short, why would Nike have an athlete that rejected them in Angel, which she confirmed with that Michelle Obama interview, and promote her instead of promoting someone? And mind you, Clark did not sign with Nike until a year after Angel rejected them. So they never wanted her. But something happened in 2024, and I think it was a dual thing. I think there was something for the league and something for politics. The thing for the league was they knew that CBA was coming up.
Yeah.
And they couldn't trust Angel because Angel was already talking with NECA. She was already talking with Fee. And she also had a history of the league, and she also was pro-woman, pro-CBA, and she even offered to be a spokesperson for the CBA. No joke. Kathy and Adam and them knew that. So when she rejected this corporate deal, she didn't go with Nike, and she said this on her show: "We don't need it. We have our own money." They couldn't control her. They could not control her. Now here comes Cece, right? They tried this with Paige. Allegedly, Paige said no. They tried this with Brianna. Brianna apparently said no. They tried this with Ionescu, who solidly is her best friend, said no. So now here comes Cece with her little trailer trash behind, and apparently she said yes. So when y'all asked the question about all the racism and stuff, obviously if the league has stipulations on what you're going to do for them, well, to all of y'all that say, but why doesn't
the good old boy network?
Why doesn't CC that? It's because CC don't have no control. See, they promote CC, and I would love to hear Miss Alberta chime in because she's like a CC expert.
No, I got a question because sure. you're giving a lot of information that I didn't know. I didn't even know it. You know what I mean? So listen, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job with the information. But so do you?
Well, that's what I meant when I wrote. Remember when I wrote your comments, but it was too much to write. That's why I didn't get into it. I said, I said, there's another book you can write. I think I said to you. But so what happened was with Cece, the endorsement, they tried to make it appear like she had NIL. So overnight, they made it seem like she had NIL. But if you trace that NIL, it was all from official WNBA sponsors. So what happened was the deal that they offered Angel that she rejected, they obviously offered Cece, but she took it because at the time Cece only had $300K to $500K in NIL. Angel was making between 2 and 3 million at the time. And Angel knew she could grow her NIL into more because she had said that they can, because basically your NIL now just becomes your endorsers. So she was like, thanks, but no thanks. And that's what De'Arica was saying. She was saying that the players are controlled because they weren't making any money. And Angel was showing the way on how these players can make money without the league. And the league was terrified of that. If y'all remember, they even wanted to make that part of the CBA, where they said you had to come through the league to get your endorsement, which is obviously dumb and crazy, but the league tried it. The league tried it anyway. And Angel was not a part of the system. She wasn't with Nike. She didn't have that. She didn't get her endorsements through the league. And she's not even with a big management firm. So she can't be controlled. She's not with CIA. She's not with IMG. None of them. So she can't be controlled. She is her own person. If y'all heard that interview when they asked about the Barbie deal, it was Meg, forgot her last name, from USA Today. She asked him, were you involved? And Angel said, let's get this right. I'm always involved. I'm always involved. So Angel is her own person. She's not a puppet. Cece is a puppet.
That's what
Cece is a puppet. A straight up.
I'm saying
Oh, I'm
Angel
sorry,
is
I
a
didn't hear you, Miss
boss.
Albert. What you said?
Angel is a boss. Now Cece is a puppet. She is a puppet.
Right. So Angel was like, I'm always involved. So the league knew that they could not control Angel. And if you remember, Brooklyn, Angel had a chance to go back to school another year. NECA and Fee and them said to her, don't go back. We need you. Quote, they said, we need you. So Angel was ready to do battle for the women with the CBA. So I feel that the league was like, hell no, because if you remember, and now that we know ESPN officially was in cahoots, remember what Stephen A and them would always do? They would always go, you guys should thank your lucky stars that Caitlin Clark is in the league. It's in the league, basically saying y'all can't ask for Jack because if it wasn't for her, y'all wouldn't have nothing. But if Angel was the star, or if they were quote unquote co-stars, then they couldn't do that because Angel would be advocating for the women. That's why one, Cece was always quiet and didn't say anything. And the other smoking gun, every CC site that we all know of, what did they all do? They supported management. They didn't support the players. They hated Unrivaled, and they hated Angel Reese.
Exactly.
Every single one of them. Every single one of them. So that lets you know that the Caitlin machine was anti-player, anti-independent, anti-unrivaled, and the reason why it was anti-Angel Reese, because Angel Reese has a historical knowledge of the great players in the past. She acknowledges it. She's a part of that, and she wants to help the players grow forward. She even threatened a strike at some point in the past, you know, where she said, look, we're willing to not work. But obviously she's in a different financial position than the other players are. So, I mean, you gotta take it within reason. Because if I was the players, I would have made Unrivaled 5-on-5, or at least threatened that to let the league know that, look, we don't need y'all. Because quiet as kept, y'all, and Miss Alberta can probably talk about this, Indiana has like 2 sellouts this year, maybe 3 now.
Only 2, yeah.
Okay, they had 8. They had 8 the previous season, and they had 16 or 20 the first year. So once those people realize the hype ain't real, they stop going the way they do. She gets booed everywhere she goes because they know she's a flopper. They hate her. Basically, they're curating her image like they would a rock star or an actor that's like a drug addict or dates the same sex and they don't want you to know it, but everything they tell you, or even like John McCain, right? They call him a war hero. It is. The man used to beat his wife, cuss out his wife. He crashed like planes, killed like 200 people. Her whole image is curated. It's not real. It's not real. And the reason why they do it is because, kind of like what Jonathan said, once you start looking, you're like, wait a minute, this girl can't this girl can't that, because the reality is her basketball game, if that left hand she sticks out while she dribbles, that's because she ain't got no handles. Whereas most players don't do that. Their handles is good enough. They don't stick the arm out. And then when she wants to drive by you, she pushes off because she don't have explosion. If they would regulate that, she wouldn't even be in the league. Or she would, because she can't shoot off the jump. But they allow her to feel around with that left hand and push off when she's ready to drive. And every ball handler in the league does not do that on a regular basis. Yes, Kelsey Mitchell will stick her arm out when she's in the lane, but obviously she's explosive enough to drive by you, but she's trying to fend off the bigs in the lane. Clark doesn't do that. And without getting into the rule changes this year, it's just disgusting. Like, she has to learn how to play basketball. I'm sorry,
like she's flat-footed. I'm not trying to be funny when I say this. Clark looked like she's flat-footed out there. Like she's playing rigid basketball. And
right, she's not fluid.
She's not fluid, exactly.
She looks she looks like a 1950s basketball player when she plays.
Exactly. And also she looks a step slower this season as well. I noticed that. I think she is nursing some sort of benign injury, in one of her legs. Or maybe both of her legs. It doesn't matter at this point. She just looks very rigid out there. She like you said, she's like a 1950s basketball player. Like, she has not added anything new to her game since she left Iowa. I don't see anything new. Anything. And I was expecting year over year growth when she first entered the league. I was looking for something new. I don't know why I thought that this chick was going to come out there and ball out. And the reason why I thought that is because ESPN been telling everybody that she the greatest thing ever. Okay, that she is greater than the half the league. Okay, and come to find out, this chick is basic as hell. Basic, and she refuses to work on her game. She refuses to.
And there,
okay, but she's gonna go play golf again. I'm telling y'all, she's gonna go play golf again this off season, and she gonna do what she been doing, doing her speaking engagements, doing more commercials, and playing golf. The chick, she gonna go to the gym and work out a little bit in a bubble. Okay, and that's gonna be it. She's not going to add any new arsenals to her game. She's not going to elevate. I don't. In other words, this is a bust. Okay, this is a bust. But ESPN is going to make sure that she stays on top some kind of way. ESPN, all of these people that's behind her at ESPN, they see the executives do not want Angel Reese to be elevated. They don't want Angel Reese to be elevated over Caitlin Clark because they hate Angel Reese. We now know that Ryan Clark, has exposed the hell out of ESPN executives. Okay, and I believe him.
But Miss Alberta, check this
hold
out.
Hold that thought, MSL, because I want to get I let the mic come back around to you really quick. I want to hear what Hot Track's thoughts is on this conversation, and also on his thoughts on what he thought about this trash ass game we watched. What's your thoughts, Hot Tracks?
I think the game was trash. It wasn't really interesting. I watched maybe I turned it off, but I did watch like the last couple minutes of the game. I turned it back on thinking it was going to be better, but it was trash. And like what they talking about right now, I mean, I agree. I mean, CC she's a good player. Like, she's overhyped, but she's still a good player. Like, I couldn't rate her like what place she would be in as far as in the guards in the league. I think.
Hey, look. We know one thing. She at least below 11.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
I know this nigga did not. I know this nigga. I know. Hold on. I know this nigga did not just eat a plate of food and then come back and go.
No, I know she's not in the top 5. I put it that way, and the people can put her anywhere they want to put her after that.
Facts. Jonathan Gonzalez, what you think about the conversation or the topic MSL brought up?
He went back to work.
He dropped that. I know he dropped that. All right, get it, MSL. I just wanted to get everybody's thoughts on what you were saying. Get it, MSL.
No, I just wanted.
Let me actually say something, because I have a take on the Ryan Clark thing. I'm not surprised. I think we've been, a lot of us been saying this. Ryan Clark exposed it and he confirmed it, but a lot of us been saying this ain't nothing new. The thing that's more and again, I'm gonna talk about this tomorrow, so I'm not gonna get too in depth on it. But the thing that's more pressing to me, again, and I said it earlier, I'm gonna try to say it again clearer, and then also I'm gonna try to say it again for the people who missed it. When it comes to them and them wanting to be whatever word you want to use, whether you want to use racist, discriminate against, whatever, right? Let's use discrimination. When they want to discriminate against us, it's cool, right? They discriminate against us all day, based off what Ryan Clark said about, I'm not going to stand for you defending your people, not just Angel Reese, because it was bigger than Angel Reese, but he also mentioned Angel Reese. They not going to stand for somebody on a network, right, speaking up for us. But yet Every time we speak up for us, right? Against them, against their bigotry and stuff like that, they try to do the reverse racism. They try to throw it back at us as if we hate them, as if we the ones that's so hateful when it's really them. So now that because that was the real part that was exposed. Not that they trying to hold Angel Reese back. We kind of could see that from day one. The part that was real electrifying for me was how blatantly they are they're discriminating against us, whether it be this was people don't understand the definition of racism. That's what actual racism is. Racism is when your hatred actually can control what's the word? The
destiny outcome of someone's life.
like schools, like there you go, institutions. That's the word I was looking for. When your hatred actually could control institutions on how people can learn, right? On how people educated, on the police system, right? On these different things, how people's safety. That's real racism when you actually can control a system. You get what I'm saying? And how these people is controlling networks, they controlling music, they controlling, everything, our schools, right? They control, they have, let me not say control, let me say influence. They have influence over these things. You get what I'm saying? That affect us. That's real racism. You get what I'm saying? And the fact that they don't mind exercising their racism anytime they want. Listen, I don't know. Listen, this ain't the 19 whatever or the 18 whatever where people was afraid to fight back. Listen, the people of today, right? That's standing on the side of the people of today that's standing on the right side of history ain't afraid of whatever power structure think they're gonna intimidate us.
I'm so glad you said that word.
We ain't backing down. And I'm gonna say the word. Now I ain't even gonna do that because some people gonna understand that and some people not. So I'm not even gonna do that. But I'm gonna just say we not backing down. We not afraid. You know what I mean? We gonna stand 10 toes down on what's right and what we believe in, and we not gonna be bullied or we not gonna let anybody silence us. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. Only hold on. I'm gonna leave it at that only because that's my topic on my show tomorrow. You know what I mean? It's just I wasn't even planning on. I wasn't even. No. Y'all could do it. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Really, I'll be honest with you. There was no plans for me to go live tonight at all. It was how bad that game was. I said, not only how bad that game was, I'm looking at other people's lives, and they might be talking about how the game wasn't good, but nobody really driving the point home for me. Nobody is really like, nah, fuck that. This shit was trash. Like this was dumb. Like this was garbage. Like nobody really took it there for me. So I said, I'm going live. And that's what we talking about. We talking about how trash this game was today. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna land my plane with that. Like I said, let me reiterate just to be clear, the part that really I thought was a big deal about what Ryan Clark exposed is how blatantly racist and how blatantly discriminatory they would be against us. But as soon as we fight back, they want to hide their hand and act like victims, and act like, oh, nah, fuck that.
Well,
they could, you know what I mean?
I can tell you how many times I've been called a racist by the same
guess
people.
what? I'm from New York, and y'all, listen, you don't have to do this because you nicer than me. Yeah. But for now on, all of them can suck a dick.
Well, I don't know if we're saying the same thing. I don't know, as you know, right on that note, I don't know if we're saying the same thing, Brooklyn. But the thing that terrified me when I heard that comment, remember what Ryan Howard said, right? Remember what he said. He said, this is the executive talking to him. And the executive said, I'm not going to defend another executive. He said, even sabotage. He said, I'll defend another executive that does something bad. He said, I'll even defend sabotage. And I forgot the other thing he said, but he said, lawsuit. He said he'd even defend a lawsuit. So the dude said, if somebody does something wrong, I could defend that. He said, if sabotage, which is crazy, right? He said, I could defend that. He said a lawsuit, meaning we're getting sued. He said, I could defend that. But he said, I cannot have you defend this sort of thing. And then Ryan specifically said, Angel Reese. So when I heard that, that made me think, because I know how this stuff works. And there's only a few things that can make executives terrified or scared like that. It's the intelligence apparatus, it's the State Department, it's the White House, or it's the military, or if you want to include overseas intelligence who can reach you and penetrate you in America, because that's the kind of like the foot soldiers for the power structure, right? We look at the president, we look at the big corporations, but when they want to invade your company, overthrow you, assassinate you, take out your family member, whatever, then these are the people, who get involved. So we got tentacles as far as the government. So I'm thinking, well, what the heck? But in this case, it's probably the White House, right? Because that was the other component that I didn't mention. There was one that dealt with the WNBA and the NBA owners, but the other component is the political aspect. Caitlin Clark, as I've said before, they are trying to Emmett Till the women of the WNBA. But wow. they're trying to Emmett Till the women of the WNBA on behalf of Caitlin Clark. That's the best way. That's the best way to say it.
Because you already know it goes straight to the top. You already know that.
Right.
It goes straight to the top.
Right, because they got these midterm elections coming up. The GOP is shattered and battered. Half the people in the GOP don't even like it no more. They realize the contradictions and the lies and the stuff that Trump ran on. And when I say the stuff that Trump ran on, I'm saying he ran on saying strong America. He ran on saying, let's not fight no wars. He said, they said, hey, we don't want to, have insulated groups. And then all of a sudden you want to help that country over there in Northeast Africa, with the crackers over there. Or with the white folks. I'm sorry. And with the white folks, you want to, you don't want to help Americans now, so basically the GOP needs a lightning rod. And so Caitlin Clark is being used for that. So it would make sense. She's allowing herself to be used.
She's allowing herself to be used.
Right. So it would make sense that the White House and the GOP political organizations or whatever was working in cahoots with and if you go back and look at what the Democrats did with what was that crypto firm? It'll come back to me, but there was a crypto firm, and what they were doing was like all the stuff that the Democrats wanted to do, they were laundering it through this crypto firm, so it wouldn't be traced back to the Democratic Party. And I wouldn't be surprised if the WNBA is being used for a similar purpose. This is what they do in American politics. Both parties are dirty at the corporate level, and it's all a game. It's all a game to them to get to their end. So there seems to be a political game with Clark. That's why we got the congressional stuff, and they're trying to appeal to their base of white hatred, black hatred, and so forth like that. And then a year ago, they got the benefit of not having Angel be seen as the face of the league, because if Angel was the face of the league, she would be speaking out about all this stuff that's going on right now if they gave her that sort of power. But but Angel has to be careful with what she says. Like even this All-Star game, right? Becky shouldn't have made that comment about Sandy. And I don't know what Teaspoon said or what Teaspoon did to get them together. I have no idea. But obviously the way the league is voting with the All-Star vote, which I think they're chincing Angel out of the vote. So if it's left to the coaches, obviously she can't go around and trash the coaches, because if she did that, she may not be on the All-Star team. Even if she had the ability to sue the league, that's a mess. And she probably doesn't want that stress. So even for Angel, there are things that she has to watch. However, if the media was on her side and she had that position, then she could probably speak more freely. Obviously, she speaks when she has to, but she can't speak as freely or as often as she'd want. But you notice when they brought up the refereeing at the press conference, she said yes. She goes, yeah, you can tell for the last. So she's honest in the sense where she'll answer your question, but she's not going to go out there and speak nonstop about stuff that she know can cause problems. But if and when there is a problem, she'll deal with it. So basically, on one hand, they got the political thing going, and on the other hand, they basically wanted to snuff out any rebellion from the women, because even though they got 20% of gross revenue, if you look
Hold
at
on,
most
really quick.
sports
Let me just
leagues,
say this. Let me just say this real quick, MSL, because I ain't do it in a while. Yo, do me a favor. There's some new people watching us. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And if you haven't hit the like button yet, if the conversation, MSL is up here cooking. So if you just been into the conversation, you forgot to hit the like button, make sure you hit the like button for me. Run the likes up. And if you on mobile, hype me up. You heard? Hype me up. Hit the like button. Hype me up. Subscribe to the channel. Get him, MSL.
yeah, I was just going to finish by saying, what was the last thing I said? I'm sorry. If you remember.
Oh, I was reading the comments. I ain't gonna hold you.
No, I hear you. Let me see. Miss Alberta, you remember the last thing I said?
You were saying something about even if Angel wanted to really come out and say some things, she can't, because it's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that she's not really feeling free to speak on, to the public. So therefore,
Yeah.
she's gonna answer the question, like you said, certain things she's gonna answer. But then there's some other questions you might ask her, she ain't gonna answer. Okay, and as far as there's a political opponent. I'm sorry, a political component. My bad. A political component to what is going on, in the league. But there's also I'm gonna add something else. There's also, I believe, a spiritual component also that's going on.
Yeah, they seem very sinister. They seem very sinister, and just look at how Chicago dealt with her. And what happened in Chicago was just a microcosm of what the league was trying to do a hold to the players. And yeah, I don't think the way the league is acting, they don't like their players, right? Oh, I remember what I was going to say. What I was going to say was they got 20% of gross revenue, but if you look at most sports leagues, they usually average between 47 and 53% of gross revenue. So the women who getting an average now of 600,000 a year, right?
Mhm.
They could have paid them 1.2 or even 1.8 if you go by that model, because they're on a 20% model, and every sports league basically pays their players between 47, because sports is one of the few businesses where the human beings are also the product. They're the product. This is what you're paying for. So right. So it's not like you're making cars or making vacuum cleaners or something like that. They are the product. So even though these people may have money, anyone with money can fund the players, but not everyone with money can actually play. That's the that's the difference, because we like who we like, and we're not going to want to see anyone else, because we grew up with the players that we like. So they're actually still underpaid right now. So they kind of got away. I mean, they didn't want to pay them what they're paying them now, but it could also been a lot worse. And I guarantee you, if they would have made Angel the face, she would have spoke up a whole lot more about pay and history and so. And they knew that, which is why they hate Angel, because Angel is breaking their mold. And the thing is, they don't talk about any of this stuff on TV, right? They don't talk about any of this stuff. Like her in Chicago. They don't talk about her in Chicago. Right? People to this day still think that Chicago traded Angel. Angel's agent went to Chicago after they gave her that half-game suspension and said, get her the hell out of here. The difference is she said, do it discreetly. She said, do it discreetly, and don't talk about it. Now, now if this was LeBron or someone else, right? You'd hear LeBron, you'd hear what they call it, hot boiler talk or hot stove talk or scuttlebutt. They didn't do that with Angel. They didn't say a word. One day you just woke up, boom, she's traded. And then that first thing they said on ESPN was, oh, Angel didn't ask for a trade, making people think that they traded her. And then Alexis Philippou, also at ESPN, she came back and clarified and said, no, Angel's agent said trade her, but let's do it discreetly. But for some reason, nobody heard that one. They heard the one where they was like, oh, Angel didn't request a trade. Now, whether they did that on purpose or not, I don't know. But the reason why they do that is because they don't want people to know how powerful Angel is. Like, Angel is very, very powerful. And I would argue she's even more powerful than Caitlin Clark, for the simple reason that Angel makes her own decisions. Clark does not. Because if Clark really is a Democrat, like they say she is, and if she really is of that other persuasion, like they say she is, isn't she like a cornered prisoner where you can't say nothing, you can't speak out, you can't say anything about it because all these little creeps that that she lives in a prison. She lives in a prison. That's why she always looks the way she does, because she's very uncomfortable, because she knows what she can and what she can't say. Whereas Angel, right. Angel speaks when she wants, and when she feels it. So it's like a weird thing, and more and more people are starting to see it now, right? People are starting to see it. So the question is, what are they gonna do with this girl? Because Olivia Miles, right, is how they should have dealt with Caitlyn. Nobody had any major expectations for Olivia Miles in the media. Some fans probably did, but as far as the media, it was like, okay, she's on Minnesota, whatever. Fee's not dead. Bridget Carlton left, this person left, that person left. We'll see what happens. Olivia Miles balls out, and everybody goes, wow, she's great. And I said this before, Brooklyn, the other day. Caitlin Clark, when she was a rookie, shot like 41%, right? She averaged 5 turnovers or whatever it was. She shot like 30% from 3. Her games were very up and down, right? Because she's very streaky. So she had stretch of the games where she played well. She had stretch of the games where she played terrible. And then there was a point of the season where Kelsey Mitchell was playing with Boston, and they were actually playing very, very well. But Clark would get the credit at the end of the game. So make a long story short, at the end of the fourth quarter in several of these games, on a good portion of these games, Christy Sides would bench Clark or platoon her. Offense, defensive switches. She'd bench her if she couldn't set up the half-court offense along with the defense, or she'd platoon her if the defense was bad. And the thing I always used to say is, how can you be an MVP candidate when your own coach don't trust you down the stretch of game? And nobody in the media talked about this. Nobody. And we all know why, right? Because payroll. So now you got Olivia Miles, who's shooting, 51%, averaging 19.7 points, is a pass-first point guard, only takes what the defense gives her. He's averaging about 6 assists. She's probably shooting in the 30s from 3, and she's playing in a controlled fashion. Yeah, she plays with a great coach, great teammates, no doubt. But nonetheless, she's still doing the do. So if Clark was 4th in MVP voting and first team All NBA, WNBA, then what the hell is Olivia Miles? Olivia Miles should be MVP based off that standard. She probably won't be. But based off that Caitlin Clark standard, Olivia Miles is the MVP, because what Caitlin Clark did was not MVP worthy. But because the machine was behind her, now she has to be the standard. So the question is, are you going to do the same for Olivia Miles? And yes, Olivia Miles probably will come in the top 3 unless she really falls apart in the MVP voting. But it still won't do her justice, because this year that she's having is 3 times better than what Clark had.
Hey, Hot Shots, what you got for that, Hot Shots?
So the biggest myth that they have is the WNBA they want to keep telling you that the WNBA ain't making no money. It's not profitable. They're not making money, but nobody seems to have their profit and loss statements. You can't say it's not having money unless you see those financial statements. People always understate their income. People with money always do that. And that's one of the reasons why they can, continue to put that propaganda out to the media and have people. That's the first thing people say. Oh, well, Caitlin Clark bring the most faces to the league, and she's the one making all the money. She's the cash cow, which she is a cash cow. She did have a lot of people watching. We can't deny it, but they do a lot of that stuff, and they minimize, like, again, Reese's influence and how she affects the business and everything. And
they don't promote her equally like they do Clark,
right?
Even though at worst they were similar in college, if Reese was not even more popular,
right? And see, they're not invested in her, so they don't. They're invested in Clark. So, you know, we like again, man, we can't forget where we at. Being American, you know, they own everything and they get to do what they want, and we just get to talk about it. You know, we gotta be more like Reese. Everybody, the players gotta get educated like she is and be their own person, and they can't control her and control situations, and then they'll have to, you know, negotiate with players like that once they take control of their destinies. You know, but right now, you know, the league is still, and then they act like if she doesn't play, they act like that the league is just going to fall when every year they're seeing year over year incremental increases. So,
and look what happened last year, Hot Tracks. She didn't play
right.
She didn't play 3/4 of the season, and in both the regular season and the playoffs, both in the attendance and in ratings, the ratings went up when she didn't play three quarters of the season. Just like how they only have 2 sellouts so far this year. So
I think they
when
have
they had
5.
20 in her first year, so she's not what they say she is, and she never was.
Yeah, you know, yeah, you know, I believe that.
No, you know what? You know, because think about it, Hot Tracks. Think about it. If what is there, all these athletes that we claim are great at endorsements, they all have some common things going on, right? They're either winners, won championships, which she is not. They either have a certain look, like a Maria Sharapova in tennis, right? She was a winner. She won like 4 majors, but you know, she was that blonde bombshell thing. If you're into that, you know, plus she was from Russia, but she lived in America, so she got both audiences, right? But she was considered attractive. Also, Anna Kournikova is another one from tennis, right? She made $10 million a year 20 years ago from just looking good, right? People have to have a certain personality, like Coco Gauff, right? A bubbly personality or something like that, or their game has to be something we've never seen before, and that's not her. Like we all say, she's got like a. Go ahead.
That's another thing they say. We never saw this before.
Yeah, we have.
They feed everybody.
We've all seen streaky shooters, streaky inefficient shooters. We usually call them chuckers, right? Streaky inefficient shooters, and in her case, they can't hold on to the basketball and who can't play defense. We've seen players like that for time immemorial. We call those club players. We don't call those, we don't call those MVP types. And that's because if you remember, Christy Sides used to bench her at the end of games because she didn't trust her. And Stephanie White was doing something similar. Some people argue, I don't know, maybe Miss Alberta knows. Some people argue that she was benched last year under the guise of all the injuries that she had because her and Stephanie White couldn't see eye to eye. And if you look at this year, it looks like management has won, right? Because you got all them people that Stephanie White knows, and you had Dan Dykek and all those people, and Annie Costable, you know, coming out. So it looked like Clark was going to be buried. But then at some point they started winning. I think the Dream let them off the hook with one game, and a couple other teams let them off the hook, so they weren't buried. And now they went on a little streak. But when all that negative publicity was coming out from her, if they would have lost those 3 games in a row, I think she would have been done. But now they're kind of like treading water. But the thing is that it looks to me like the less she plays, the better the team does. The more she plays, the worse the team does, because to your point, Hot Tracks, if you dominate the ball like that, but you're a streaky, inefficient shooter who can't play defense, you're only going to hurt the team. We all know Stephanie White knows this. So it's going to be real interesting to see what happens, because Stephanie White looks like she'll pull her on some games with a quick hook, and then other games she'll just let her stay there and chuck up shots like they do against the bad teams. So it'll be interesting to see when they play the good teams, does she get the quick hook? What do you think about that, Miss Alberta, about the teams that they're going to play and what they're going to do with her moving forward?
Hold on. Really quickly, let me introduce Lisa to the panel.
Hey.
What's going on, Lisa? What's your thoughts on the conversation, Lisa?
Well, I was kind of like off of platform, you know. Or play just
It's
frustrating.
kind of Lisa.
It's
It's
hard
kind
to
of
hear her.
difficult to hear your audio. I don't know.
Oh,
If
you
you
can't
get
hear me
closer to
very
the
well?
mic, yeah, you're a little low. We hear a lot of background noise, so it's like you fighting your background noise.
Yeah, is it better now?
You did. You just speak up a little louder. You're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the best I can do.
So what's your thoughts?
No, I'm just like, I think you guys are a little bit hard on that girl. Just a tad bit.
Okay, so tell us your thoughts. What's your thoughts?
No, I was just listening to everything, and I just wanted to get in here. I'm not going to be long because my audience is up as it is. But I thought we were talking about the All Star game.
Yeah, okay, you could talk about that. Then what's your thoughts on the All-Star game?
Okay, she wasn't great. She wasn't great. She didn't shoot well. I mean, she for the first 5 shots, pretty good. She started out nice and hot. You know, she got the crowd involved. It was exciting. I think she hit a 37th footer. I was like, whoa! That was like huge. But then you guys are coming on and
I
making
can
the show
barely
about
hear her.
it was a terrible game. Yeah, but she's one of the better ones of the terrible. Like they all played kind of bad. They all was jacking up shots. Nobody was really
Turn your
great.
audio up. Turn your audio up, ma'am.
That's the
I can
best I
barely
can.
hear
You
you.
can't hear me. I
I'm
can't hear
sorry
me.
about that. Just turn your
I,
audio up just a little bit more.
She can't turn it up, Miss Alberta.
Oh,
that's
she
the best
can.
I
Oh,
can
my
do.
No.
bad.
It is a yeah, that's the best I can do. I can't get it any louder than that.
Let me ask you a quick question because the other day you was on the panel. You said you wasn't a CC fan no more. You said you was more of a Olivia Miles fan,
Yeah,
but you came
I
up here talking about CC.
no because I like fairness. I like fairness. I don't like to like just turn
No,
on
but what
people.
I'm saying is you didn't mention one thing about Olivia Miles though.
No, but she was good. There's nothing bad to mention about her. She was good. She was 5 for 5. I think she got 11, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. She was great. There's nothing bad to say about her. But you guys weren't talking about Olivia. We're talking about
No, you said we wasn't. You said you wanted to talk about the All-Star game. I'm just saying when you started talking about the All-Star game, you didn't even mention who you said your favorite player was. You started talking about CC.
no, because that's what I heard when I tuned in. That's what I didn't come in from the start. So all I was hearing is all just bad things about CC. Like I'm like, okay, you guys are going a little bit too far. Yeah, her game wasn't great, but
So
no,
what's
Did
your thought? If
anybody
you feel like
lie?
hold on, if you feel like you heard a bunch of bad things about CC, what was your thoughts on what you heard? Like what's your rebuttal is what I'm saying to what they were saying.
no, I just like I heard you guys were saying like I don't know if it was you or your partner there. You're saying
Mm-hmm.
something about based on the data that we have now about Olivia Miles, she's a much better rookie. She's having a better season.
Right,
She wasn't deserving of being in the MVP conversation.
right.
She was the first rookie to have a triple double. She had 2 in 1 season. We're gonna just discredit. She broke so many records in that first season. You can't just discredit everything she did just because we don't like
But
her.
Angel broke records in that season too.
Good for her. But we're not really talking about Angel. By the way, she was scoreless. We're not gonna talk about that because it's the All Star game. Who cares? Like she didn't
No,
score. I mean,
you
nobody
moving the
thinks
goalposts. You talking about first you said that we talk about the rookie season, and then you started talking about all CC accomplishments. Then when I mentioned Angel accomplishment, you said good for her. Then you go back to the All-Star game and talk about Angel points, right? Like, so what are we talking about? Angel didn't
no,
score in the All-Star
every,
game because the All-Star. Hold on. Let me respond to you. Angel didn't score in the All-Star game because the All-Star game isn't for bigs, right? That's even in the males game. The All-Star game is a guard's
She
game.
was a big. MVP is a big. Jonquel, she's a
Excuse me?
big. Jonquel Jones, she's a big.
Right. She's a big that shoot threes, but is Jonquel Jones better than Asia Wilson?
No, but no, Asia wasn't taking the game
Hold on.
seriously.
Listen to what I'm saying because I'm gonna give you some basketball knowledge, right? Is Jonquel Jones better than Asia Wilson?
It's debatable.
It's not even a debate. It's nowhere close to Asia Wilson didn't do much in this game either. But we know Asia Wilson is the best player in the game, correct?
According to some.
Now, according to all, Asia Wilson is the best player in this game. So if she didn't do much, why you worried about what Angel numbers is? It's not a big game. It's a God's game.
All I saw because I'm subscribed to you. No, they like
I appreciate the subscription.
I thought you guys were fair. I'm like, yeah, I'm not really. I don't really go on much of
What
interviews.
what have we not been fair about though? Because I'm giving you a chance to rebuttal everything that you heard, and you don't even have a rebuttal for it.
Just the criticism of the girl. Like, yes, she's not
I
perfect.
mean, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Yeah.
question.
Go ahead,
What do
Sister
you
Noble.
think about Angel? No, I'm asking her. I want to know, what does she
Yeah,
think about Angel Reese as a
right,
player? I want to
right.
know that.
I'm telling you, you got the mic. Do your thing. I'm with you.
No, I'm saying, like, I mean, I'm asking her, what does she think about Angel Reese as a player? Because Angel Reese has been putting up double doubles multiple games since her rookie season. And ESPN don't even want to highlight Angel Reese because they don't like Angel Reese.
Well,
But
that's
you know,
not
uh,
like it. I'm just like, I get frustrated with Clark a lot. Some games I'm like, I just want to turn off the season. Like, oh my God, it's your stuff. But you gotta just be
okay.
fair to her. We can't just like I find like you guys unfairly criticize her for everything and you don't give her credit for anything.
But Lisa, I'm not disagreeing with you, right? What I'm asking you though is if you feel that way, then what do you feel like we was being unfair about? Because everything everybody said, me personally, I didn't hear anything unfairly. But if you heard something unfair, I want you to be able to point it out and say, no, you was wrong about this. The same way I would. If somebody say something and I feel like they right, I agree. If they say something wrong, I'm gonna correct them. So I'm telling you to correct it. What did you hear that was unfair?
Okay. See, the reason she had so much success in college and in Iowa because that system was designed to make her look as good as it did. The
Huh?
system does not really cater to her necessarily. If she was like in let's say New York, let's say she went to New York or the Sparks or Portland or one of those teams, she would perform a lot better. Turnover, she would probably be
What?
averaging 30 to 40 points a game. It's just that this system, the Stephanie White system, it may not be the best for her
I mean,
style.
you really believe that CC will be a much better player if she played
Yes,
somewhere like in New
yes,
York?
yeah. But she
Are
had a
you
different,
serious? Are you serious
yeah,
right now? You really
yeah,
serious about that, ain't you?
absolutely. If she had a different coach.
Lord Jesus. Okay. All right.
I mean, you guys don't have to agree with me.
Yeah.
I like how Obama, how we spoke
Everybody
about
welcome.
yesterday.
Hold on, real quick, Lisa. Everybody welcome my brother Mo 3 to the panel.
What
Go
up?
ahead,
What up?
Lisa.
Oh, I thought he was gonna have this here. That's why I got there.
I mean, I want you to land your plane first. I want to give everybody a fair chance to, like, give
Okay,
their opinion. So
last
once you
year,
land your plane, then somebody will respond to you. I want you to have the floor to land your plane. Gotta land your plane.
no, I wasn't really gonna say anything. I was just gonna quietly just listen in. But I'm like, okay, you guys are dogpiling on her.
No, I don't want you to think that I'm piling on you. That's why I didn't say anything.
Nothing. But
I
the
just
girl,
let you
but the
talk.
girl.
I'm gonna be honest.
But
I just let you
let me
talk.
correct
That's
that. Let me correct that. Nobody's piling
okay.
on you. You came up here and said that you thought we was being unfair, so we responded to what you said.
No,
Nobody's responding.
not me. The girl, Cece.
Right. You said that
Oh,
you thought we was being unfair to her. So we
Yeah.
responded to what you said. Nobody's piling on you. This is a conversation. This is
I
we
mean,
hearing your perspective. We hearing out your perspective, and we're gonna have a conversation about it.
I decided not to say anything in rebuttal to what you said because I didn't want you to feel like I was piling on you. That's why I didn't say anything.
I have
That's
no
why I didn't
problem
say
with
anything
nobody.
else.
No, I got no problem with nobody saying whatever. I just feel like this is a young girl. She's 24. Maybe the women won't
Oh,
develop as fast as the men in the game. This is a
okay.
population. She might be the player that we
Okay, well,
personally.
see, now I got to say something. I got to say something now since you said that CC, this is a young girl and she's only 24 years old. Well, what about Angel?
That's
What
exactly
about
what I was
Angel?
thinking.
Because Angel went through 3 years of harassment and death threats. Okay? Angel been going through 3 years of harassment and death threats. What about her?
Four.
Angel, 4 years, 4 years. Angel is, yes, exactly. 4 years now. 4 years. That's right. So Angel is a young woman also. What about her?
Well,
Why can't she garner no. Let me finish. Why can't she garner the same sympathy from you as Caitlin Clark? Because Angel Reese has gone through at a young age. Angel Reese has gone through more bullshit, okay, and more degradation, and more humiliation, and more racism as a young woman than Cece has ever gone through in her entire life. That's no. I just I had to rebuttal what you just said, because you said that Cece is a young woman. Well, Angel Reese is also a young woman. She's a young woman too.
Yeah, but nobody on the panel talking badly about her, so I don't need to defend her. Nobody's saying anything negative.
Nobody's talking badly about her.
Wait, hold on. So let me correct that. I'm sorry, Lisa. Let me correct that. Right? You said you just joined, so maybe you didn't hear this, but Angel Reese does need defending apparently, because Ryan Clark just came out and said there's executives at ESPN saying that they won't defend anybody standing up for Angel. How you feel about that?
He said that.
Yeah.
He said that's part of the reason why they fired him.
Yeah. So what's your thought? How you feel about that, Lisa?
I need context, right? I don't know why he would say that.
What you mean?
I need to see that for myself.
So you don't think Angel needs? Let me ask. But hearing that information, hold on, really quick. Hearing that information, you don't think Angel needs some defending, knowing that that's how media networks is treating a 24-year-old? To your point, a young woman.
Exactly.
They fired the man because he defended her.
And Lisa, I got ostracized by a lot of Caitlin Clark fans for also defending Black women in the league, including Angel Reese. A lot of I'll say that. A lot of Black fans of Caitlin Clark, okay, as well as the others, ostracized me on social media because I started to defend Angel Reese against all the racism and the death threats that she was receiving, as well as other players in the league back in 2024. Okay?
She's just gonna call him a victim.
This is a mean soul. What is racism?
You stupid.
No, I really want to know, because my definition is maybe.
Yeah, we're trying to explain to you what is happening, what's going on. We're trying to tell you, listen, we're not talking from ignorance here. We're not speaking from ignorance. We're talking about things that we have seen personally, that we have experienced ourselves coming from a certain fan base. Okay? And I'm telling you now, okay, Angel Reese, to be honest with you, the Lord is really looking out for this young woman. The Lord himself is looking out for this young woman. Okay? But also all of us on social media as well is defending Angel Reese, and we're sort of a buffer between the racist people that are after Angel Reese at the ESPN, and we're a buffer between the racist people
let's
and
be
her.
clear, it's not just ESPN, it's all of these major networks. Let's
All
be
of
clear.
them, exactly. See, all of them, including the folks at the White House. The folks at the White House, okay, including them
That's a fact.
too.
Good point, Miss Alberta. Great point. Go ahead, keep going.
And so, what we gonna do, and I can only speak for, well, you know what, I'll speak for myself. I'm gonna speak for myself and let y'all speak for y'allself. What I'm gonna do is continue to defend these women in the league, including the gay women in the league, because how would you feel if somebody was attacking you and your group? How would you feel if somebody came after your family based on their skin color, based on their nationality, based on their immigration status? How would you feel if there was a whole system in place which persecutes you? Okay, and every day you have to feel the stench of racism and white supremacy, because that's my life. That's my life, and that's all the other people's life on the panel. And you can't say that we're not being directly impacted by this Trump administration, because we are, in a way. We are.
let me ask a quick question. Somebody in the panel says that your name is Tanya and that you bro Gad's sister. Is that true?
Yeah, I was waiting my turn to bring it up.
Who is that?
Oh, Brogan. Nah,
Oh, who that?
Hold on. Let her talk. I'm trying to hear her. Are you bro Gad's sister?
Oh, I'm sorry, Brogan. Oh Lord Jesus.
No, Brogan is from
Oh.
Barbados.
Oh, I
Okay, so
remember
that's not your
Brogan.
brother. But is your name Tanya? Is your name Tanya?
Y'all violent, man.
What? Look, where is Brogan? Where
So
is he?
no,
I haven't seen
I'm
him.
trying to hold on.
Wait, is
I'm
she
trying to hear
Tanya?
because she's low. So I'm trying to hear. So you saying no
Oh.
that you're not Tanya and you're not bro Gad's
Nah,
sister.
but I know
Okay.
him.
Cap.
From
Okay.
Barbados. Barbados.
Who's Bro Gad?
Oh, bro
Oh
Gad is somebody who used to be in here. He's a big Fever fan.
yeah.
He cool
No,
with
he's
me.
a
I don't know. I never had no
Yeah,
problem with him, but I think he rubbed a lot of other people the wrong way.
he's
But
a
I don't
but
know. He
Caitlin
he's
cool
Clark
with
not
me.
a.
fan.
He's a
Yeah.
Fever fan, but he's a Leah Boston stand though. He be
He
going
a
in
what?
for the Leah Boston. He love him
Oh,
some
okay.
Leah Boston.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Surprise,
I
surprise.
thought
Usually,
he was a
and I listen,
huge
I don't care about
Caitlin
this. It
Clark
don't
fan.
bother me, but usually Caribbean people stick together. So that kind of makes sense.
I thought he was a
When
huge Caitlin Clark fan. I'm gonna be honest when I
nah
tell you.
nah nah he don't be he don't really be he's kind of like
But
Wonder
if
Man.
she's not Tanya, so Tanya don't come on the show no more.
Man, I think she capping.
Mm.
I was gonna say that before Tika Miller said it. I was just waiting my turn.
See, what I
I
was trying to do,
mean,
I was calling her by her name, but Brooklyn didn't hear me, so he just asked the T Carmel's question, but I was like, Tanya, to see if she responded.
I like to meet them though. After.
But y'all would know better than me because I never spoke to her before. So
Okay, since your name is
So just
Lisa,
to add something to that, there's nothing wrong with nobody
wow.
sticking up for their people, but it just got to make sense. Like if you got to be able to call your own folks out if they wrong. That's all. Because I'm going to always stick up for mine. You know what I'm saying? But you just got to make sure that you ain't making a fool out of yourself. Supporting no BS. If they on some BS, you need to call it out, even if you talk to them on the side.
But
Hold on, real quick. Hot Tracks. You know what she came up here sounding like? Guys, say it, Hot Tracks. I know you know what I'm about to say.
Oh my goodness.
Say it, Hot Tracks. A victim.
Yeah, a victim.
I said you came up here with your little, y'all being too hard on CC, sounding like a victim.
By
Oh
the
my
way,
goodness.
Brooklyn, I heard a piece of the show you did about white men being victims, and I thought that was so brilliant. I don't know if it was Miss D or Miss Alberta, but you make like a 10-minute segment of it, and I thought that was so hilarious. The way you very matter-of-factly said, but all the white men that I see that deal with this women's basketball thing, they're all victims because they're all crying and they're always complaining. And I was like, that is so funny because
That's a fact.
alleged conservative white men are supposed to be pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm independent. I don't deal with criticism. I don't this, and like you said, they're all the complete opposite, especially when it concerns Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, they got identity crisis. It's like they the most privileged group that's on the planet, right? And they choosing to live vicariously through Caitlin Clark right now because really they all really. But here's a deeper issue than that. Not only are they victims, right? Not only are they victims, they also are. And this is weird. I don't understand this. Like this is like some people like need therapy for, right? They idolize us so much that they want our struggle without going. You know what I mean? Without actually going through it, without actually having to deal with what we deal with on a daily basis. They want our story though. Like it's almost like that's attractive to them. That's why you see, look at even like through hip hop music, right? Look how many people like act like us and want to dress like us and talk like us but go back to you know what I mean? Like they want the story. It's exciting to them. So it's like that's like some weird. I think that's some you need therapy. That's weird.
But I've said this to you before, Brooklyn. 2024, was a watershed, not just for this thing, but also because when Trump came in office, you notice these things when he got voted, these things
Hold
went.
on, really quickly, Lisa. You got a lot of background noise, so mute your mic when you're not speaking, so that we don't hear the background noise. Go ahead, MSL.
Yeah, so it went simultaneously. But what I've always said is because they didn't do what they did with Olivia Miles, was just let her play and then let the chips fall where they may. They gave her this unprecedented publicity and saying how good she was that they had never done to anyone that we can recall recently, right? They just said she's the best, she's going to be one of the greatest ever, da 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 da. So what that did was it attracted several type of people, right? Because normally, let's start with the racist white guy. Normally, your racist white guy would not follow the WNBA. They're blacks, they're gays, and I don't like the white women there because they're lesbians or they're friends with the black women, so I don't like them, right? So that racist white guy had no interest in the WNBA. But now they promoted this girl as white, Christian, straight, and they said she was the best ever, right?
Wow.
They
Yeah.
said she was the best ever. So all of a
Yes, she
sudden,
did.
white guys that would never be interested in the sport was like, wait a minute. You're saying she'd be the best ever? Okay. Because now their whole, right, so that was one. The bandwagoners, right? People who want to follow a bandwagon. When you say this person's the best, certain people are going to follow. The casuals that we used to hear about a lot, the people who weren't really interested. But now when you say, you got to watch this girl, she's going to be the best ever, she's going to be the best ever, then you're going to get certain casuals that go, okay, I wanna watch. And then the people who have no lives and they live their lives vicariously, and this is some of the people we're probably talking about, Brooklyn, who live their lives vicariously through celebrities. Those people, right, who's like, dissecting insects and frogs or something, or trying to create bombs, or who knows, like these really nerdy types that don't get out.
Hold on. I gotta stop you there. We've seen that's part of it. You absolutely right with who you describing, but it's also your everyday white guy that
But
works.
that's the casual, right? The point I'm making is
what I'm saying is you absolutely right, but it's not just the nerds and like it's not just the weird incels trying to live vicariously through Caitlyn. It's the regular every person you see every day.
Right. There's several of them, but because the question that you ask is, why not Sabrina Ionescu? Why not Breonna Stewart? Why not Paige Beckers, et cetera, and part of it is, of course, because a lot of people say because Angel didn't do the John Cena to them. That's just part of it. The other part of it is that Kelsey Plum and them, they rejected the racism thing. They rejected it. They said I'm not going to do it. Clark had no problem with it. Saying this is why Kathy was pushing the racist agenda. And people love to talk about the money that Kathy's making. I call BS on that, because if Kathy was really making money, instead of getting $2.2 billion out of that $72 billion deal that they got with the NBA, she would have took 4 or 6 for the league, because that's actually what she deserved. Because they claim the NBA does $9 billion in revenue. They claim the WNBA does about $1 billion in revenue, right? About 9 times less, even call it 10 times less. So however you do the money, whether you do it by salary, by TV deal, by gross income, whatever, the league is not getting their share. So out of that $2.2 billion contract, out of $72 billion, 10% would be out of a $20 billion contract. They're getting like 3% of that NBA TV money. That's just crazy. So she's not there to make money for the league. She's there to keep the owners happy for however she does. And she was there up until probably this year to suppress the players. So now all of a sudden you're hearing in the press that Kathy won't be back. The same Alexis Phillip, who I mentioned before, she just did this long article in ESPN, if y'all didn't read it. And she said 20 out of 30 people she spoke to with teams said they don't like her. She's not managing the league properly. So the $1 million question is, is this something the players discussed before and now it's being brought up discreetly? Because honestly, the players should have made Kathy a bone of contention as the CBA. But obviously, if you need money or whatever, and maybe it's not something you do. Because my fear is that if the league is going to get rid of Kathy, is that the owner's decision or is that the player's decision? Because if it's not the player's decision, then you're probably going to get somebody equal, if not as bad as Kathy, and it's going to take you 2 or 3 years to figure out that this person is equally as bad as Kathy. But now they're saying that, oh, Kathy's not great. So the same people who said, oh, she was great before because she made money. Well, if that's the case, why do they want her out now? Because even if she was making money, guess what? Money isn't everything, because you also have to think about your league long term. So if the NBA is what it is today, right, without pushing racism, even though people argue they're bringing in European players, or let's even go back to its heyday in the 90s, right, in the 2000s, right, the league was still predominantly black, right, and the league did great. Because guess what? They had storylines, they had winners, they had Michael Jordan, you had this, you had this, you had this, you had that. This league is not trying to do that, because if you remember, Bird and Magic, even though one was black, one was white, they were considered equals by the league. They didn't promote one and not promote the other. They tried to do the villain thing with Magic, but it couldn't work. If anything, Bird was the villain because Boston was way more physical than the Lakers, right? Like you had Kevin McHale who'd hook you and, knock your block off and so forth like that, until the Lakers got Kurt Rambis, and then he did something similar as well. But they were considered equals, and they actually liked each other. Angel will never say this. She don't respect Caitlin Clark. She may be polite with her in public, but she don't respect her because she knows she controlled, and she knows she an idiot. She won't say that in public. But she knows, because just look at the behavior at Team USA when Angel was pushing the ball up the court, and and remember that one time when she cut in front of Angel begging for the ball. She could have tripped Angel. They could have both got hurt. Like, there's something wrong with this girl. There's something, and I don't know if Lisa's still on the line, but a lot of people who are attracted to Caitlin Clark are not basketball fans, and they're not interested in basketball, as a lot of us know, because they were told that she'd be the greatest thing since sliced bread. That's what got their interest, and now it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. ESPN can't now go back, and one of y'all may have said this earlier, they can't go back now and go, well, she needs to work on this, she needs to work on this, she needs to work on that, because they know a lot of the people who follow her are invested in her being the best. So now they can't go back and say she's not, because now they're fearful that a third or a half of these people will just disappear because they were never there for the sport. And this whole thing about root for one player is BS. As an example, we never heard a Bulls fan or a Jordan fan in the 90s say, you know what, I'm going to stop watching the sport because Jordan didn't win that award, or the Bulls got screwed out of this, or the Bulls got screwed out of that. It's not natural. Everyone that was a Jordan fan was an NBA fan. And even if they were a casual, they weren't going to say, well, I'm going to stop watching the sport. And if they did, you didn't need them anyway. But Bull fans were invested in the NBA. Jordan may have been their favorite player, but they were still invested in the NBA. You can't grow a league with people who every time you get into an argument with them tell you, I don't really care about this league. How are you going to grow that league? So Kathy has just built a house of cards. And the house of cards eventually going to fall if they don't do anything. They don't do anything about it. So yeah, you can put her in Congress and all this stuff the last several weeks and keep her in the news, so that way when they play the Liberty, people watch out of curiosity. But if you guys remember a month ago, Kate, the Dallas games and the Dream games were outperforming the Indiana games. So all of a sudden, some people argue that the AT thing and the Congress thing was to light up the base to get more people to watch.
Wait, hold on. I missed something happened with Lisa?
I don't know.
I ain't talking about from the panel. I'm talking about, I think that's Lisa. What's T. Carmella talking about?
No, you told me to stay muted.
Oh, no, not you. I'm sorry, not you. I'm talking about Lisa Leslie, not you. What's T. Carmella talking about with Lisa?
Oh, T. Carmel is saying the young lady that's on the phone disappeared as soon as her cover was blown, but
Oh, I thought she was
she's
talking
telling
about
you
Lisa
that she muted her
Leslie.
phone though. So
Yeah, no, yeah, that okay. I got confused and I saw it because the way she spelled it, because the one on the panel spells her name Lesa. So that's what threw me off. I thought she was talking about Lisa Leslie. I'm like, wait, something happened with Angel and Lisa? What happened? That shit threw me off. All right, I get it now. My bad.
but the thing is,
Really
like
quick
what
before
we're
you
discussing is
hold
important though. Go
on, really
ahead.
quick before you go again. I got your back, definitive. So don't worry about that. Also, everybody, do me a favor, hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet. If you on mobile, hype me up. You already know. Hype me up. If you're watching this on a playback, definitely tell me what you think about everybody thoughts on the panel in the comments. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, subscribe to the channel. And before MSL, before you go again, can everybody just appreciate the Barbie real quick?
Oh,
Everybody appreciate
I've been looking at
can,
your picture while I was
can
talking.
everybody appreciate the beauty of the Barbie for just 2 seconds? All right, go ahead, MSL. Go.
Yo, no hate, man, no hate at all. Because I'm like, okay, but yeah, like okay.
Didn't her Barbie dolls sell out? Her Barbie dolls sold
Well, they
out.
did it Amazon. I don't know what
Yeah.
happened with Target, Mattel,
No, it sold out
and
everywhere.
Walmart, but it did with Amazon. So I'm assuming those will
No,
do
it's
as well.
gone
You know, it's
everywhere.
funny you brought that up, Alberta, because I was thinking the same thing, right? I had told some friends that the All-Star game will mention it because I've seen this enough with Angel. They'll mention it, right? But when you really think about it, ESPN or that All-Star game should have partnered with Angel promoting this because this is a big deal. Even when Sue Bird got hers in 2024, it was part of a collection with other athletes, Venus Williams and Naomi Osaka.
Angel not trying to share this money. You know that.
No, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that ESPN, right? Like this goes back to our conversation. See, one of the issues that we should all have with the so-called Clarkies, and you brought it up earlier, Brooklyn, is that Angel can do 1,000 things. 1,000 things. They either ignore it or pretend like it doesn't exist. And then when Clark does something, usually following Angel, because everything Angel does, Clark does after, and then they act like it never happened, like it never happened before. And it's like, it goes back to what you said about respect or about, giving credit where credit is due, because but knowing what Ryan Clark said, it makes sense why ESPN wouldn't make a big deal. But to answer your question, Brooklyn, how about having a 10-minute segment or a 15-minute segment with about Angel talking about this Barbie doll? Because you and I both know that if it was Clark, they would have, and they did do a little promo thing for maybe like 30 seconds or a minute for the NBA 2K cover, something that Angel already did last year. And from what I was told, they usually, T. Carmel, I think, said it, they usually do the NBA 2K covers when they have like a new sneaker coming out or something like that. And she's supposed to have her sneaker coming out in November, which don't make no damn sense to me because that's still like 4 months from now and the season's over. But they claim she's supposed to have a sneaker out. We'll see if she actually does, because I mean the season's over in September, October. So I don't get it. But T. Carmella, I think, had said that they usually put you on the cover when you have a new sneaker coming out, because Angel had her AR1s coming out last year and then she was on the cover. So, but they did a segment of it on the ESPN broadcast, but except for one of the girls mentioning that Angel had her doll coming out, they didn't do anything about that. Now, of course, Brooklyn Angel don't need it. To your point, she doesn't need it because she's going to sell it out anyway. But I think this is one of the issues that we have with the Clarkies, because the league and its affiliates have chosen to not promote what Angel does. It gives them ignorance to pretend like they don't know what's going on. And before we can even have a discussion about basketball or whatever particular topic, we have to like set the record straight, kind of like you did with Lisa when you were trying to tell, well, wait a minute. You don't think Angel's been through a lot? Because all they say on their side is, and I know Miss Alberta knows that I'm about to say, she's a victim. She's always complaining. She's always this, and she's always, and 90% of that is not true. But just to even get to an
There's only
agreement with
one
that,
victim in the league, and that's Caitlin Clark or her fan base. We all know this. That's the biggest victim. They're the only ones that's crying.
right?
Every day they crying about something else. Oh my God, they fouled her. You look at the video, they never touched her.
Y'all know she's gonna win MVP, right?
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Yeah, right.
Serious.
Uh,
We're gonna give it to her.
when I'm curious if I can ask Brooklyn, when and why did you start following Caitlin Clark, Lisa? If I can ask.
Stop stealing my stuff,
Probably
MSL.
Well, we both got curious minds, right? But
2023, 2023, 2024.
in the NCAA tournament or in the finals?
The final.
When they played LSU or South Carolina?
South Carolina.
Okay, but okay, and they lost that game, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, they lost. Not her fault though.
Okay, so and what attracted you to her?
Cause she white.
No, I'm black.
Huh?
Because black woman.
You know I'm gonna tell the truth. Cause she white.
No, that's not good.
What attracted you to her, Lisa? I'm just asking. I'm just curious.
I just like how she shoots. She shoots like Steph.
She shoots like Steph.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not in
So wait.
that game, did it?
So wait. Why you don't like Sabrina?
I like Sabrina too.
Oh, okay.
You like Marina Mabry?
I do
Man,
not.
I'm gonna call cap on that. She didn't shoot like Steph in that game.
I don't like
I'm gonna call cap on that because I never heard her mention Sabrina, Mabry, nobody.
And Sonia Citron?
I like Tony.
Okay. So that's why you complain sometimes about her because you want her to actually shoot better sometimes.
Wait, hold on. You don't like Tessa Johnson because she won that game. Wasn't wait? You don't like Tessa Johnson and Pow Pow?
Who she is?
You don't like Tessa Johnson?
She don't remember nobody from South Carolina. Probably except Camilla.
You said you like the shooting, so I'm naming shooters. You don't like Tessa Johnson?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
She black. I don't know who she is.
What about Tahina? What about Tahina Pow Pow?
She alright.
So it's not the shooting. It's because she white.
Hey, Brooklyn.
Okay, no.
Hold
Brooklyn, we got the perfect person for her. Do you like AC Fudd?
I don't really know.
It's because she half white. She like the white side.
Brooklyn, look, just get down to the actual question. Just get down.
Sometimes you gotta know how people think.
And this
She's going to win MVP no matter what. She was going to win it tonight. If she shot like 2 more, if she was 7 or 14 from 3, she was going to get it.
What?
She was 5 for 15 from 3 and 6 for 17 from the field.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She got 2 more. Like she was going to beat.
No. John Quell and Olivia were going to beat her. She would have only won MVP if they cheated, which is what some of us were hoping didn't happen. But she didn't have it based off numbers.
Jaquan Jones was about to get a triple-double. She was 2 assists away from a triple-double.
CC MVP 22. All black everything. You heard? I ain't ashamed of that. All black everything. Yeah, Track.
I think Lisa, and I'm going to say this. Oh, Track was going to say, I'll say it real quick. Sorry, Track. Lisa sounds to me like someone who fell for the hype and she doesn't know how to recalculate based off of the hype because MVP is not based off basketball, it's based off of hope. Because there's no way in hell you could watch that game and say she was going to be the MVP when John Quell had 22 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 assists, and Olivia Miles had 11 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists.
It was perfect from the field.
And Homegirl was 5 for 15 from 3 and 6 for 17 from the field.
If she got 2 more trees, if she gets 2 more shots, then she was going to be 50% from.
And also, didn't Leash have a good amount of points also? Like 19 or something like that, Leash.
Brick City.
Yo, why we hold on. Let me ask a question. Why we talking about Caitlin if she didn't enter the 3-point contest because she was scared and ducking smoke and she ain't do nothing All 3 years. The first
Brooklyn, great
MSL.
point.
Hold on, MSL. The game you told me about that you reminded me of, she ducked the smoke because she saw what Enrique was doing. She ducked the smoke, then let her have it. Remember that? Cece, you want to come back in? Nah. Because she knew what time it was.
She was like, let's see. She was like, let Enrique cook.
Right, exactly. And then she couldn't play last year, but I don't care. She wasn't really hurt. She was faking an injury, like they say about Angel. She was faking an injury last year.
You're on to something.
She ain't do shit today.
But Brooklyn, you're on to something because we heard from McBuckets and we heard from Ionescu. Guess who wasn't even asked the question, and they were the ones who were most trying to hide and duck the smoke. They spoke to her like 98 times during that All-Star game, and y'all notice they never once asked her, "Tell us what happened with the 3-point thing." They're not allowed to ask her because for as many times that she's done an interview, none of them ever asked her. They say you ducked the All-Star game. Did you? The 3-point shooting contest. What about this? Because think about it. Both McBuckets and Ionescu spoke about it because they wanted to make it very.
He cut out.
I don't know. His phone might have went dead. Get Mo 3. Yeah, you've been trying to talk.
Oh, sorry. I tapped the thing. Sorry, but no, sorry. But basically, Ionescu and McBuckets acknowledged and admitted that we weren't invited with Ionescu, and I got it at the last minute in a haphazard fashion with McBuckets. So they should have went back to Clark and said, "Were you invited?" But they don't want to ask Clark that question because they're still trying to build this wall of supremacy when everybody knows the emperor has no clothes. But she did like 8 interviews on ESPN today, and not once did they ask her about the 3-point shot, Brooklyn.
That's because
it's because she white.
It's because she's a Nike athlete, and Nike has a lot of money invested in ESPN, so they do Nike's bidding. It was that thing with Sabrina and McBuckets was a smokescreen to make her not look as bad as she.
Yeah, but it ended up making her look bad because they blew the whistle.
Yeah, because they went they went off script. They wasn't supposed to refute that. They were just supposed to keep it moving. But see, that's why I was saying Caitlyn had no shot in the 3-point contest, and she know because it's just like I said, if she would start off hot and then miss the rest of her shots. Look what happened. She started off 4 for 6 and then missed her next 9.
Well, not only that,
you want to know why?
Are they going to allow her to travel?
Wait, hold on. I have a quick question. Yeah. Well, so Lisa, what made why did she say Caitlyn is going to win MVP? What made her think
it's
Caitlyn
because she
MVP?
white?
No, I thought
because
ESPN there was a poll, Asia or.
She said that she hit 2 more shots, she thought she'd win the MVP. So what would that make her? 8 for 19.
That won't be enough. As long as Asia Wilson is healthy and play throughout the whole season.
No,
she made All-Star game MVP.
Oh, well, I thought she was mentioning season MVP because when it comes to that, Asia's going to get that in the bag.
She's going to win it.
But that's still
as long as Asia is healthy, I don't see CC winning no MVP in the season.
That wasn't going to be enough for the All-Star game. She had 5 assists and 5 turnovers.
Don't matter.
And Mo, don't you think she turned over more than that?
And that's another thing. CC turns over the ball too much, and her defense is too bad to be even considered in the MVP running.
Yeah, but y'all forgetting the most important stat.
Oh, she's popular?
No, it's because she white.
That is not the reason. At Brooklyn, in that case, she don't even have to touch the court. Then she, as long as she's this so-called straight white Christian female, she gonna win MVP every year, which doesn't make sense. But as long as that girl ain't playing.
That's about to be a drop on my channel. She what?
Hey, Brooklyn, Jonathan want to come on the panel?
This is the thing. That's why
he's up here.
I just want to throw that in. Like as long as Asia Wilson is healthy and doing her thing, CC ain't going nowhere near the MVP
Why
unless
you why
CC
you threat why
stops
you making threats,
lax
Jonathan?
lax lax turnovers and play both sides of the ball. And I mean playing defense, actual defense. She ain't doing no running, making a run on MVP.
But
One
but
thing she
but
can't even get to the basket without pushing off. That don't count.
but Jonathan, even if
Y'all gonna look real
for
silly
some
when she does.
miraculous reason, Asia decided, yo, I don't want to play basketball no more. She leaves. There's still two
Well, that
people in. There's still two people in front of her that's gonna get that's playing
Well,
better ball than her.
Paige and
It's in
Olivia.
Olivia.
Nafisa Page. For one thing,
Wait, y'all forgetting
Olivia
about
Miles is
Nafisa? Oh,
better
wait, y'all
than
forgetting about Nafisa, Brianna Still. There's a couple
Nafisa
people.
Collier,
There's a
Olivia
few people in
Miles,
front
Oh,
of
when
her.
we
The
talk
reason
about
I bring them up,
just this
yeah,
year, it would be
the reason
Olivia
I
and
bring them up
Paige.
is
Kiki
because
Iriafin, and Sonya Citron are better than Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark got a long. She gonna have hell. And once Drew Rockets comes in the league, and if she have that little season that Olivia Miles is having, like what she's having right now, oh, Caitlin is just gonna have to
No,
just.
I think Hannah Hidalgo is the one that will give her nightmares and put her in highs because Hannah Hidalgo get like 8 steals on her in one game, and she may have the shivers and not play for like 2-3 weeks. And Hannah talks smack
You
too.
think that's why
Like
they suppressing? You think that's why they suppressing Raven Johnson?
that's what some people believe that they put her on the team to
yeah,
not
because they just
embarrass her
they just didn't want her to
because they
go
don't
against.
play her.
Hey,
But
can
guess
I ask
what?
Lisa a personal question?
But they can't draft Hannah Hidalgo.
Right.
Go ahead,
The
Hot Track.
league.
Hold on. Hot Tracks want to ask Lisa a question. Go ahead, Hot Track.
Can I ask Lisa a personal question? Are you like fully? Are you interracial? Like, are you mixed? I'm just trying to like figure out like what's because I feel like you got skin in the game. Like you ride real hard
Right?
for So
Cause she
I'm
white.
so I was just trying to see curious because again like people take up for their people. So like you going real hard. I just wanted to know, are you interracial or do you have like an interracial spouse that maybe
My family is mixed.
You gotta speak up. We can't hear you. You gotta speak
Okay,
up,
the
baby girl.
combination of Indian, like East Indian.
you know what I'm asking you. Is there white folks in your family?
My great
Well,
grandmother,
they don't have to be because in
Portuguese.
certain parts of India, colonialism has taught them to be very color conscious,
No,
and
we have
like a
She's
lot
not
of
in
places
India
where
though. She's in Trinidad. She
yeah,
Trini.
they got
Yep,
a lot of
She
yeah,
Indian.
but
Trini.
So I
Trini
don't even know why
Trini
she mentioned Indian. You Trini. He
no,
want to
because
find out, are you white? Do you got part white? That's what he trying to
no the
find out.
Brooklyn. There's a lot of
My great
Indians
grandmother was
that
Portuguese.
migrated to Trinidad, like people from India.
No, I understand that, but I know what Hot Tracks is asking.
No, I'm not white.
He not trying to get into the genealogy. That's not what he
I'm just
asking.
trying
He
to.
want to
I'm
know,
just
do she
trying
got a
to.
she
white
said she not
husband,
white.
right?
She
Or
said
do
she
she
not
got a
white.
Okay.
white parent? That's what he trying to know. Do you got
Well,
a
hot
white
tracks,
husband? Are you,
hot.
I'm
is
just
your boy,
trying to see if she
hold on.
like
Is your boy,
Archie
because
Free or something.
he still asks the question, is your spouse white? Your boyfriend?
No.
No? Okay.
No,
So
I
Hot
wasn't asking
tracks.
for.
why you go
Remember,
so
there are a lot
hard
of
for
cold
Caitlyn,
black
man?
dudes on the internet that love this YT girl. Now, yes, most of them do have YT women locked somewhere up in the closet, but some of them don't have any women, and they're just like the nerdy type, but they still cap for this woman. But I will say, and I've said this before in the air, most of the black CC people that we see, they do it for money. They don't do it because they really like her. That's why the only thing they discuss is CC, right? Like
Okay.
most of these Angel Reese sites, they discuss the WNBA in general, right? They'll have days where they discuss, the teams or the playoffs or this, or they'll talk about different things, Marina Mabry, but the Caitlin Clark sites, it's just all Caitlin Clark all the time because they get paid to talk about Caitlin Clark.
Right.
Matter of fact, had said they offered him money to big up Caitlin Clark and to badmouth Angel Reese. He said he was offered money to do that, which is consistent with what I know on how this stuff on how this stuff works. So presumably, most of these guys, they're either being paid directly in the social media marketplace, or some of them, I think, also affiliated with PR companies. They just pretend to be presenters. I'm not going to say who, but some of them, I think they do that as well. And then, yeah, you do have some who just try to work the algorithm. Yeah, so you have those three: ones who try to work the algorithm, ones who are paid for what they talk about, and some who work directly from PR firms. But the overwhelming majority of those CC sites, they are not doing it because of basketball. They're doing it to get paid or to push an agenda.
Or because she white.
Yeah, like, and because think about all the black guys, right? John the Liquidator, Keep the Vision, and all Venom, and all these guys. They're all clowns. Like none of those guys could come on this show and have a discussion. Like Lisa, respectfully, would give a better argument than any of those guys, because we've all ran into these people in one way or the other. And when you ask them questions like, well, describe her game to me, they can't.
Yeah.
They don't even know where she played in high school. Not that you have to know.
Hold that thought right there. Don't forget your point, MSL.
Sure.
You make it such a good point, because I don't know if any of y'all seen my very last video I made. So when y'all get a chance after y'all leave this live, make sure y'all go watch, because basically what MSL talking about, that's what my last video is about. When I say an Angel fan's perspective versus a Caitlin's fan perspective. As soon as you turn the video on, you're gonna hear the lady say, "This is a Caitlyn supporter." You're gonna hear her say, "I don't watch the WNBA," but these people who don't watch the WNBA got the biggest opinions on the WNBA, and they skew. They put their wrong narrative out there, and the people who are easily swayed, like Caitlin Clark fans, don't even realize and know that these people don't even watch. They just believe in the hype, and then they start repeating the same bullshit. And then when people like us come on, they be like, "Oh, you guys is hating because we saying something different," when we the ones actually telling you the truth. All these Caitlin Clark sites, and I'm talking not even just online, I'm talking about big media sites, they don't watch the WNBA.
Correct.
They just promoting the Caitlin Clark because of what MSL was saying to make money. Get to finish your thought. But I just made a video. My last video is basically breaking that. Well, not breaking it down, but you can hear it because I copied the lady video and I posted in my video, so you can hear her saying, "I don't even watch the WNBA." Not only do she not watch the WNBA, she thought Sandy Brondello was a ref.
Yeah.
Well, that's why. Well, that's why I know the Clark phenomenon is not real, because from my experience working in corporate America, in marketing and in sales and in being in entrepreneurship and in franchise businesses. Early in my career, I was also a sports agent and worked with the NCAA and also with the NBA recruiting players. So, once you've been around all this stuff for a while and you know how to see it and you know how to read it, it just jumps at you. It just jumps at you right away. So for me, it's like something's not right, because to me, right, like let's take the All-Star vote, right? Angel has just 5 million people in Instagram alone or whatever it is, right? And we know they're active, right? Because she can just go on Instagram Live and sell out stuff on Amazon and stuff like that, when they do those sort of things, right? Or what she's doing with Reebok now and so forth. So how is it that Aaliyah Boston, right, and she has a show, right, with Post Moves, right, with Candace Parker. That show has about 37,000 subscribers, and on a good day they may get 30,000 views, but generally they get between like 5 and 15,000, and this is during the season. Angel has a show, right, and that show's on the off season, and that show has 167,000 subscribers, and her worst show will get 35,000 views. Her best shows will get between 1 and 300,000 views, and some have 500K and up to 1 million. So riddle me this, Batwoman, Batman. So how is it they're on the same platform, and presumably Indiana fans watch Post Moves with Aaliyah Boston and Candace Parker? But now when we have a vote, they claim that Aaliyah Boston was the leading vote getter for post players, right? And Angel was somewhere like 6 or 7, even though they're on a similar or same platform. And Angel is crushing, wiping the floor with Aaliyah Boss, just wiping the floor with her. And let's not even get into the social media. So what the league has done, they've taken stuff that marketing people and social media people can just look at and say, nah, there's something wrong with that, or PR people, and they make it seem normal. Because generally speaking, people like Jessica Shepard, Natasha Howard, Aaliyah Boston, they don't have the reach that someone like Angel does. So what they'll do is the Clarkies will come and make fun and go, oh, that's because they do this for her, they do that for her, but they don't watch her play basketball. They don't watch her play. No, I would argue that, as Brooklyn just said, a much higher percentage of Angel Reese fans actually watch her play. Because like I said, anytime we get in a discussion with these people in comment sections or whatever we do, they don't seem to know much about Caitlin Clark. They don't seem to know much about her game. They don't seem to know much about her history.
I mean, respectfully, and I ain't trying to call nobody out, but we kind of just seen that when you was asking Lisa about Caitlin, she ain't know that much. So that's kind of to your point. You kind of right.
Yeah, I mean, and Big Dog, and we asked Big Dog this question, and Big Dog said about 2. He either said 2 out of 48 or 2 out of 100. But whether it's 2 out of 48 or 2 out of 100, it's not much. And he said, and he is a Caitlin Clark fan, by the way, but he said there's a much, much higher percentage of Angel Reese fans that actually he can have a good basketball discussion. And he said very, very, very few of Caitlin Clark fans that he can have a basketball discussion. So what we're essentially doing, y'all, is we're arguing with idiots, bots, and paid presenters and AI people.
Yo, hold your thought real quick, MSL, because I gotta address this. Is my brother Wody. You letting me see people that I respect let me down when they do this, because I got some respect for you, Wody. So you telling me that the media platforms that talk about Reese all day and they want to put her down and lie to the people and then put this propaganda in the media about Caitlin Clark? That's not right. I just put on my show. I think in the same video, if I didn't clip it out, in the same video I'm talking about, they talking about how Angel Reese gets a special whistle. So they apparently not watching, because Angel Reese don't get no whistles.
Well, that goes back. They're not watching.
And they talking about Caitlin need all these whistles. So it's cool when they talk about it, but when we talk about it, it's crazy. What side you on? Because you're supposed to be skin folk. So let me know if you ain't, you know what I mean?
No, Wody, no, I can tell you about Wody.
You supposed to be kinfolk, bro. Let me know if you ain't skin folk, Wody.
No, he's not. He's not. And I'm not saying that because I want to. I'm saying
and I don't say that because I treat you differently, Wody. So you in my channel now. I heard other people. You in my channel, Wody. What we talking about, Wody? I know what side you on. I know you were more of a CC fan, but you ain't white.
But Brooklyn, you bring up a good point. The problem that I guess everyone on this panel is, how can we have a discussion about something when we can't even agree on the parameters, right? Because it's kind of like the officiating, right? Like, you don't really want to bring up the officiating because it's the easiest thing to dismiss, right? You can go, oh, that's a loser's lament to bring up the officiating. However, if you actually watch the games or show the video, right? And I know you've shown video on your channel, Brooklyn. If you was to watch all 25 games that Angel played in, and then you would have watched the 24 or whatever it is, 20-something games that Clark played in, there's no one that can sit and watch those games and say that Angel has a special whistle. That's just straight up cap. I know nobody on this panel believes that. That's just straight up cap, because even in her last game, she got slugged, she got knocked down, she got dragged down, and she's sitting on the floor waiting for a call, and she's not getting a call, right? And she touches you. Like, we've seen situations where she went up and took a shot, someone stuck their chin under her elbow, and they reversed the call and say that was an offensive foul, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that goes back to the discussion, Brooklyn. Well, this is why when I first came on these channels and I first started talking, I had to piece everything together like a trail, because if you don't, then the first thing they'll say is, oh, you're just making that up, da 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 da. So like when someone like Ryan Clark says what he says, that just adds to it, because basically what we're saying is, based off of everything we know, I would not be surprised if the rest were cheating, because Nancy R. Moore of USA Today, she wrote an article, and Carrie Champion and some people had followed up on this, and they said that insiders kind of let them know that, yeah, Caitlin Clark gets preferential officiating. So my question is, if she's getting preferential officiating, then why wouldn't Angel Reese get worse officiating? Or I can't think of a fancy word right now, or let's just say deficient officiating. Because if they can give Clark preferential officiating, then can't they give Angel Reese bad officiating? And if you watch these games, she doesn't have a special whistle. She's not protected, not at all. If she was protected, Sandy wouldn't have sent Isabella on her, right, to suplex her on the ground like that, right?
But
if she was
reverse
protected,
psychiatry,
But
man.
But that's
right?
hold on. That's a great
Sure.
point you bring up. And if that's the case, then that means they don't respect us, because we keep saying it, and we saying it because they try to tell us it's a lie. But Angel Reese said herself, "Hey, I helped the game too. I'm the reason why the game is growing too, and I'm living proof to say she right, because I ain't come here because I seen CC. I came here because I saw Angel." Right, I'm here because I saw Angel, and I know there's a lot of other people who saw Angel play, right? Saw Angel win the game, or even before that game, saw Angel in that season, right? And say, you know what? I want to pay attention to women's basketball. That was due to Angel. So if you saying that you give Caitlin preferential a whistle, and you'll give Angel a bad whistle, to your point, that means you don't even respect the eyes that Angel brought to the game.
Nope,
And if you don't
not at all.
respect us, then why the fuck we watching? Why the fuck we helping your product? Because you just putting the middle finger to our face, basically. Y'all like, oh, all of Caitlin Clark racist fans, yeah, y'all come in. We want y'all business. But everybody that Angel brought in, we don't give a fuck about y'all. Almost like tonight. If you look at this game as an Angel Reese fan, I wasn't satisfied. You know what I mean? I didn't want to see. I wanted to see some form of semblance of some type of basketball, just ball movement. I didn't want to see a real game, but I wanted to see some ball movement where you could see Asia get off a little bit, you could see Angel get off, you could see everybody get off in their own respective ways, because basketball is more than just shooting a 3-point shot. I don't mind seeing people shoot threes, but if that's all I'm gonna see up and down the court, I would have never fell in love with the game. I fell in love with the game as a baby. 5-6 years old, I fell in love with the game watching Jordan play, but I would have never fell in love with the game if it was just run, shoot a three, run back, shoot a three, run back, shoot it. I would have never fell in love with that. I'd have been like, yo, this game is trash. I'm good. What other game can I watch? But I fell in love with the game of basketball. In a game of basketball, you have many different things that make it exciting. You have crossovers, right? You have fancy layups. You have all types of things, fancy passes. You have all types of things to make the game of basketball entertaining. And what I saw today was a disgrace to basketball.
It was a disgrace, but unfortunately, Brooklyn.
And let me land my plane when I say that. Hold on, let me just land my plane when I say this, so everybody could be clear on what I'm saying. I would have loved to see a little bit of my listen. It ain't all about Angel Reese with me. I know I say that all year about Atlanta, so it ain't all about Angel Reese in the All-Star game. With that said, I would have still loved to see my favorite player do something. Right, whether it be a crossover, whether it be a layup, whether it be a fan, even though she did get the pass off, no, right. But what I'm saying, it wasn't enough for me. I ain't get it enough. But like when I did get it, I appreciated it. But I ain't get it
down
enough
after the first quarter, right?
And I'm gonna land my plane with that.
They shut her down because, and I asked you guys this question. I think it happened not when Asia blocked her shot, but I guess it happened after. But when she tripped, did she trip on the block shot by Asia down low, or did she trip running up the court?
She tripped when she got so Asia blocked the shot by mistake. So when she was running down court, her and Asia was hugging. And when they hugged, I guess they was hugging and running at the same time. She tripped over Asia's shoe.
Oh, right.
And Asia picked her up.
And I think but then she played for a while after that, right? She didn't look hurt, right?
No,
she didn't look hurt to me. No.
Okay, well, for whatever
reason, me, if I'm Angel, I don't want to play in this game because it's pointless. They running up and down shooting threes. What's the point? Let me sit on the bench and rest. Like it don't make sense to play in a game like this.
Well, I think once she fell, somebody probably realized, oh my God, we gotta pull her out the game just because of the scare that they have, because they have a game on Wednesday, right? And they play Dallas. That may be important to them, in the standings. So they need her healthy for Wednesday's game. And nobody on this panel, I think, except for you, Brooklyn, cares, whether she scored 4 points or 0 points or whatever points, because you're right, Brooklyn, the game was a farce. If it was a real game, then yeah, I could see wanting her to be in the game, but the game was a farce.
But I'm not just talking about her. Like I said, it ain't all about her. I wanted to see more.
Well, I want to see Ryan get hurt, or at least get hurt.
No. Hold on. Listen to my point. I wanted to see more basketball being played. Of course, I didn't want to see a real game.
For too much, brother.
No, I'm not. I know I'm not, because I've seen it before. Maybe I'm asking for too much for people who's used to this All-Star game. I'm not used to this. And I tell everybody, if you want to see a real All-Star game, go sit down when you got a chance with some popcorn and watch a 2001 All-Star game, and then you're gonna feel you're gonna really feel cheated. Like, damn, like this what they giving me when they could be doing this.
Better All-Star games, I'll give you that.
Brooklyn, they don't even have to go that far. Just go to 2024.
Yeah, 2024. Look at 2024 in the WNBA.
Yeah.
So I feel like this. They just got a pay raise. They should have put out a better product.
It was awful. I agree with Brooklyn. It was awful.
They got a 500% increase on their salary. There's no reason they didn't give the customers a show today. Like, they probably didn't have to play, a whole game hard, but I mean, I think it should have been effort. It shouldn't have been no easy layups to the basket, at least.
Yeah, like I said, if you older, you seen some good All-Star games before. So it's like when you see, and I understand that's the era we in both games, in the men's game and the women's game. The All-Star game is trash. And it's like the only thing that's gonna fix it. I heard Kelsey Plum today say something about, oh, let's put some money on it. Money don't make them play better. What's gonna make them play better? Somebody, you need a player, and I'm only saying this because I gotta think who would be the player like this in the WNBA. I guess it'd be somebody like Courtney Williams or somebody like that, but she's not doing it. But you need a player like Giannis or somebody who's like, nah, I'm coming out here, I'm going hard. I don't care what like what Wnba did. Even though last year All-Star game for the WNBA still wasn't the greatest, I like Wemby's energy of, I'm trying to compete, I'm trying to come out here, I'm trying to win this. And you need players like that for them to say, I bet I don't want to get embarrassed, I don't want to get beat because this person is coming at me. You're gonna need that, and until you get that, you're gonna get some bullshit on both sides. And nobody's gonna play because you need somebody to be elite. Again, those games I'm telling y'all about in 2001, I think it was one in 2007. It was a few of them in them 2000s in the men's side. If you go watch those games, players came out to win them, and they came out to fight, and they came out to play, and it was an enjoyable experience to watch. When you see players come out talking about they gonna mail it in and they just getting out the way and they just trying to run the score up, that's a boring ass game. Don't nobody want to see that. Y'all got to come out ready to compete.
Yeah, they should at least agree amongst each other or make it an expectation for at least the second half of the game to be competitive.
Yeah, because a lot of times at these All-Star games, they start off like a recreation club, but by the fourth quarter, the teams are playing hard, and usually the team that's losing by 10 or 20 usually makes up the lead, and then it's like a dogfight to the end. But that didn't happen here. Like, I knew the game was bad, Jonathan, when Coop's team, they would drive to the basket, nobody's around them, and they would actually throw the ball out for a three-pointer. And I'm saying, in what game in the world you're standing in front of the basket and you don't take the basket and you're throwing it out for a three-point shot? And they were missing the three-point shots. That's what made it so crazy. It's not like they were hitting them. They were missing them. So usually in a game, if you're missing shots, the coach would say, go to the hole. So they would go to the hole. So to me, that was a carnival. That wasn't a real game. And I agree with you, Brooklyn, but it just sucked.
Yo, like I said, I'm going to say this one more time. I'm going to land my plane. If you want to see what an All-Star game supposed to look like, go watch that 2001 All-Star game where AI was an MVP. Go watch that 2001 All-Star game, and that's is gonna make you say, "Damn, I've been being cheated." If this what it could look like, I've been being cheated. Or to Mo 3-point that 2004, because that was kind of like the same type of game. That
Oh, I said
2024.
yeah.
Yeah, I know what you said. That 2024 WNBA All-Star game. That was another one. Go watch that. Those two games I implore you to watch. WNBA 2024 or NBA 2001 All-Star game.
Now, as far as the question of how does this change or how does this improve, the women should have made that a bone of contention in the CBA, because in 2024, right, when the media kept saying, oh, they're jealous, they're this, what they were really saying was the players knew what the league was doing. Because remember, Cheryl Reeves talked about this during that first preseason game, right? CC's preseason game was televised, and the one that they were playing against the Sky was not. And Cheryl Reeves said, I never saw a league that only promoted one player. Like, Cheryl Reeves said that. And then she said, and we have a player, talking about Angel, that a lot of people wanted to see. Why isn't this game televised? That's what Cheryl Reeves said in 2024 when they played the Sky in the preseason game. And that's the famous game where somebody took a cell phone and televised it from their cell phone, and it got 500,000 views. And the thing is, it's not like the league said we're going to change
Love Sports.
Sorry, what happened?
That was
Quita. Yeah.
Oh, that was Quita that did that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, so, but to Brooklyn's point, that didn't make the league go, oh my God, a lot of people want to see her. A lot of people want to see her. Their goal is to not promote Angel, is to not make her an equal, is to, and this is my opinion, what I'm about to say. If anything, and this is where the disconnect comes in, right? We all see what's going on with this Barbie thing, right? But the league wants us to believe that nobody is interested in seeing, or at least the Clarkies want us to believe that no one's interested in seeing Angel. She's not a draw on TV. She's not a draw in the arena, right? But all these people, including Clark, that don't have the following outside of basketball are more popular, like Aaliyah Boston, Jessica Shepard, Natasha Howard, or even Caitlyn himself. It makes no sense. None. No sense, because presumably all these people can vote. And we all know about the FIBA thing, right? Sometimes there's cracks in the armor, like Ryan Clark, right? That was a crack in the armor. So you remember in FIBA, right? Where they had the vote, 4 million for Angel, 2 million for Paige, 1 million for Clark. And y'all remember what happened? They shut down the website. They shut down the vote. They shut down the page. You couldn't even go. They never mentioned the page anymore. They changed the criteria, and they never referenced the old vote that they had. That was a fan vote, period. So people forget stuff like that easily, but we don't, because that was a crack in the armor to let us know that, one, if they had a free vote, Angel would smoke that girl and Paige would smoke that girl, because if you go back, right, Paige was the most popular college basketball athlete her freshman and sophomore year. Then it became Angel the junior year, and then it became Angel the senior year, going in the fall. But then by the spring, it was Clark, because LSU got knocked out, and then you got that ginormous media thing that started with Clark. So someone like Lisa on the phone, she probably got attracted to Clark, just like how we said, because she heard all this saturation coverage. She's the greatest. She's the this. It's the logo 3. And now she's watching it. She says she gets frustrated.
But
you're frustrated because
hold on. Everybody, welcome my brother Bodie Mack to the panel.
I hear this. I gotta hear this.
Because they sold.
Hold on. You got something, Bodie, with you?
I'm patiently waiting. I'm just patiently waiting.
All right, cool. Go ahead, MSL be going. I ain't mad at me cooking, but he don't pass the mic.
No, I'll stop. No, I can stop. It's cool.
Now you good. I ain't mad at you because you cooking. I'm just saying, like he said, he gonna wait. He gonna be waiting.
No, I'm not gonna be happy. But And it's funny because every time you stop, I was like, "What did I say? What did I say?" But and then it comes back a few seconds later.
But
What was the last thing I said?
one thing I've noticed though, MSL, if you need help, the chat be listening. So all you got to do is say ask the chat, and they'll tell you where you left off at.
Okay.
Yeah,
And you
the
know who's
chat be
really good
listening.
at that? T. Carmella.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They'll tell you, oh, you was right here, so you
T.
just ask the
Carmella said
chat.
it wasn't Quita, by the way.
It wasn't. I
I
seen
Said
thought
it
that
was
I thought
video.
it
two
was
unknown
too.
women.
I thought it
That
was because I
Kathy
see the video I seen. It was her. She was at the
could have
game.
been.
It was at the game and she used her cell phone. So
I
But
thought
did
it
y'all
was too,
notice
but we
people
something
could be
funny
wrong.
people
about
was
the voting?
Tika
people
Miller
was
be on
tripping.
point, so
Now I
Yeah,
know
even
T.
two
Carmella's
people.
smart, so I don't know, but
Did you notice something funny about the voting for the All Star? You notice how when the initial results came out for like the first week they showed, and then like where everybody was, and Caitlyn was like low in the rate,
yeah,
and you notice how everybody from the Fever just jumped all the way up to the top in
yeah,
like
just
1 week.
But
just
before
like how in today's game, though she had one of the lowest cheers when she
prior
was announced. She had
prior to
one of the
that
lowest cheers, and they think we don't see that.
prior to that happening, everybody was it was a media onslaught of why they were trying to say it's bots. Why is Caitlyn so low? They were saying, oh,
Yeah, I
she's
know. Her website said it, and then next day, the same night, it was shut down.
yeah.
So that means they were working together. Because just because the social media site says it's bots, which is ironic, right? Because we've all heard Stephanie White and Clark say when they're asked, the very few times they're asked, why are your fans so racist? Or and they go, oh, it's bots. Like I've heard Stephanie White say bots. I've heard Clark say bots. So the question I always ask is, especially if Miss Alberta is still on the panel, why is it no one in the media follows up and say, you just said it was bots. Who's paying for this? Because someone is paying for those bots. It's not like some idiot in his basement, trying to make chemistry formulas. It's someone's paying for that. Whether it's Outkick, whether it's Barstool, whether it's Nike, whether it's the WNBA, I don't know.
Yo, hold on. Remember your thought. Don't forget your thought this time, MSL. Yo, Logic, you are welcome to come challenge what anybody is saying, bro. This if you feel like somebody making up information, come challenge it. Like, like
I
I
welcome
hate
that
when
stuff.
people exactly. I hate when people sit there and they get mad because they hear some truth or they hear something. You know what I mean? Like, come chat and then these same people you ask them to come chat and they don't have no opinion. They don't have no or they don't know nothing. They just don't want to hear it. So I will drop the link. I just dropped the link. If you have an issue with something somebody's saying, come to the panel, Brody. It's a safe. It's a safe space.
Oh yeah, because you're not trying to argue with people.
Did y'all notice some end of the game when they was giving out
Yo,
the
hold on. Somebody
MVP
got to mute up because I can't hear you, Mo3. Somebody got something going on in the background. Go ahead, Mo3.
at the end of the All-Star game when they was giving Jacqueline Jones the MVP, right? They gave her an MVP. Why the heck did they call CC up afterwards? She was even shocked. She's like, me? Like what? Like why? And they said, oh, the reason was, oh, she made 5 threes. I'm like,
That's
5
crazy. I had
threes.
stopped watching
So
by that time, so I didn't even know
I'm
that
like,
happened. But that's crazy.
yeah, they called her, and then when CC was looking at her, then they called Malanga too. But I could see why they want to talk to Malanga
Because
she
she had to
dunked. It was
dunk.
like,
Yeah,
yeah, she had to dunk.
dumb.
But what did CC
Dumb.
do? CC didn't do nothing. Maybe we did the same thing that CC did, but just a little bit better. She
I heard
Not
CC had
quite.
5
Not
turnovers.
quite. Not quite, brother. Not quite, brother.
But they lost.
What you
Not
mean
quite.
not? What you mean not quite?
Mabry
Maybe had more
shot much
points
better than
and shot
CC.
a worse percentage. Maybe
No,
maybe
Mabry
had
shot
more
better
points and shot a worse
percentage. What are you
percentage.
talking about?
Mabry had a much
She,
better
she
shooting
yeah, she
percentage.
was 5 for
She was
14.
like 8
Clark
for
was 5 for
13 or something.
15, and Clark had 5 turnovers.
Let me pull that up again.
Go pull that up. Mabry
You
shot
know
much.
how they gotta do? They gotta be all inclusive when Clark
Clark
lose.
shot 6 for 17. I don't have to look it up. She shot 6 for 17, and
Yeah,
she was 5 for 15 from 3.
and maybe it was 9 for 20 from the
Yeah,
field and 5 for 14 from the 3.
Look, man,
And that's exactly what I was talking about in reference to that. Shoot, 9 for 20. Well, Clark was what, 6 for
But
17 or
that's
something
much
like
better
that.
than 6 for 17.
Look, man.
No, 6 for
And she
10,
was
9
9 for
for 20
19, not
is
9 for
worse than
20.
6 for 17. 9 for 20 is worse than 6 for 17.
Oh God.
Well,
am I right
now
or
you
wrong?
don't know math.
That's three more. That's 3 more shots. That's 3 more shots she took, and she's 9 for 20.
Yeah, but 9 for 20 mean you was almost 50%, Brody.
Exactly.
She would have made one more shot. She would have been 50%.
6 for 17 means that you shot about 37, 38%.
Somebody could look at. Oh, do they still have the stats for the All-Star game? Or somebody could look at it and tell us the percentage.
They still got it up right now.
What's 6 for 17? What's the percentage on that?
That's like 38%. I could look it up for you, but that's like 38%. Hold on, my calculator just
But
came
see, that goes to my point. And again, I got a lot of respect for Wody, so he be letting me down when he doing stuff like this.
35%.
That goes back to my point that a CC fan would tell you lying and then be wrong.
It's 35,
or don't even have an explanation for what they saying. Like,
I don't know.
Yo, why y'all lying on her? We not. Look, the numbers right. Yeah,
okay, it's the difference between 35%. 6 for 17 is 35%. 9 for 20 is 45%.
Yeah, I don't know what school he went to.
So she shot a little bit above her average. She shot 2 points above her average because she usually shoot at like 33%. So she shot at 35% with no defense on her. So that's
Yeah, that's about right. What she do, right?
And for her 3-pointers, she shot 33%. Clark, she was 5 for 15. She shot 30, but her overall was 6 for 17. So Clark shot 33. Clark shot 32.5, 33 from 3, and she shot 35.2 overall, whereas Mabry shot 45% overall. I don't know the breakdown on her 3-point shots.
So basically, Clark kept up her average. She averages the 5 turnovers a game, and she averages 33% from the 3.
Yeah, and Mabry was the better shooter during the game.
But look, to Hot Track's
Mabry
point,
did the same thing she did, but a little bit better. But yet still, they talked to Clark about making them 5 threes. Oh, you made 5
No,
threes.
they always looking for an excuse to talk to Clark.
I'm like, why is she up in there? You talking about 5 threes?
But
when Mabry did,
but
you know
Mo,
what I'm saying?
But Mo, what you're saying is kind of like Brooklyn's question, and that's where the disconnect comes in. Because I think a lot of Clarkies don't understand that she shoved down our throat. Because if they were actually fans of basketball or appreciated basketball, it would be easy to see, right? It would be very easy to see.
Look, man,
but
the fix been in ever since she was invited to the White House, dog.
That's a fact.
That's the fix been in all the way back then.
Go to the White House. Never.
Nah, I made a comment in the chat. Though. It was I don't recall if it was somebody saying it here on the panel, somebody saying it in the chat. But again, since Memensel did say being shoved down your throat, so to speak, Clark, right? The best way that this 15% of us here in this America, this United States, is either get behind your fave, buy their merch, and show up in droves, right? To show that here there is
the WNBA is corrupt. The WNBA is corrupt. That's not going to work. The WNBA is corrupt. Just like the NBA has been corrupt over the years. It's not gonna happen. We've already the league, the WNBA is corrupt, right? How do we know the WNBA is corrupt? Like I said earlier, you probably weren't there for this portion. Go back to 2020 to 2024 when those 3 players were in college: Paige Beckers, Angel Reese, and Caitlin Clark. Paige and Angel dominated Clark in college as far as fan interest, as far as money, as far as revenue, as far as NIL when it came out. That's not even up for question. That's why Holly Rowe mentioned it on ESPN. Now, where Clark started to separate, if you want to use that word, was when she made it to the finals in 2024. And even though she didn't win anything, nothing changed. She got the money from the league under the guise of NIL.
Wody,
you were saying something, Brooklyn?
Yeah. Wody, when MSL was talking, just mute, and then when you want to respond to him, unmute because we can hear your background. So, Gary, I don't. You know, you could talk when you're ready to talk, but just mute up when you're not talking.
Yeah, I accidentally dropped out while he was
Yeah, I brought you back. I brought you back.
rebutting what I said, because I remember as I was saying what I was saying, he rebutted with, yeah, the
No, I
WNBA
was
is
just
corrupt.
saying
But then
it's
I
not. I
dropped
was just
out.
saying it's
I
not
didn't even hear
fair.
what he
Because
was saying, unfortunately.
if it was fair, we
That's
wouldn't
all
be
right.
having this
Repeat
discussion
it.
right now.
Hold on, he didn't hear you. So repeat whatever you was trying to give him to hear MSL, and to hear respond to you. I'm just saying when you're not talking, no Wody, just mute up because we can hear your
Okay.
background.
No, what I was saying was, if it was fair, right? I said go back to 2020 to 2024, right? Paige Beckers and Angel Reese, the consensus number one, two high school players in the country, came. Paige was on a very good team, and they were making moves, and she was an All-American, right? I think in her freshman year and in her second year, and you can argue that she was the most famous out of the two at the time. Angel transferred and left Maryland, came to LSU. She won a title, became a part of Americana, the culture, whatever you want to call it, all types of stuff. And you know, it's funny because that's one of the things they memory hold, Brooklyn, the cultural phenomenon that Angel Reese was. And I think a lot of these Clarkie fans, they don't understand it, they don't know it. So, and obviously some of them just don't care whether they knew it or not, but they don't understand the cultural phenomenon that LSU team was and Angel Reese was. Just like when they tell us, oh, she was a bit player on that team. And then when you say to them, okay, so sometimes I like to just mess with them. So I say, okay, tell me why. And they never respond. Like they'll go, so this is one of the reasons why I think they're bots. Because you're telling me she was a bit player on the team, and then when I say, okay, tell me why. Who was better than her on the team? And they never respond. Right. So that team became a cultural phenomenon. They won. We all talked about the NIL, the money, the this. Paige was hurt at the time. Angel Reese was all over the place. She's on Sports Illustrated. She's an ESPY award. She's posing with Livy Dunn. She's at the Met Gala. She's on the cover of Vogue. Clark wasn't doing any of that stuff. Clark wasn't doing any of that stuff. Nothing.
I do have to rebut here, though, brother, because as you go on and you get into the points that you want to make, though, you do detract from the main point that was being stated.
Which was
I wanted to highlight. I said the best way for people to show what they want or what they want to see.
But I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. What I'm essentially saying is, you see, I just don't like to say stuff. I can back it up. Like I can systematically back it up because I don't want anyone to say he just said it without his evidence or without his proof. But if you just want me to summarize it.
But again, though, that all the points that you're making is not you turning on your TV and watching the game. I need you right now to go watch a soccer match. A Nigeria versus Morocco soccer match. I still think you're missing my point. Before you be too quick to respond.
Wody, can I just say something? Wody, can I say something? This goes back to the Ryan Clark ESPN conversation, if you're familiar.
Yo, hold on. Again, I'm gonna let y'all talk. I don't need y'all to talk over each other. I got one rule. I got simple rules. I got simple rules. The audio have to be clear, and it got to be one mic because it's a show. Y'all not in your living room. It's a show. People are watching this. People are gonna watch us on the playback. We want to make sure that they enjoying what they listening to. So I don't mind if y'all going back and forth. I don't even mind if y'all like chime in to each other as long as it's respectful. But please do not talk over each other. That's the only thing I ask. Get it, MSL.
I would like to point out though that the point started with me.
Hold on. I don't know. You're muted. Huh? Hold on. I just want to let because I muted both of y'all. Maybe MSL don't know he's muted.
Yeah,
I know
I was. I thought I was asking a question.
I don't mind y'all both going back and forth. I just don't want y'all over talking each other. Have that respect for each other in y'all disagreement and y'all conversation.
Wody is trying to make the argument that we don't support these players. And I'm trying to illustrate to him that not only can we not trust the WNBA, but if you want to go by that logic, and I don't know if Ms. Alberta is still on the panel, but guess what? Indiana is not being supported. So if you want to go by that logic, they only have 2 sellouts this year. They had 8 last year. They had 20 her first season. They only have 2 so far. So Indiana's not being supported. When Clark goes on the road, she's lustfully booed. So the point I'm trying to make is the numbers don't mean anything because they're going to lie to us. They're going to lie to us anyway. It sounds like a cliche, but the reason why I brought up what I brought up, because Clark came into the league and they told us she was a superstar and all this other stuff. But my question is, she was not when she was in college. She was not. She got good ratings her last few games when they were in the finals, built off of what had taken up the previous year. But what I'm saying is, Wody, when both players were in the finals in 2023, America got to see both players. Clark even became an alleged victim with that John Cena UCB, even though she did it to HVL and she had disrespected Raven, right? America got to see both players. And America chose Angel Reese, not Clark. Not Clark. And the reason why we know this is that LSU team became the most popular team, and Angel crushed Clark in NIL and opportunities and so forth like that. That's when Angel got her sneaker deal. Clark did not get her sneaker deal until the following year when she signed with all WNBA sponsors under the guise of NIL. So my question to you, Wody, is if Angel Reese was killing Clark in marketability when they faced each other in 2023 and that following year, then why is it that the WNBA did not choose to promote both players and market both players? Because if you only talk about one player, you're going to attract fans to that one player. But when it was a free system, when people got to see who they wanted, America chose Angel Reese, not Clark. So if the WNBA would have just let it happen naturally or promoted both players, it would have been fair. It would have been fun to see who America would have chose. Because guess what? You really think that Angel Reese is making $10, $20 million a year, whatever it is, off the court, but Aaliyah Boston is going to outvote her in an all-star game? Do you really believe that, Wody? Do you really believe? Because as Brooklyn said, Angel Reese fans are way more engaged in the WNBA than the average Clark fan. So we're thinking that this woman could just go on Instagram and sell stuff out of Amazon, but they're not going to buy League Pass and watch her games and go to the games. Come on, Wody. There's a ginormous disconnect there.
No, not at all. No.
Bruh,
There's a ginormous disconnect there.
Mo three.
What?
How long have you had League Pass?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't have League Pass.
Brooklyn, how long have you had League Pass?
2024.
All right, cool. Is anybody else on the panel?
There's a bunch of people on the panel. It's like 7 people up there.
Yeah, I don't know. Because we don't.
I had
Like,
League Pass for like 4 years.
You've had League Pass for 4 years. Okay.
Yeah.
No, don't have to ask him himself because I'm sure he has it. All right, and then we can ask other people in the chat. But again, everybody that is a casual fan is not an avid basketball fan, so therefore you're not capitalizing off of their dollars. You might be getting their attention and their eyeballs, and attention currency is almost as valuable as your purchasing power because they can sell your attention to the advertisers. And one of the games, again, talking about the best way everybody can show what they want to see on TV is what they tap into. Some of
Really
these primetime games do not involve.
Really quick, I did the camera thing so you can see who on the panel.
Yeah, Hot Tracks, Mo. Lisa, is that Lisa from the Trinity?
Yeah, that's Lisa
That's
from
Trinidad. Lisa.
Yeah.
Back. But going this.
Lisa, hold on. Let me say this real quick. Just in case you're talking, Lisa, I have muted you because of the background noise. So if you are talking, you got to unmute to say whatever you got to say, and then mute back up. Because you got a lot of noise in your background. Go ahead, Wody. Now there you go.
So I don't want to have an extended conversation about anybody in particular, but I'll just use this as a point of reference for since that I'm making a point solely to tap in and give your attention to who your fave is. Give that like what you want to like, right? And so your support will be organic. But if you're just supporting about stuff that you don't care about, you'll fall off by midnight. Point being, there was two games. For what I feel like with a lot of New York Liberty fans, it's hometown. We support our team because it's hometown pride. Some people not even really that much of basketball fans. Like a couple of people here while I work, they go to Liberty games because they'll get the tickets. Somebody will give them the tickets and they show up and they show out and it's a party inside the stadium. A lot of them don't even tap in and really be watching the games like that. But they'll go to a game, and if we're on TV something major, they'll watch. Hometown support type thing. You know how that can be, just hometown, but it still shows up in enough droves where it's New York is on TV quite a bit, right? Two of the games that was the most highly viewed games also this season, 3 million views, both on tap. There was two of the New York Liberty games against the Fever. The other one, which was higher rated with just average viewers, was the Aces game. From what we're being told, because again, sometimes, don't believe the numbers. Let's go with that number. Don't believe the numbers. The Aces was the highest in the Fever. Then the Liberty was the highest peak with 3 million, both of their games. And then the Dream. Then the Dream came in at like 1 million. So again,
a million or 1.4 or 1.45 million.
Again, I don't know if that was only in reference to CBS. I think it was CBS, or if that was again all games.
But there's also a discrepancy between primetime games and afternoon games because those Indiana games that got those highest ratings were at night. But Wody, I just want to say one thing because I know the panel is very familiar with what I'm about to say.
Hold on, before you say that, because I want to chime in, which I just said about the ratings thing. You also got to realize with the way they promoting Indiana games.
That's what I was going to say.
Hold on. The way they promote Indiana games right now, that's the only game that's on. Whereas a lot of other games that's being broadcasted, it's like 2 or 3 or 4 you got to choose from. So that's gonna also play into the numbers. So let's be clear. It ain't like it's fair. It ain't like everybody getting a fair shake at it. Indiana's on by themselves, and everybody else got to compete for the ratings.
And Brooklyn, if I can say this, the other thing also is take the All-Star game today. The All-Star game was essentially one long ad for Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. They're not doing that for any other team. So the way they promote and market Indiana, they don't do for any other. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you promote and advertise only one team and one player, people will go and watch that one team and one player. What I'm saying to you is when we watch, the point I'm trying to make is the audience didn't just come out of nowhere. The audience came from women's college basketball. So if Angel Reese was a big star in women's college basketball, which we can all argue, because a whole lot of people are watching women's college basketball because they first saw her. Yeah, there were a lot of fans 10, 20 years ago, but there are also a lot of fans that came to say her. So the question is, why isn't the league marketing that player and that team if we know there are fans out there for that player? See, because we can sit here and say Indiana's not selling out its arena. They got two for one sales with a meal for $19.99 and they still can't sell out. But that's not discussed on the media. They don't talk about that on ESPN. You can't say anything negative about the Fever or about Caitlin Clark on TV. You can't. So they're selling narratives. They're not selling facts. So kind of like what Brooklyn said earlier, as long as people believe in narratives, they'll respond to that until you give them the facts. But you're not going to get the facts on network TV. because Indiana is not selling out the arena. They're not. So it's not like, so when they started doing all this congressional stuff and the AT stuff, here's what it did, Rody. It put her back in the news. Every day she's in the news. She's even making the regular news, right? This like the evening news. So what happens? So now when you had that game on TV with you guys, what happens? Now people want to see her because the casuals have now been engaged because they said the best player and the greatest player and the all-time player is being abused and beat up, and so now all of a sudden people want to see her. It's a marketing game. But they don't do this for Angel Reese. They don't do this for Paige Beckers. Even though because she's white, she will get some promotion. And they sure as hell don't do this for Asia Wilson.
The easiest way to engage a casual is some eye popping plays. And when Sabrina Ionesco went up into the 3 point contest against Steph, right? A lot of people's like, yo, who's the white girl? Yo, the white that basketball WNBA chick, right? Some people, because they will show you highlights a lot of times too in those, and they like, to show who you are, right? And all it takes is one crazy play, somebody be like, oh, who she play for? What she do? They
But we
might
saw all that in
tap
college.
in. Organic
Brooklyn,
engagement
can
is
you
always
explain
the
to him what I'm
best.
trying to
Hold
say?
on, hold on. Let me
It's
explain.
always the best. Why? Because those are people that are actually seeking you out. Now, the slots that don't have fever games, I understand people got life they got to get to and things, but there are other primetime games. I would be so hard pressed to get somebody to go find to go watch, and more than likely it won't be on TV, but to go watch a Portland Fire, uh, Toronto Tempo, or a Connecticut
But
Sun against
they sell out their
anybody
attendance better than Indiana does every game.
on TV. That the attendance, the ticket sales benefits the team more so than it benefits the league on whole for the eyeballs, right? What I'm talking about though is when people tapping in and watching them games.
Hold on, Wody. I'm not stopping you. I'm just trying to help my brother out. Let Mo3 chime in next. Cause he hasn't spoken in a while. He's trying to get a word in. So get Wody. Say what you're saying and let Mo3 chime in.
Yeah, big facts. Like the days that Indiana is not on TV and the games that are on prime time, and I use for myself for example. I want to see there's two teams I'm going to tap in and watch, and they can say a third. I want to watch when Seattle playing. Like I got an opportunity to go to the Seattle versus Liberty game on the third. I'm going to the Dream and Liberty game in September. You know what I mean? When that pops up. But again, it's more so to see my Liberty, and I'll get a chance to see Andrew Reese in person. And I do like Brian Howard because I watched the Dream last season because I was interested in him. You know what I'm saying? So for me, when the Liberty is on and when the Fever is on, and I want to watch them, I look ahead in the schedule and I see what they're on. Plus, I pay for Paramount. I pay for Fox One. I pay for a whole bunch. I pay for Hulu Live TV. I pay for about $400 in streaming services. Why? Hey, the shit I want to see, I pay for Apple TV, all that. Only thing I don't pay for is what you call it, WNBA League Pass. But I pay for most of the games I want to see come on one of the apps I pay for. So that's why I don't need League Pass. But otherwise, I look ahead and I see when the Liberty's playing, what time, and I can tap in on my phone, I can tap in on my tablet, or when I'm at work, or go to the game, right? That's active engagement. For me, I'm seeking it out. Now, in the the reason I see use that example for people, other games in prime time, or this, that, and the third, that phase, whatever phase or team they may be, you would think if somebody's interested that much, they would probably be doing something similar to what I'm doing, seeking out when they're on and seeing what way they can watch. But everybody don't do that because again, it may be just casual engagement.
Well, you already know for me personally, when you ask me about, I'm sorry, Mo3, I did tell you to go. You go, ahead.
How do you know that people don't do that? Because what you did was you asked, does anyone have League Pass? You didn't ask, does anyone have Amazon Prime,
Right.
Prime Video, Paramount Plus, cable?
Yeah.
Ask that.
Hey, when he used the example of a league pass, I stuck on to that point when he said the prop. You know what I mean? to think that people are not paying for league pass to watch, because some of those games is straight league pass down. It's not going to prime. You're not watching the Portland Fire versus the Seattle Storm game, living in New York or living in Georgia. Yeah, you league passed up unless you're about to go watch the bootleg stream on YouTube, and they don't get no revenue or no clicks for that. You know what I mean? If you want to show that you was there, that's, you know what I mean? Or if you really want to, because there's two ways too you can handle it. One, you want to tap in. I like watching the Liberty games because I want my numbers to count for games with New York, so they continue being on TV as much as possible. I want to watch, right? New York. You know what I mean? A lot of other people I can miss, and I might watch Seattle. But I like tapping in, whatever it's on, whether it's on Paramount or whatever, so my viewership number count. So when he said league pass, yeah, for certain teams you got to go that route, and that's your one way of showing, okay, who you want to see. It may not necessarily help for the show who's being watched, unless they probably do have the replay numbers and all that, this, that, and the third. But when the team is on prime time, when they're on anything that you can actually go watch, and it's somebody you rock with, tap in.
Well,
That's what
I
I'm
think,
for people in
and
general. Tap in.
I know Mo was going to say something, but you can't tell me. I mean, you may say Clark now because of all the congressional stuff, but before this congressional stuff, right? I would say that Angel Reese is the most recognizable player in the WNBA. Remember, she had 50 million people, whatever it is, 60 million people watch her on that Victoria's Secret thing, right? The fight, I forgot the dude that was fighting, right? That thing, it's like everything she does, like, blows up. But we're supposed to believe that if you promote it
Terrence Crawford.
to her fans, what you said, I'm sorry.
His name is Terrence Crawford, Bud Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, Bud Terrence Crawford, right? Like, all these people want her to promote their stuff, but people are not going to go watch her game. And the other question I would say to you, Wody, and I know we're not having an argument, you're just bringing up some philosophical points. If Clark was so popular and so many people were interested in her, why is it she can't get any promotions outside the WNBA and their official list of sponsors? Like, if she was that popular, she wouldn't need them.
Because she got the personality of a rock.
But why would anybody want to promote someone with the personality of a rock?
She got the personality of a white rock.
It might be a white rock, but that's a safe white rock. Don't take it as me gassing the bitch, but and pardon use the term bitch, but it's just how I talk sometimes.
See, as I've said many times,
gassing it
over here.
Yo, hold on. Disclaimer. The views and opinions of Wody represent the respective, because people be talking about, they be calling her white B. Listen, that might be Wody.
I'm a Caitlin Clark fan that just called the one like what's that boy? Pat, what's that boy from ESPN?
Pat McAfee.
Pat McAfee. I don't think like that. I don't want y'all to put that on a perspective. But y'all be calling Wody did that.
That was me. That was me.
Let's be clear.
I said it as a term of endearment.
But she a white. Never mind. Yeah,
she's probably she don't say nothing that would offend any good corporate sponsor. Maybe that's also part of the play too.
Wody,
she is completely uncontroversial.
How did she get these sponsors that she didn't have any in college? What did she do to get these sponsors? She didn't win a championship. Her looks didn't change. Her personality didn't change. Her game didn't change. So how did she go from $500,000 in NIL to $6, $7, $8, $9 million by the time she entered the WNBA? And this all happened from in 2024, between the NCAA tournament and her going into the WNBA. You see, nobody ever wants to do this analysis, because once you do this analysis, then you'll see the flaws in the whole Caitlin Clark thing. Because it's my argument that Caitlin Clark is a creation.
AJ DeBoss and Caleb Wilson got a nice chunk of healthy corporate sponsors, and they ain't want that either. So
no, but what I'm saying is, why didn't, if she was so popular, why didn't she get these corporate sponsors after she lost in the finals in 2023? She lost in the finals in 2024, right? So what's the difference between 2023 and 2024? What changed? What changed? She still got the same looks. She's still titleless. She still got the same boring ass personality. She still got the same 1950s looking basketball game. What changed?
Ooh, get him.
What changed? Nothing changed between 2023 and 2024. But I'll tell you what changed. What changed is the league knew that Angel Reese supported the women in the CBA because she was already talking to NECA and Fee and people with the Players Association. The league knew that. They knew that. And as I always say, she wasn't a Nike athlete, and neither was Caitlin until 2024. So Clark got the corporate deal, meaning she gets her money through the league. So if she was so big coming out of college, why didn't she do what Angel Reese said and said, I don't need you. I'll do it on my own.
That's why Kathy said what she said.
Exactly.
Caitlin need to shut up and stay quiet because.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Mo 3. Juju ain't one that, and she got all the same sponsors. Where we going? Hold on, where we going with this?
Because she's
Juju got the same sponsors. She was in a State Farm commercial with Caitlin. She a Nike sponsor with she Gatorade with Caitlin. It's like a lot of the sponsors are following, and I don't know. Maybe y'all would say Juju has a personality.
No, maybe
Juju is also very. She don't say nothing controversial. She also looks nice. She don't say nothing, but she ain't won nothing yet. It's yet to be determined. But
she ain't won nothing.
No. The difference between Clark. Hold on, Wody. The difference between Clark and what I'm talking about is we're talking from she was in college from 2020. Her NIL was nothing. It was $300K to $500K. That's it. From 2020, 21, 22, 23. That's it. And then all of a sudden in 24, it spiked up to like 3 million. So when I say all WNBA sponsors, it's because obviously she didn't get that for herself. She got that from the league. She got just the same way that Unrivaled is trying to get Juju and Hannah and players like that. The league can communicate with those players if they want, because remember they did that with Clark in 2024. So Clark, there's no difference between 2020. If anything, you could make the argument that Clark was a victim in 2023. So where were all the sponsors?
Clark always been a victim.
So where were all the sponsors, Wody, in 2023? Because we love to say that Angel was the villain and this and this and that, but it was Angel that got all the spoils out of 2023, not Clark. Not Clark. It was Angel that got the spoils. She was in the swimsuit issue of Sports Illustrated with Libby Dunn. Was she not? She was at the Met Gala. Was she not? She was on the cover of Vogue. Was she not? She won ESPYs. Did she not? She won Q Awards. Did she not? Etc. She got the Reebok deal. Turn Nike down. Clark did
His sneakers look better. I mean, Angel sneakers look better.
Clark did butt kiss.
So you have to be determined.
But the reason why I bring this up, Wody, is because if Clark was so popular and such a money magnet, why didn't they enrich her in 2023, but they enriched Angel Reese? See, this is the part that Clarkies, and I'm not calling you a Clarkie, Wody, I'm just saying in general. This is the part that Clarkies never want to look at. Because if you look at it, that
don't bother me.
Then people will say, well, that's a good question. Because remember, when Clark came into WNBA, they already said she was the greatest. She was a phenomenon. She was the this, she was the this, she was the this, she was the that. But if she was all that before she played her first game, then how come she was not when she was in college? That's my only question. Rachel Banham used to be the leading college scorer. Kelsey Plum was the leading college scorer. So that's not saying much. No disrespect.
Hold on,
That's not
Rachel
saying
Banner.
much.
Hold on, Rachel Banner. Not nice enough to be brought up in my chat. Let's not talk about. But no, I'm just joking.
There were a lot of
considering
all-time leading scorers or single
Yeah,
season.
but it seemed like though a lot of the recent ones is people who take more threes though. You do like them points and bunches do help people
But
scoring,
Wody, I'm just trying to
especially
get
when
you,
you take
Wody, I'm
matchups.
just trying to get you to answer the question: what changed with Clark in 2023 versus 2024 to where she went from 500K in NIL to 3.5 or whatever it was million in NIL in 2024, all from official. And as Mo, as someone said earlier, that's what Fee was talking about when she dropped dime on Clark. When she said
The,
that
the
Kathy,
viewership
Yeah,
numbers
every
on
time
them
I'm
games,
about
the
to drop a
viewership
bomb
numbers on
on
them
Wody,
games
he
been
cut me off.
skyrocketing. Oh yeah, but yeah, I ain't got much to say. I just want to get it just to respond to him. Yeah, the viewership numbers skyrocketed.
okay, let's even say that was true. Let's even say that was true.
Hold
So
on.
will
Let
we
Mo
only
three.
But
promote
then
one
again,
player?
Hold on. Let Mo, because Mo three don't talk much. So if he got something to say, let him get it off, and then y'all keep going. Go ahead, Mo three.
Nah, MSL is doing a good job. Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead, Mo. Go ahead. It's cool.
Nah, go ahead.
No, it's cool. Go ahead. I was
Because
just
the
trying
stuff
to
I
get
wanted
him
to
to
talk
answer a
about,
question, but you
Mo
he's
forgot
not
what he
gonna
was
answer.
about to say. Fucking with
He's not.
you, he forgot what he was about to say.
no, I remember. I remember
Nah,
what I
I
was
didn't
saying.
forget. It's just some way back stuff. It's just he's not going. I don't think he's gonna answer the question because he sidestepped the other stuff. Like when you brought up the marketing, like he done threw that all out the window. Like your whole point, your point of you saying they was putting that stuff in front of our face, like oh, like the Congress thing. That's advertisement.
Yeah,
That's a form of
absolutely.
marketing to make people look. You talking what you talking about some the Steph Curry thing. That's people that was already gonna watch. Nobody knew who Sabrina was. They didn't say, "Oh, Sabrina's gonna be in the game. Let me watch." No, they was already there to watch
No,
Steph Curry, and then they seen her, and
exactly.
then they was like, "Oh, who is this?" And
Yeah,
then
Yeah,
they
but
went
when
and
I
and
when I
for
did
what?
make that point to Mo,
But
and this for
but what?
Mo.
But hold up, I'm not finished yet. What MSL was
Go
talking
ahead.
about was people that would normally not be watching. They're watching political stuff, and they say, "Yo, why this congressman or what Donald Trump talking about this?" Oh, let me see who he's talking about. That's Trump. Trump do that. So then it goes. Then now somebody that would not have normally watched that game is now watching that game because of because of the marketing. That's what MSO was talking about. But you just skirted that by and started talking about some other stuff.
Take it. And again, I can't remember everything MSL said to the verbatim. Right, it was that one. When I said in the same similar highlight, in the same similar vein, people who are casual to a sport are gonna be attacked, be attracted by the highlight plays, and you get a lot of those type of highlight plays, mainly from guard play, most of all from a guard in basketball, because they're the ball handlers, the distributors. You know what I mean? More than likely the person to take difficult off balance threes, right? Guard play is sexy, so to speak, and generally that's where your highlight plays will come from, your wings and your
except for
guards.
when except for when she shoots,
You
every other
heard what I
part of
said,
Caitlyn
but you
Payne look
wasn't
ugly to
listening.
me.
You heard what I said, but you wasn't listening. Those are people that was already gonna watch the game. She's getting credit for growing the game, meaning bringing people that would have not normally watched the game to watch the game. And how
I
she's
believe
doing
that's
it
true though.
is with that adverse advertisement that MSL was talking about. You're getting people that would never, just like Morgan Kelly. She said, "I would never watch an NBA game," but now she's starting to wonder, "Oh, this girl is getting beat up. I want to see if it's true." I bet you she probably went and watched a game now. Like, oh, let me see what's this Caitlyn guard
And
doing?
she
Let me see
probably
how.
only will tap in for like one or two though.
Yeah, but
You can't keep people like that. You can't
but
hold
without,
on to people like that. That's not actually
it doesn't
interested.
matter about
And
holding
that's
on.
exactly what happened. I hear you, Mo, and I'm going to stop. But that's exactly what happened. Indiana's ratings were slumping a month ago. They were slumping. They were having those sellouts. And then all of a sudden, they start talking about all this stuff. And then, boom, they have a couple of games and people start looking again, but they were slumping. No one else gets that benefit in the WNBA except Clark, where they will promote to high, just like on the All-Star game. They interviewed her like damn near 8 times on the All-Star game. As Mo said, that's promotion, that's advertisement, that's marketing. Go ahead, Mo. Sorry.
You still got to do something for somebody who would actually want to watch. You still got to actually do something to
But
keep
you just
people
said Clark is
engaged.
not appealing. You just said Clark is not appealing. So
I
why are you
never said
promoting
that.
someone that's not
I
appealing?
never said that. I never said that.
You said she
Yeah,
had no personality.
game. Yeah, they going even in tandem with what y'all was saying. Yeah, she's safe to corporate sponsors, but for those casuals, and Mo, I'm gonna pass it right back to you. But for those casuals, again, it's something you got to do something that will catch the casuals. Even a casual basketball fan, somebody who actually would watch basketball when there's nothing else to be seen, if they see
Wody,
something
that's
that
What
not
you
the
mean? What
formula.
you
That's
mean?
not the
Some,
formula
they
for
might
big.
say
That's
like,
not the
hey,
formula.
Bro.
The
what you mean?
formula is
Something
not one
like,
play.
hey, MSL. What he mean? Something like double doubles?
Well, no. But let's deal with that because I'm gonna prove what he's saying is not true. Because
Always
he's
like
going off
15
of a
games of
stereotype of
20 plus
Angel.
points.
You could find highlights of every dream game where Angel either grabbing a rebound or blocking a shot or stealing the ball and dribbling through 3 or 4 defenders to make a pass or make a layup. And I will argue when a big player dribbles the ball up and down the court, it actually is more exciting than when a little player does it because a little player, we're used to that. So those coast to coast baskets or those coast to coast for a pass, Angel does that every game. Right or wrong, Mo? Right or wrong, Brooklyn?
Yeah, you're right.
Those are exciting plays.
That's a fact.
Hold on 1 second. I got somebody here too. I just want to ask y'all a quick question. Are you familiar with any WNBA players?
Some of them.
Could you name? I'm not gonna hold you. I know we're in New York with the Liberty. Could you? I'm not gonna hold you so long. Could you name any that come to mind?
I was thinking Caitlin, Sabrina. I'm thinking the names of her head. I'm thinking of like the big players.
Can y'all hear what she said?
Yeah.
All we heard was Sabrina.
I'm gonna just get just a tad bit close because I'm not gonna say that. Y'all heard the way that I asked this young lady the question.
But without knowing her
So then the ones
background,
that
what
you
does
said
that
came to
mean?
mind
Sabrina and Caitlin.
is the ones that come to mind when I ask you any. All right.
All right.
Any team, can you name another team besides the Liberty and the Field?
Which one is this team?
You don't know the name of the team? You just can't blitz. Okay, thank you, Serena. No. We was making a larger point though.
Are you at
We
work?
was having this conversation about the W.
Oh, you at
We're in
work
New
or
York.
home?
Yeah, I'm at work.
Okay.
I'm at work. This lady passing by. She's like 28.
I'm gonna be honest with
She's
you,
like
bro.
28,
Yeah,
right?
I'm gonna be honest with you. That ain't proving nothing though.
Right.
No, that did prove something. It proved MSL
She
right.
don't watch sports, but I'm actually like she actually heard. She don't even know the name of the team that Caitlin play on.
Exactly. That proves MSL point because Caitlin's face is plastered on all this non-basketball stuff.
We
Yeah,
in New
but
York with the.
that don't
She
prove.
knows Sabrina.
Hold
She
on, Wody.
knows Sabrina. We
Hold
in
on,
New York.
Wody. I haven't been talking. Give me a second. That haven't made.
Yeah.
That didn't make the point you was trying to make. To Mo 3 point, that kind of make the point that we making, right? Because look, she don't watch basketball, right? But she know who Caitlin is because she heard the propaganda. She done heard the BS. So she probably gonna repeat. She probably gonna repeat something that the TV told her to say, or she heard on TV. But she don't watch the games, so she don't know. You get what I'm saying? But that didn't prove the
She
point
said
you were
her
trying.
first two names she said was
No.
Sabrina and Cece.
Listen.
And
I
I
know
understand
sometimes.
Sabrina because we in New
Listen,
York.
this is when I get frustrated more because I know sometimes when I talk it go over heads. I'm gonna say it again slowly for you because you missed what I said. You making our point, right? Because the fans of CC don't watch the game. You just said Shorty don't watch the game, right? But the name she came out with was who, right? But the people who actually watch
Sabrina
basketball,
and Cece.
right?
And
but
don't
the
even know
people
the team name.
exactly another non-watcher that will have an opinion, right? But the people who actually watch could tell you the truth about Sabrina, Cece, Angel, or whoever, right? The people who actually watch the games. The people who don't watch the game, they just think, oh, Cece out there getting beat up. Oh, she better than everybody. That's what everybody think who don't actually watch the game because they hear what ESPN tells them. They hear what these media outlets tell them, right? And then the point that you was making, that's the point you wasn't trying to make. the point that you was actually trying to make, trying to say like, oh, look, somebody knows CC, right? You got to realize polling one person don't make a point. Of course, CC is popular. Angel is popular. Asia is popular. So if you poll one person and see what they say, that don't make a full point of saying, oh, look, everybody knows this person. You poll one person. That don't make your point.
Yeah, and again, it's a very small sample size. But why the
It's
reason I
not a
wanted to
sample
ask
size at all. It's a small sample size is 100 people.
Take it easy. It's a small sample size. I just used that as a quick case study because we talking.
But Brooklyn, that's okay. Brooklyn, that's okay. But here's the thing he keeps avoiding though, and I'm sure Mo recognizes it, and I think you recognize it. But let's even say if some of what he's saying is true, can we agree that Kathy is not properly growing the league? Because he just said the corporate stuff. Okay, well, let's look at some of Angel's corporate stuff. She's got Amazon. She's got Dell. She's got Victoria's Secret. She's got McDonald's. She's got Reese's. She's got Mattel of Barbie dolls. I'm sure she's got other stuff I can't even remember or I forgot.
She got Beats. NASCAR.
She got Beats. Did you hear all those companies, Wody?
She got McDonald's. She got McDonald's.
I don't know how you feel about Reese's Puffs. Is that corporate? Reese's Puffs is corporate, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
They got
Oreo. It's probably owned by Hershey. It's probably owned by Hershey.
Yeah.
No, NASCAR is about as corporate as it get. All the sponsors plastered all over all them cars.
Yeah. She got a NASCAR deal.
As it get.
What we're saying is she has deals with all these big Class A corporations plus other stuff that she's interested in, like Juicy Couture, whatever. But you can't say Victoria's Secret and Dell. She has a double burger with McDonald's, Wody. A double. This is stuff that CC
as corporate as it get.
This is stuff that's
America's fast food.
This is stuff that
she got to choose who she put in the commercial.
This is stuff
she
exactly.
Made the commercial.
This is stuff that CC hasn't come close to. She's got her own burger, a double burger. She's got the Reese's thing with Paige that matches her name, Reese's. And now she's got a Barbie. She's got a flipping Barbie, Wody. And you're telling me that this person should not be the more marketed player in the league?
That's one of the things I was going to bring up. Back then, this proves that the WNBA, they don't really care about making real money. Because if they did,
I agree.
If they did, they would have been pushing her because people say, oh, she just got a lot of fans outside of basketball. So you mean to tell me this Barbie that sold out, that's a basketball Barbie. That's a basketball Barbie. She's in basketball. Matter of fact, the way Barbie looked is how Angel Reese looked in the game today. Other than the jersey was a little off because of the coloring, but everything else is the same. They had the leg sleeve, all that. So why is that sold out? If why would you buy a basketball Barbie if you're not into basketball or trying to get into basketball or interested in it?
Right. And then also, if I could add on to that point, Mo3, what they are interested in, and it shows they interested in changing the culture of the WNBA, right? So the investors, the people that's invested in the WNBA right now, they must be corporate white ring guys, right? Because right now the Caitlin Clark fan base that they trying to bring in, they trying to push out the fan base that was already there. You know what I'm saying? It's all the quote unquote black queer players. They trying to get rid of that environment and bring in a more conservative environment. So that's really what because to Mo 3 point and MSL point, that's 100% correct. They're not making the smartest business decision. It's almost like an agenda. You can even see it on a big network, right? What do they talk about? When they talk about Caitlyn, what they keep bringing up? Oh, the black lesbians. Oh, there's a league full of black lesbians, and they trying to beat up Caitlyn, right? The only person they shout out other than Caitlyn is Sophie Cunningham. Because of what they look like and what they stand for.
You talking about like the right leaning networks, Fox and them?
Yeah, I'm talking
Even on
about. I'm
ESPN.
talking about the investors in the WNBA. They clearly have an agenda on what they're trying to do with women's
No,
Well,
basketball.
I would say this, right? Besides though, again, with what they show you on TV,
Wody,
whose games is
do
getting
you
prime
feel
time
that Angel
spots.
Reese is
Just real
marketable?
quick,
Wody.
MSL, before you go, right? Just responding to Brooklyn, and before you go, the next highest push player is a white lesbian player though in Page.
Oh boy.
So that's why
Wody,
it's I find I like the next person they push so hard marketing wise is a lesbian.
Yeah,
Wody,
I disagree with that. I don't think they push Paige at all. I
Wody,
think they just pushing Caitlyn.
Wody. Well, let me give some facts here for a second, Brooklyn, and let's see if I'm proven to be right when Forbes comes out with their next magazine. Right? They claim that Sabrina made about 10 million a year. They claim that Paige and Angel made about 10 million a year, and they claim that Clark had made $12 million a year in that 2025 publication. So if all these players are making double digits in millions of dollars, why is it that one player is promoted so much bigger than the others? And I will make this argument, Wody. If or when Forbes publishes the proper numbers, I'm going to think Forbes is going to come up with $16 to $25 million for Angel Reese a year. And if they do, then it's going to beg the question, why you promoting this girl if she's making $20 million a year? And because remember, her sneakers didn't even come out yet her signature sneakers didn't even come out yet when they published those numbers, and I'm assuming she's getting a percentage of that deal. As far as, because she said when the Me Bounds came out, she claimed she made like several $100,000 just off the Me Bounds alone, just that one line, like $300,000-$400,000. So and she's got like 9 colorways, 10 colorways, not including the different individual sneakers. So they could come out with. So I wouldn't be surprised if they said Angel was making $25-30 million a year in revenue, because unlike Clark, they don't publish her information since her team is private. But what the WNBA does, they publish a lot of information about Clark, and then it's usually found to be erroneous. Like her Nike deal wasn't nearly as big as what they said, because like Mo and Brooklyn said, it's all marketing with her. It's all fluff. Everything is fluff. There's nothing real. But the question I was asking you though, Wody, is do you think Angel Reese is marketable?
Yes, she is. She has something that is also very valuable to advertisers in this new day and age we live in. Y'all pay attention. People who have a large social media following, you also have the potential of getting a lot of eyes on the product. So social media following, 5 million, 6 million, 10 million. There's YouTube channels that got 30 million subscribers. People would pay a lot of money to get in to get their product in front of your subscriber base, especially if they think your brand meshes with the product that they're selling, right? And for what Angel Reese, who she appeals to, and also her size of the social media presence, just alone her posting something on her platform to potentially build 5 to 6 million views is valuable to marketers.
Okay, fair enough. And she's also a winner, and she's also good, and she's also good looking, and she's got a great personality.
Sometimes that shit don't matter. Big bro.
No, it does, because
sometimes that shit don't matter, big bro. Luka Doncic ain't won shit, but people love to watch his game.
Time out. You said you think Luka Doncic is good looking?
Yeah, I ain't say we ain't talking about his looks. Come on, stop playing.
Now that you said it don't matter, and then you said Luka, I got confused. You my New York brethren. Yeah. I was just asking a question, Brody.
He said winner.
Oh, I thought he said good looking, and you said Luka. It threw me off.
No. When he said winner, I was like, yeah, people tap in and go see that boy Luka. He ain't won nothing, right? And then we got your boy Jokic, right? They keep saying he the best. Some people would say he's the best player in the league, right? That boy, don't nobody want to see nothing that he do. He might sell some shit in Serbia, but nobody really want to see what that boy do. Hold on.
But Luka Doncic, Yeah, but Luka Doncic is not making 60 million a year off the court like LeBron is or someone else, right? He's making like what 10, 15 million like off the court, but he's not making 60, 70 million off the court because basketball has a larger exposure, so people are going to make money, just like golf and tennis has a larger exposure. So golf and tennis players will always be high in endorsements because that's just the nature of the sport. But it doesn't mean that Luka is making 50 million a year off the court. He's not. He's not making what LeBron is making off the court, right? He's not making 60 million a year off the court. He's making like 10, 15 million dollars a year. It's a lot for the WNBA, but the WNBA is not the NBA.
Oh, MSL. And let me pause you again. I got some more people right here. Another quick poll. Kid, do you mind ask you a quick question? Are you a basketball fan?
I watch it.
You watch it? Okay. Now, WNBA. I know that might be stretching memory. I know we're here with the Liberty. Do you know any WNBA players?
WNBA.
Women's basketball players.
No, I don't like that. I can't think of her name right now. Tall, brown skin.
Okay, you can describe 70% of the league.
You know who she's thinking about.
I can't.
Ask her what's her first name.
Let it be organic. No, I don't. I'm gonna let everything be organic.
Some Jordan? No. That's the track. The track stuff. I'm gonna look it up. I got you to come downstairs.
All right. Hit you up.
I just didn't want to sit here for 10 minutes. I mean, it's Brooklyn's show. He can do what he wants, but
I wanted only organic answers. I wanted to be completely organic to see where people's mind go. My only point though with that though is, like I said to you, not everybody is tapped in to actually watch basketball, but they know people. That's just how famous celebrity goes, bro.
Yeah, but Wody, and
not
I
everybody's
agree with,
tapped
and
in
I
to
agree
actually
with
watch
Brooklyn.
games though.
But Wody, and I agree with Brooklyn and Mo on this. But what I found in my experience, Caitlin Clark fans know the absolute least about the WNBA or even Caitlin Clark. I would argue that 90% of the people we argue with online are bots. They're not real people. They're bots and usually what I'll say to them is, you don't even watch the sport. You don't even follow the sport. And they will admit it to me. They'll go, yeah, I don't like this stupid sport anyway. I don't follow this dumb sport.
Yeah.
These women are stupid. So how you knock at the sport that you claim to follow? Impossible. Nobody has that much time to waste, Rody.
They don't follow. But like I said again, that attention currency is still valuable. If they ever turned on
you're
their
contradicting
TV,
yourself like Brooklyn said.
no,
Which
because
one
I've
is
been
it?
saying that. I've been saying that for the longest, the entire conversation.
Yeah,
I said the attention currency and your monetary.
But this goes back to what Mo said. If they talk about her all day on the network news, you're going to get people to watch out of curiosity. But you yourself said, Wody, that it's not prolonged. It's not going to stay. That's why periodically, every few months or whatever, they got to juice up.
Well, you kind of did freestyle the way I said it. But you did kind of freestyle the way I said it. The way I brought it to you, I said for casual observers, right? Maybe even a casual basketball fan or people who's not necessarily even a fan, highlights are the thing that bring in fans.
Wody, would you agree there's nothing appealing about her except the story that they're selling us? Okay, let me say it this way. If they just said, watch, Olivia Miles.
Hold on. Hold that thought, MSL, because I'm going to say something quick and then I want you to get into that because it's along with what you're saying too. Wody, let me ask you a question real quick, right? Do you believe do you believe Caitlin Clark is the best player in the WNBA?
No.
All right. Where would you rank her in your opinion? Just off the top of your head, really quick.
She's about fourth.
She the fourth, in your opinion, she the fourth best player in the WNBA.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool, right? If you somebody, let me ask you. No. You're not on the trial. You're not on the trial. I asked you that for a reason. I asked you that to ask you another question, right? If you were somebody who don't watch the WNBA, right? You never watch it. You're not interested, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you got ESPN playing in the background, and you heard she had 45 and 10, right?
Right.
What you gonna think about her?
She getting buckets. She might
You
get
gonna think
buckets.
she
I
get?
might go look
You
at the
gonna
box
you
score.
don't never hear nothing about nobody in the WNBA, but you're gonna hear that quote unquote the best shooter that you've been hearing for the past 3 years, the best shooter, the best player. That's what they pump out on her ESPN, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
She had 45 and 10. You gonna think she just getting buckets, or you gonna think, oh, that's the best player in the league, that's the MVP. You're not gonna think that as somebody who never watches that hear. So you don't even hear 45 and 10 in the NBA. But you hear numbers like 45 and 10 in the WNBA, and there's a girl doing it who shoots from the logo. You're not gonna think she light years better than everybody else.
Mm. You know,
You know
I
what?
might
You
think,
know
yeah,
what? You know
she's
what?
special. I might
You
think
ain't
she's
even gotta
special.
take your time.
I might think she's special.
Yeah, you ain't
Ain't
you
no
ain't
go
got
ask me.
yo, bro. You ain't got to answer that right now. Take your time and think about it. Get it, Marcel.
No, it's just I'm trying to get to my argument is
You was asking about Olivia Miles and somebody else. If you forgot,
no, I was saying that Olivia Miles, right? Wody, did she come into the league with a bunch of promotion? It's a question.
I don't remember hearing really much of nothing about Olivia besides her game. You know, every time, even people who are fans of one way or another, the only thing people seem to say about Olivia is only her game, and that is such a beautiful thing. Only
Yep.
conversation about Olivia is her game.
I'm so glad you said
Ain't
that.
nothing auxiliary, ain't nothing sideways, ain't nothing outside.
But you know what the
ain't
difference
what she got
between,
going on.
but you
People
know what
just
the
talk about how she hoop.
But you know what?
That's
But you know why that happened, though, right, Wody? Because the league did not promote Clark. I'm sorry, Miles. They allowed it to happen organically. So now, whatever you say about her game, it's reality. It's not based off of a predisposed bias. But because they said Clark was the best this, and gave her an inordinate amount of publicity based off of her skill set and based off of who she is. Now, in some respects, she's getting a backlash from a lot of people because they're sick and tired of her. And then you still have people who still, quote unquote, rep for her. But if they would have just allowed her game to do the talking, if she was that good, her game would have done the talking. But it's my argument, and probably Brooklyn and probably Mose and everybody else on this panel except Lisa, that they were terrified of allowing her game to grow. So they told everybody she's the best ever, she's this, she's that. And now they can't come off of that because if they did, they feel they would lose half the people who are in there now, like Lisa. Like if they just came out and said she sucks, she's this, she needs to work on this, work on that. Lisa probably stopped watching her because Lisa had already said she don't like certain aspects of her. She didn't have to tell us that. Like she was getting annoyed. The reason why she's probably getting annoyed is because she's seeing her making a turnover. She's seeing her, having great games against crappy teams and having so-so games against good teams because they told her she was the best.
Hey, I think Lisa can speak to it herself, but I think I remember from what she said what her annoyance was how she acted on the court.
Okay, that's the same thing, right? Nobody wants to see a brat. Nobody wants to see, like, there's nothing about Caitlin Clark that's likable. Like, I don't find anything about her that's likable. Nothing. Her game is not appealing to me.
And here's the kicker with that, right? Because we had this conversation with somebody else. When you already are predisposed to dislike a person, they can do amazing things, cure cancer, and you still would
Okay,
dislike them.
I'm glad you brought that up. So let's go back to 2023 when quote unquote America got to see both of them for the first time. How come Angel Reese was the one that made out like a bandit in 2023 and not Caitlin Clark? And don't tell me it's because Angel had a championship, because Clark didn't get a championship in 2024. So what changed? What changed? The only thing
Like
that
when
changed.
you did ask me that earlier, what I told you, I said they go look at them viewership number, and you'd be hard pressed. You'd be hard pressed to say that certain college teams didn't get on TV when they went to them viewership
I'm
numbers.
glad you brought that up. I'm going to respond to that.
I rebutted. I don't know if you got the gist of where I was going because I didn't quite finish. But when I said what probably changed For the college teams, because they can see those viewership numbers, they probably saw a large spike in viewership for certain college teams and not others.
Wody, that LSU team in 2024 was the #1 watched college basketball team, not Iowa, not even close. Not even close. What Iowa did do was in the title game, they had 18.2 million viewers in that title game in 2024 because there was a progression. I think the one they had in 2023, I think had 12 million viewers. And then the game they had versus LSU in the Elite Eight, I think had 14 million viewers. And then when they made it to the finals versus South Carolina, that Iowa game had 18.2 million viewers. But I would say that's just a natural progression of what was happening. If LSU was in that game, I think the ratings would have been even higher. Or if LSU was in the game with South Carolina, I think the ratings would have been, would have been similar. But remember,
what was the ratings looking like for UCLA and UConn?
That I'm not sure about, but that would only reinforce the whole. But
son.
hold on. But that would only enforce the whole LSU.
We acting like Google ain't our friend though. Anything we want to know is just Google.
Yeah. You're trying. Sometimes some stuff is a little bit harder to find, and then you still got to cross-reference, double check. But yeah.
But no one's arguing. See, the thing is that
UCLA and UConn.
Okay, in simple terms,
what you said?
That was
UCLA
and UConn. That was
UCLA.
No, I said what was the viewership numbers on that because that eliminated both Reese and Clark. That's why I asked that.
The point that it was South Carolina.
My frustration with this discussion, Wody, is it was always Reese and Clark, and you've yet to say yes, that's true. And the WNBA made a unilateral decision to promote just Clark. That's my argument. Because how did it go from Reese and Clark, Clark and Reese and Clark? If you go to Google right now and say who grew women's basketball or who grew college women's basketball, it will say both of them, even in Google, which is controlled by the power structure, right? Google was funded by the U.S. government. That's a long story. The CIA through their incubator, Inquitel, but that's another story, right? It's in Google. It'll say both of them. So my question to you, how did we go from both of these players allegedly growing women's college basketball to Caitlin Clark before she played 1, 2, or 3 seasons being the best and most popular player of all time? There's a disconnect. Because up until that point, they said it was both of them. But when it came to the WNBA, it was only Clark. So my question is how and why, Wody? Do you at least acknowledge that, Wody? Or let me guess, you don't like black girls, or you never cared about Caitlin. I'm sorry, about Angel Reese when she was in college.
I don't know where you're going with it. I don't know where you're going with the question, brother. Brooklyn. But I'm listening.
Brooklyn, is it not a simple question, Brooklyn? Okay, I'll repeat the question. Was it not Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese that they credited with growing women's basketball in 2023 and 2024?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Oh yeah, I said mm-hmm.
Okay, so why was it in 2024 the WNBA only chose to promote one player? Do you think that's a good business model?
Wasn't they highly pushing? They had the most games against each other. The Sky versus Fever. They had the most games out of any team together on
Do you
TV.
think that's a good business model to grow your league? To only promote one player and put them above everyone else?
That was promoting one player. They did that because Angel had a garbage team and Caitlin Clark had a team of all-stars. Obviously, that the Fever was gonna beat the crap out of Chicago. So that was kind of.
I mean, Chicago chose to pick Angel. Angel could have went to Los Angeles. Angel could have went to Minnesota. The Sky chose them, and then after those games is picked, right? After the players is picked, I believe the schedule gets done not too shortly after that. They put the Sky. Ain't no way that the Sky and the Fever was just before the draft was done, it was going to be 5 games versus Skyler Street more than any other team that was selected
No,
as such.
no, no. That happened last year. That didn't happen the rookie year. That
Well, no, that
that
Google, you
five.
said Google is our friend. I want to know at what time do they create the schedule? That's the next question. Before
Yeah,
or
but
after the
but
draft?
what
That's the
you're
next thing I
saying,
want to
what you're saying happened last year. It didn't happen their rookie year.
I know somebody typing searching it up right now.
Nah,
Yeah,
no,
that's one thing. When
I'm looking up that game that y'all asked about.
That was
I
Sorry.
want
last
to
year.
know
That
when the
was that was
schedule. I
last
want to
year.
know when the schedule is
That was
created.
last year. The schedule that you talking about they made, that happened last year, which
Yeah,
was
no, I'm
their.
talking about what day do they select it? What day do they put the games together? Like Adam Silver was like,
But
"Yo,
why does
Braun,
that even
hurry up
why
and
does
pick your team so we
but
can make this schedule."
but why
Like
does
like
that
that.
but why does that even matter? They stay sophomore year. They
Oh,
already
yo, hold on. I got my own answer, right? The draft already happened. The free agency is going on right now. They did not make the NBA schedule, right? I know the WNBA followed
bro.
behind.
You even
And
listening to me?
Adams, yeah, yes. I got my own answer
That was
already.
last year. They were sophomores.
But Mo, I told you, I understand what you're saying.
So why you keep
When
bringing
did
up the
they
draft?
create the schedule? Because we talking past each other. I said my question to myself was, when do these leagues create their league schedule? Like when the games are being played and decide when they're gonna do what. And even if it was their sophomore year, their junior year, cool. After the draft, after free agency, when? I got
But you
my
made
own answer just now when I thought about it. We already had the NBA draft and they're in free agency, right? Boom. And Adam Silver made a comment like, yeah, he would like Braun to hurry up so he can start getting to making this schedule. Oh, yeah, they do the schedule after the draft, after free agency, or in the midst of free agency. So cool. In the sophomore year, draft already happened, this, that, and the third. They already were ready to put that together. So cool. I got my answer to that. Yes, it was this sophomore year. Cool. I got my own answer. I figured it out.
Yeah, they did that. They did that to freaking make Angel look bad and to make Clark look good. It just so happened that Clark got injured and it just messed up their whole thing.
And they did pick up Ariel Atkins and make some moves. I mean, chalk that up to Sky
That
front
team
office.
sucked. The
They
team
had
was
a chance to
dismantled in
draft.
2024.
They
And
drafted somebody that they didn't play. They went picked up Ariel Atkins, and you chalk that up. You chalked it up to the free agency. Their front office. They had a chance to make their team somewhat better. It didn't get much better. And plus, people wasn't trying to sign long term too because the CBA was about to happen. So chalk it up to that.
Chicago was
But they got
voted
Ariel
bro,
Atkins.
the
Chicago
worst run
Chicago
team in the WNBA.
traded away Sonia Citron for Ariel Atkins, bro. And then they picked up a bunch of bench riders to play for starters and a bunch of people that were injured, re-signed them to contracts. What are you talking about, bro? That team was not
The
competitive.
talent was stripped in
Even on
2024.
paper, it's not competitive. And in action, it was even less so. I don't know. What this dude here is. I don't know, man.
Yeah, don't misconstrue it that I'm saying something otherwise about the team. It's irrelevant. I just was curious to when the scheduling took place. Is if anything other than that would be adding on to what I say. I was just curious about when the schedule is. It would be an inference.
I guess the easiest way to say it, Mo, and if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, Mo. Tell me I'm wrong, Brooklyn. For all of us who don't find Caitlin Clark appealing, wouldn't it behoove the WNBA or any other person that does this sort of content? Because even the NBA, take the NBA in their best days, right? And everybody on the panel, I'm sure, has watched the NBA. In their best days, they never said, we're going to only put the Bulls or the Spurs or LA on all the national games exclusively. They may have been on the most, But if they showed 40 games, it was what, 10? And they may have showed 7 of the Celtics. Like, it wasn't like they had 40 games and they said we're gonna have 35. The Lakers and the Celtics, because they knew in order to grow the league, you had to get people interested in their own teams, in their home teams, their local teams, or in certain players if you're not in that town. So how come that formula for the NBA was never used in the WNBA? Because you know what? There's somebody in the country that if you expose Asia to them, they would go, yo, she is bad. Like, oh my God. Like, yo, she is nice. There's someone who, if they saw Olivia Miles, they would go, yo, she's nice. Or if they saw Kelsey, especially Kelsey Mitchell. If they saw Kelsey Mitchell, they'd be like, yo, that's the best female player I've ever seen. Or Enrique. Or Slim before she got hurt. Sykes. Like, there's a lot of very exciting players in the WNBA. But if you don't see them, how are you going to grow the league?
That's right. I will point to one. I'm not gonna name another channel, but this is actually a very, very large channel that I think some of y'all actually watch too. If I can name some of the players, people on there, you probably already know. They do a panel pretty much daily. One of them is Shaquille O'Neal's cousin, is up there, and I look in the chat when they start talking about WNBA topics, right? Because as far as for them, ain't necessarily no glazing going on. If any glazing they do a lot of glazing on Asia. They do a lot of glazing on Angel. Everybody gets the utmost respect and praise outside of the feeder, right? And then I look in the chat. Maybe you may take something from this what I'm about to say. I look in the chat and there's still a lot of people like, can we move on to the next topic? Okay, I'll be back when they talking about basketball. That's crazy to say. I'll be back when they talking about the Philly or the Lakers again. Yeah, we go move on. And here goes our obligatory WNBA segment. These are people who are tuned into a basketball podcast that do crazy high live stream numbers.
But a lot of dudes that like the NBA don't necessarily like the WNBA because there's certain men that don't like women's sports for whatever reason. Call them chauvinists, I don't know, but they don't like.
It's a reason. It don't gotta necessarily be chauvinistic. Is again, people like what they like. For me personally, what my thoughts and feelings don't necessarily matter. But I do like telling people like where you choose to put your support don't make you bad. You actually support. Well, I hate the word support. What you like, you probably going to support because you actually like this shit. And like I said earlier, if you just supporting something you don't care about, you're gonna be gone by midnight.
But what I'm saying is it's okay for some of those men to not like the WNBA, but I'll tell you a funny story. The NBA, as I know you know, has been losing viewers at incredible rates the last several years. Now, if you want to argue it's because they did deals with Amazon, see, I'm being fair, right? Because they did deals with Amazon and they're taking it off broadcast TV, so they're losing viewers that way, and people don't want to buy in. You can make that argument, but the point is they've been losing audience the last 3-4 years, and where they've been going, and what's one of the biggest growing sports in America? Women's sports. Women's sports. The WNBA was growing before Clark got there. Those charter planes and all those deals that they gave her credit for, they were already in the works. The TV contract was already in the works. That $72 billion NBA contract all that stuff was already in the works. Clark didn't make any of that stuff. That was just a story that they had, and they were already growing their ratings. Women's sports is growing. It's just a natural thing. And if the NBA is losing people, where are they going to? They're going to the WNBA. You know how many disgruntled NBA fans that I know that are now watching women's basketball?
This no shade to, because we all are on the older side, 30 plus, generally around here. But it's been said, and I find it slightly disparaging, but then it kind of shows true. Mostly the NBA would appeal to a younger demographic, And the WNBA appeals to the older demographic because it gives them that reminiscent feeling of basketball times past because of the physicality, because of team play, because of the emphasis on defense. The WNBA appeals to the older audience.
That may be true, but if they wanted a younger, hipper audience, you wouldn't
And they
promote Caitlin
want
Clark.
and they want a younger, they would like to have a younger, but you know what you get with Y, and to not use the term YNs, but you know what you get with dealing with YNs? You get their feelings, emotions, and disrespect.
Yeah, but
Some
if you
people
wanted a
don't,
younger
some
audience, you
YNs don't
wouldn't
got
promote
no
Caitlin
feelings.
Clark. But if you wanted a younger audience, you wouldn't promote Caitlin Clark. You yourself said a minute ago, Wody, that she has no personality, meaning she has no swag, she has no elan, she has no. A lot of people think the girl is on the short bus. If you want to be quite honest, that's not someone you want promoting your product or your league. Look at all the meltdowns she's had on court. Is that someone you want promoting your product? If she was Kennedy Carter, she'd be out the league already.
That's a fact.
And what I mean when I say that, Wody, is I'm saying if she was Kennedy Carter acting exactly how CC is acting, she'd be out the league right now. So how is that appealing to advertisers? It's not.
You
And
say
that's
what's even
always
crazy was that for me,
what
I remember
happened.
when I was a little bit younger, when I did tap in with the WNBA again, because I was watching the Liberty even a little bit when I was a little younger. What appealed to me, even some of my younger days, was Cappy Pondexter.
Great player.
The way that Cappy Pondexter played, I identified with some of the mill because it was quick, flashy. There was some flash to it, some stuff, and some bop, right? Which would be like seems to reminiscent of like a Kennedy Carter in some ways. Just that another Cappy was a playmaker too, along with all of it. But you would be hard pressed if YNs like flash and highlights, and sometimes they're just casuals, right? Hence why John Morant's of the world is so popular, the Anthony Simons of the world, and so on and so forth, the Shaden Sharps are so popular, the Trey Youngs, is because they saw LaMelo. I love watching Charlotte games. They saw with
Wody.
they so crazy and they get busy.
LaMelo don't play in Charlotte.
Wody.
No more.
Wody, you are aware that the WNBA got much, much, much better ratings when they're on NBC, right? When they were on NBC, they got much, much better ratings than they do now, and their ratings used to challenge hockey. So what happened? By the time they got to ESPN, and this is what they say, I don't know if it's true, but whatever executive took the WNBA at ESPN, they claim he'd even like the WNBA, and he set it up to bury it within ESPN. So the ratings that the WNBA has now with ESPN, even right now, pale in comparison to the ratings that they had when they were on NBC. But nobody wants to talk about that, right? Because we're all supposed to say that. So that's a marketing problem, because obviously if you lose a certain audience, you got to grow that audience back some way, somehow, or you never recapture that audience. But ESPN is not going to sacrifice a year or two by putting WNBA games on ABC and building that audience organically like that. Now you got it on what? You got it on this cable channel, that cable channel, USA. People don't know where the hell to find the games. So that's going to affect the ratings also, because we say Kathy wants money. Okay, she wants money from Amazon. She wants money from USA. She wants money from CBS. She wants money from NBC. She wants money from. So you're getting more money, but you're not growing the game like it was even 20 years ago. But nobody will say that because you're not supposed to. But it actually got better ratings when it was on NBC. So it's not about the Caitlin Clark effect. It's about how you promote your product. Because right now in Portland, they're selling out. Right now in Toronto, they're selling out. Right in Golden State, they're selling out. And and they don't have any. And some of these places don't have any star players.
Can you name three? Can you name three players? Hold on. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do it for you because I want you to cheat. Carla Lee, all right, Sarah Ashley Barker, Megan Gustafson, uh,
Her name is not Megan
and
Gustafson anymore.
oh, she changed. She got married, right? I don't know nothing about these people personally. She got married. Meg, the big white girl.
I don't know about her personal life either, but
And
I
Bridget
know her from
Cole.
watching the game.
Yeah, and Bridget Cole, right?
But people are there.
The
People are
point
there for the
five.
product, not necessarily the players. They're there for the product.
I'm talking about on TV. Like, yeah, going to the games. Like I said, for me, I'm going to games here in my area. That's an experience in of itself, right? I went to the Commissioner Cup game. It was an experience. I loved it, right? I can see people going to games. It's an experience. It's an experience. It's an event. It's an event. Being there is an event in and of itself. But now, turn around, tap in. Go tap in when you're at home on TV. Like I told you, like I said to y'all earlier, I spend for about $400 in streaming services, right? Which is crazy. But I will barely miss anything. I will barely miss anything that's on TV. It's because I got Hulu TV plus all the streaming services, and this, that, and the third. But now let's say when I said that the WNBA does appeal to an older audience, also too for people who's tapping in, you gotta have money, you gotta have the means to engage in the stuff that you like. Now
Not with
Who's
you
your
all the
want a
favorite
younger
scammers
player?
out here.
audience,
Who's your
how are
favorite
they engaging
WNBA
and
player,
watching?
Wody?
Not with all the scammers
Huh?
out here.
Who's your favorite WNBA player, Wody?
John Quell Jones.
This nigga lying.
Shit.
This nigga, he just said, yo, the threes is what appeal was the guard play. Jacquel
John
Jones.
Quell play like a guard, bro. It's like you don't see big.
Jacquel
She
play
don't
like a
play.
guard.
I don't know about guard. Don't John Quell don't play like the typical big. She get you at the perimeter. She use step back.
So
Janelle
wait.
Salone
So
would
let
be
me
another.
ask you.
But
Let
isn't
me
Janelle
that
Salone
also
would be
hold
another.
on.
frustrating?
Let me
Janelle
ask you a
Salone and
question.
John Quell.
Yo,
Yeah,
Wody, let me ask you a
yeah.
question. Where you got John Quell Jones ranked in the WNBA?
And did she deserve her All-Star selection, in your opinion?
No. Answer. You answer
Nah,
that.
all I'm gonna do is lie. So nah, I ain't even gonna answer that. All I'm gonna do is lie.
No. Lie. I want to hear the
If I
lie.
say
Lie to
if
me.
I say it's John Quell, John Quell is the best center in the league.
Yeah, but where you got her
That's
ranked?
what all you
No.
gonna give me to
I
do
ain't
is
ask
lie.
you centers. I ask you players. Where you got her ranked in the league?
You see, that's all you're gonna do me to get me to do is be capping. So I'm gonna just say John Quell is the best center in the league.
Nah, I think you
Bruh,
trying to avoid. I think
Jacquel
you.
is not
Most
better.
skill center in the
Hold
league.
on. Listen.
Most skill,
I
yeah.
think you
I put
avoiding
the
my
list on
question.
most skill.
I think you avoiding my question because you understand the loophole I got you in right now.
Mm-hmm. And I know what you're saying.
I think you peep. I think you already peep what I'm doing. So you trying to be funny and not answer the question. But
I
if you
said
got
this last
if
season
your
too.
favorite
John
if
Quell is
your
the best
favorite
big
is
in the
John,
league.
hold on. If your favorite is John Quell Jones, right, and you
Yeah.
got Caitlin ranked number 4, that's kind of hard for me to believe.
And we just asked that you when you ask that question is according to how they producing in the league. What the numbers would say will not be favorable to John Quell this season. What the numbers would say,
When you
but
was
she's
talking
still
about
effective.
Caitlin Clark, you said she the 4th best in the league. When you talking to John Quell Jones, you stuttering.
Matter of
But you
fact,
trying to tell me John Quell your favorite.
yeah, because she,
But
unlike
you
any
ain't
other
you
big or
you
forward
ain't
y'all
been
gonna show me
but
besides speed,
you
John
haven't
Quell is
been
the only one with guard skills like that.
you haven't been up here telling us why we talking about Caitlin Clark when we could be talking about John Quell Jones.
I said this in the chat. I said
You
this in
came
the
up here.
chat
You
earlier. I
came up
said
here
we've been 2 hours,
specifically.
but
You came
when
up
you
here
came in, that's what
specifically
made
to
me jump up it.
you came up here specifically to speak about Caitlin, bro, for the 2
No,
hours,
I
like
didn't.
you said.
Yeah, he ain't
I
got no
didn't.
interest in
I
John Cole
didn't.
Jones.
I didn't. I didn't. Because I even said it in the chat, and then when you firmly
That's like no
addressed me,
liars.
and I kept saying it
That's
over and over
that's
in
not.
the
Listen, I'm
chat.
from New
I
York.
said we've been talking about CC for
Look,
3 hours, but
hey,
CC not
MSL,
important.
if you ain't know, that's how you could tell when somebody lying. You see how he just over talking and jittery. He not in his comfort zone no more. Now he got to over talk and all that. If
I
if
peep
John
what you was doing.
if John
I want you to get
if
out what
John
you want to
Quell was
say.
your favorite, if John Quell was your favorite, you would have been had something to say about John Quell. I've known you now for about 2 years. I can't remember 3 words you said about John Quell Jones.
I don't know where you be at, but I've said it so many times over and over in
I
different
think
opportunity
everybody can
past.
tell. Hold on, look.
Jonquel Jones is the best center in the
I'm gonna
league.
let you finish. This is
If
my
that's
first
too far
time.
of a
This is
stretch,
my first time
all
in
right.
3 years hearing you say that. I believe you believe it. It's my
Your
first time
first time.
hearing you say that. But I think everybody know Angel Reese my favorite. You ain't got to ask. You could just tell. If you ain't say that, who would have known John Quell Jones was your favorite? What about you say John Quell Jones?
So Brooklyn, you're saying
tricky.
that
Early
he's
in the
spoken
chat.
about
Early in the
CC.
chat. Yeah, we go
He's
back to the
spoken about
chat. Go
CC
back in the
way more
chat.
times than you've ever heard him talk about John Quell Jones.
He only talk about CC, and he call himself a Liberty fan. He talk about CC more than he talk about the Liberty.
He's being tricky, Brooklyn. He trying to change it. He keeps saying he said that Jackwell. Oh, I hear the echo. Who's that?
Yeah, I think that's hot
Saying that
track.
Jackwell Jones is the best center in the league, but you're talking about him saying Jackwell Jones is his favorite player,
Right.
which is two totally different things. Because I could
Exactly.
say Angel Wilson is the best player in the league, but Angel Reese is my favorite player. Those two are two different things.
That's a fact.
So you're saying that
That he's trying to
Caitlin
move the
Clark may be his
goalposts.
favorite player, but he thinks John
I
Quell
don't
is
know.
better.
Caitlin Clark is clearly his favorite player. It's clearly like if you talk to Wody Mack, he gonna talk about and he only talk about the Liberty when he have to because like he said he's from New York. He talk
I
about
agree
Caitlin.
with you. I rarely ever hear him talk about the Liberty.
He talk about Caitlin any chance he get. And he know all the stats. Look at he know the stat. Even if he wrong, he could be wrong, but he know the stats. He know wrong stats, but he know them.
But I wanted to say
Hold on. I just thought of something. My fault, Motor. I just thought of something really quick. You knew CC stats today. What was John Quell Jones stats? Wody. I'm gonna let him think about that. You got him, Mo3.
And I can run her stats off.
But what I was gonna say is that the thing that he made about they promote Caitlyn because they want the younger crowd, and that doesn't even make no sense.
That makes no damn sense because she's not considered hip.
Yes, exactly. If you want to sell to the younger crowd, you need to
you get Fly J and Angel and some of them
in the
people.
culture. Yes, you need somebody like that's ingrained in the culture to what people is. You know what I'm saying? Like she's like what she's like hip to the game. Like you know what I'm saying? Like she's in all them spaces. Caitlyn is in none of those spaces. Caitlyn out there playing golf. What young dude you know out here want to be playing golf?
But look, it goes back to what I was saying because what they actually trying to promote is changing the culture. They trying to get rid of all the. They trying to get rid of all of the black. Yeah, they trying to get rid of all the black lesbians. They don't like that for American, like the American values, right? And they trying to bring in a more Christian white fan base.
But here's the thing, Brooklyn. If they just grew the league normally, they would get a little bit of everything. Because take the NBA, right? I am sure that there are conservative white men that watch the NBA for whatever reason, because they got a corporate account, because their company has tickets, because they like a particular player, because they're in the South and they want to be able to watch a particular team. See, what Kathy is doing makes no sense, right? Makes no sense. You know, it's kind of like when you run a company, right? You could say, hey, I want to get someone who covers this region. I want to get someone who covers that region. I want to get somebody that covers this demographic. Like, they're not trying to grow the league. And remember last time we were on your show, Brooklyn, I had asked a question to the panel. How do you like how Unrivaled runs their league? And everyone on the panel said they run their league better than the WNBA. I'm not going to ask the question because I'm presuming we get the same response, except maybe from Wody and Lisa, right? So
Wody ended up dropping down, by the way, just to let y'all know. He'll probably be back, but he dropped down probably because he at work. But got it.
Right. So it's like, because the only reason why we're having this prolonged, protracted discussion is either promote the league the way you should, or don't promote it at all, because as Mo was saying, and as you were saying, Brooklyn, you get a skewed. The numbers are just skewed. It doesn't make any sense. It's just skewed because people are not watching the way they should. Olivia Miles came in with a fair look. She's played her way to the top of the mountain. And everybody goes, oh, wow, look at Olivia Miles. Good for her. Good for her. So whatever accolades she gets now, they're earned. People are not saying it because, like you said, Brooklyn, someone told them to every week, every day, and they just have it in their brain that this person is good. So they just assume, like you said, because they're the only player that they heard score 45 points. So they go, oh yeah, this person is like the best of all time. But if they would have heard Mabry score 53 points, or if they would have heard Asia score 53 points, or if they would have heard a crazy game by Sykes or a crazy game by Kelsey Mitchell, but they're never going to hear that because they're only going to hear Caitlin Clark, which makes no sense to us because how are you going to grow the league? Let's take your argument, Brooklyn. If you are promoting it to crusty old white men, guess what? You're not going to promote your league. Your league is going to die because it's the young people and the people in their 30s that you got to get in order to grow the league. And as everybody on this panel knows, people in their 20s and 30s, for the most part, they're not racist and they're not right wing. So how you growing the league? How you growing the league? How you growing the league? Caitlin's not even Caitlin's not even a Republican. Caitlin's not even, let me be careful what I say. Caitlin doesn't even appear to be straight from what we know. And that's another reason why I know that this is being forced to us. Because if it was natural or organic, all these idiot Republicans would have said, yo, she not even straight. Yo, she not even this, and they wouldn't support her. But they don't care because it's being shoved down their throat, and they use the hate and the racism to rally around her. Just like how when Trump and all these other Democrats from New York turn Republican and they start saying all the crazy stuff, the people support them. When there's a certain part of the base that's like, wait a minute, why are we supporting this guy?
No,
he was a Democrat.
Y'all being gay. Y'all going too far now.
About what?
You just said she don't appear to be straight. You never met the girl a day in your life, or you can make an accusation like that.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay. The league, they claim it's 33% gay. But based off what I see, it looks like it's about 66% gay. Not that I care, but there are people who know her or who are familiar with her who they feel and they think that she is. I'm not saying she is or she.
I don't want it to be said that I was running from nothing because I couldn't even hear y'all, but I'm back.
Because they make accusations against him too. You just can't just accuse.
Accusations against who?
Huh?
Against who? Obama? What you said?
They've said that about him too. That he is gay. That Michelle is. I'm not going to repeat what they said about her, but you can't listen to every dumb person on the internet.
It's not. No, it's not about. It's about. It's about.
Can't say that about her.
So do you think? So do you think that Clark is a Democrat?
I don't know what the heck she is. I don't care. I just want to watch.
See, this goes back. See, this goes back to what Brooklyn said. See, this goes back to what Brooklyn said. By all measures, Caitlin Clark is a Democrat. By all measures, she's a Democrat.
What level of importance does that hold to you personally?
Well, it doesn't to me, but the people who, the so-called rabid fans that Brooklyn was talking about earlier, they claim that they're right wing. They claim that they're right wing conservatives or right wing Republicans, and they claim they support her because she's a straight white Christian.
All right. Now here's another kicker for you. Again, we was talking about those small sample sizes when I asked random people, well, name a WNBA player for me, right? And I let's keep it neutral and give no names. There's one very right leaning sports basketball, I guess, sports commentator that a lot of people dislike, right? And his comments, we take them for face value. He says that he knows Caitlin Clark is on a opposite side of his political leanings, and tell the truth, he don't care. He just want to see her drop 50 on women in the WNBA and throw them nice passes.
Well,
It's still a high chance that regardless of which way she leans, some people don't care what she do in the bed because she's boring, right? So we not listening to her talk. We don't care what she got to say because she ain't interested. Some people probably only care what she's doing on the court, bro.
but they claim they hate lesbians. But let me just say this real quick. Since you brought it up, I've I've spoken to Caitlin Clark fans as well.
My favorite player is a lesbian.
I've spoken
Come on.
I've spoken to Caitlin Clark fans, and when they claim they're trying to get the male white, I've asked male whites, if you were gonna, who are you more attracted to, Angel Reese or Caitlin Clark? And before I can finish my sentence, the honest ones say, of course, Angel Reese. It's not even a contest. It's not even a contest. So if you were truly trying to promote to the lascivious white male or to the tongue wagging white male, right? Clayton Clark wouldn't be the person that you're promoting to them. See,
it's not about basketball. If you're trying to do that, though, you remove yourself from being about basketball if you're going into sexuality.
Yeah, but by that logic, the whole racism component, which Kathy embraced, that's what's keeping these fans that, as Brooklyn said, that don't even support the sport, but they're there for the noise. They're there for the noise, but they don't support the sport. The point is that if she's not a winner, the formula hasn't changed, Wody. The formula is the same. You got to be a winner. And if you're not a winner, or you got to have looks, you got to have personality, you got to have a game that's exciting, different, or new. But it's usually winning, looks, personality, or something that people can connect to. I would argue that Clark has none of those. None of those. You certainly can't connect to her.
She's not relatable,
right? Like, what's the story that you
want to know what you want to know what she is, Mo? She white.
But you know what? You know why? but you know why Angel fans? You know why Angel fans, Wody? You know what they find with Angel? First and foremost, they find she's a great basketball player. She's a winner. We're even past her looks right now. But obviously she's a very good looking woman. She's got a great personality. She's got a great will. And probably the part, especially the women connect with, she's strong and she has a story. She's been through whatever. And every time they come after her and call her all these names and all this, you're not going to make her audience go away. They're going to be stronger. I guess that's called character. Clark has none of these things. None. What is Clark's story?
Hey, you want me to answer that?
Go ahead, Brooklyn.
She white.
Yeah.
You know what else? She has a.
What is her origin? What is her origin story?
Hold on, y'all over talking Mo 3. Did you say Mo 3?
I said, you want to know what else Angel Reese has? She has a boyfriend that comes to her games.
Oh, that's a fact.
With his mom's.
That's a fact.
Which one? Jalen Dunn or Wendell Carter?
Because her father don't show up no more.
Not just her father.
Dude, you're just going too far. Stick to the basketball. Everything is just so personal with you. You don't know this girl. You're making comments about everything. Just talk about the basketball. Talk about her daddy. She gay. What party she's on. Like, doing a lot.
Yeah.
You really
Whoa,
don't.
Mo,
All I know is that I can't be a fan of John Quay Jones because I don't talk about her enough.
Mo. You notice everything Lisa said, Mo. But when they're tearing Angel apart with 99% lies, Lisa, are you telling these Clark fans the same thing when you're in these chat rooms and they're calling Angel Reese everything but a child of God? Because that's what
For
Brooklyn
doing
brought
that,
up
I
to
would
you earlier.
defend Angel too. If you were talking shit about her for 4 hours and 30 minutes, talking about crap about Angel, okay,
Again, goes back to my point though.
4 hours and
It,
30 minutes.
it, it is it's fun to talk about, and it's
Yeah.
easy to talk about.
Yo,
It's
yo,
easy to
hold
talk
on,
about.
yo,
It's fun
hold
to
on.
talk about.
Not doing a lot.
Respect the lady. Let's respect the lady on the panel. Let's not overtalk
I've
the
been
lady.
quiet for 2 hours.
Yeah.
2 hours just listen to your pile on this girl. It's too much. You gotta stop. Okay, if you want to
Yeah,
say
but
It does seem excessive at points, but that's not even a point that I wanted to, because I
yeah,
said it
but you
in
know
the
what? But I
chat.
get
I
sick.
said
But
it
I
in
get
the
sick and
chat.
tired of
It is the
seeing her.
topic.
Hold on. Don't overtalk each other, please. One
Yeah,
at a
it
time.
was the top. It's the topic at hand, and we can have this topic, and I mean at length until we ready to wrap it up. It's just that the only thing though is with all that being said of what Caitlyn isn't and what she's not, this, that, and the third, we talk a whole lot about this woman that is not important, and nobody's seeing the irony in this.
And Clarkies
And
and
it's
Clarkies
generally
do the
whether
same
it
thing
be
with Angel
praise or
Reese.
disparaging, we do a lot of talking about Caitlyn.
And Clarkies do the same thing with Angel Reese.
But
But I
see, what
want
I don't hold on. Let me say something real quick, Lisa. What I don't understand, responding back to Wody three, I done combine both names. Wody Mac. What I don't understand, right, is they do this on any sports network. You're gonna hear about the
Right,
Cowboys. You're gonna hear about the Lakers, right?
right.
That's what they do. So in a W,
That's a
hold on.
reason, right?
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm let's respect the panel. Right? Let me finish. So when we talking about the WNBA, the players we're gonna talk about everybody, but the players we mainly gonna talk about is who we're gonna talk about. Angel. We're gonna talk about Caitlyn. We're gonna talk about Paige. We're gonna talk about Asia. These are gonna be the names that come up. So I don't understand why y'all think the rules supposed to change in the WNBA. They do this on every. They do this. Hold on. I'm almost done, Lisa. They do this on every sports network. They talk about the most popular teams, what people want to know. They don't just. You know what I mean? Yesterday, the other day, I did a panel, and when I was on the Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese segment, I had a whole bunch of people watching me. Soon as we transition to actual basketball topics like who's winners and losers, I lost half the chat. So people want to hear about these things. So what you expect us not to talk about what people want to hear about? That's crazy.
You're exactly right, Brooklyn. And again, I'm glad it's coming from your perspective, right? Because even still, as much as we talk disparagingly about Caitlyn or praising her, the brother did make mention of something that she's not marketable, she's not all of these things, and yet it's the irony is gonna fall on somebody, and yet this is what we just talked about for
Because the
four
machine
hours.
is
Somebody
because
who
the
is not
machine is
marketable.
behind her. That's why. The machine is
No,
behind
Machine,
it's
her.
but
that, but
you are not. But brother, you are not the machine. But you spent 4.5 hours talking about it. Do you
yeah, but
not
we
see the
have
irony in
Mo.
this?
I keep calling Mo three. Modi, we have to talk about it, Modi. It's the new. It's what's
Right,
in the
true.
news, and it's
It is true. That's what I'm saying though. It just goes to the point that the brothers make that well, I don't, it doesn't correlate with me. Yes, she is a hot trending topic. A lot of times talk Angel, CC, so on and so forth. So then when somebody says like, yo, it's fake and it's manufactured, what CC has got, and you talk
no.
about it for four
Mo,
hours, that it is
you
that
moving the
doesn't correlate.
goalposts, bro. Because there's a difference between we talking about you because you killing it and you doing things in the league. But if we talking about you because you flopping all over the place, if we talking about you because your shooting percentage is trash, that's totally different. Like you trying to act like, oh, we talking about her because she doing so much amazing things. That's not true.
Hey, we not talking about Sabrina Ionesco shooting 28% from three
That's because she
for the season.
Because they're not shoving her down our throat.
respectfully, don't nobody care about Sabrina in that school. She not popular, bro. While
That's
we
nasty
talk
work.
about her, while we talk
I
about her,
do.
bro.
I do. I do.
Well,
I
you
do.
ain't bring her up. You ain't bring her up. You ain't bring up Jonquel
I
Jones.
just
You ain't
did.
talk about.
I just did.
You want to know who you want to know who I would love to talk about? Pauline Astier.
Let's talk about.
She getting
Let's talk
busy. I would
about it.
love to bring her up, but you
I
ain't bring
mean,
her up.
16,
like
You want
you
to know who
said,
you
you don't want
wait?
to talk about
6,
Wait, hold on,
15 and 6.
Wody. You want to know who you brought up?
Yeah.
Who you brought up? Who you came up here to talk about? Okay, I
I
rest
just
my
had to
case.
came and tapped in on the topic. I tapped in on the topic.
The
And
topic was
you
off.
know what? And you know what? That's fine though. That's fine because, but the difference is, you just like talking about Caitlin Clark. Well, you don't even have to disagree with something. You like talking about Caitlin Clark. I'm assuming.
No. What he
And
like MSL is he like criticizing the people who talk about Caitlin Clark. So he loved to be in the chat and being like, oh, y'all talking about Caitlin again.
so
Like he loved to do that.
So he like defending his white women.
Yeah, he liked to do that.
Somebody's channel that I go by, all they talk about is the aces, and it's good. And I mean that's good times. Then the Liberty channel,
Some channel,
Locked
what
on
channel,
Liberty,
what
Locked on
what
Liberty.
channel
All we
is that?
talk about is what the games. You know, it varies. It varies. Go to Quita. Quita talk about the sky a lot, and then all around the league. You know what I mean? But it's different. It's different ways that everybody tackles the league in the way that they talk about it.
Well,
No,
Wody.
and everybody and at Brooklyn, the way that you said, right? They talk about the Cowboys, even them trash behind cowgirls. They talk about them so much, right? Why? I don't know. They talk about them trash. Sorry, is there a Cowboys fan here? I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for your loss. They talk about these trash cowgirls so much. Cool. That's what we got. Hey, they're America's team, right? Because it is what it is. It's you're gonna talk about who people want to tap in where the eyeballs will stay. So now going back to what
Rody,
MSL said
remember
though,
this
right?
is.
You heard I said it.
Go
It
ahead, Mo.
must be people want to hear about the girl
Wody,
because
the only
even
reason
here
why we're
right now,
having this,
I know this is
Wody,
not a Caitlin
Just
Clark
bring me
friendly room.
back. Hold
Well, we're
on,
not
let's bring.
even funny.
Yo,
Wody,
Mo.
the
I
only
mean
reason
Mo.
why we're having
Why
this
I keep saying Mo,
I'm
Mo?
landing
Three.
my plane
no,
too
I'm
on
not
this
gonna say
MSL.
nothing. Wody, the only reason
I'm
why we're
landing
having
my
this
plane here on
discussion
this
is
MSL.
because we watched an All-Star game where we saw like 9 interviews with Caitlin Clark.
But
Yeah,
also, let me
that is
ask.
crazy. That is
Oh,
crazy. That is
hold on,
crazy.
Wody. Let me add in some perspective that also, if you an Angel Reese fan, right, and
Yeah.
we talked about all of the things that we've seen that we had to deal with as Angel Reese fans. You think I came into this game? Let's use me for a perfect example, right? You think
Right.
I'm a new fan? I started watching it. I started watching women's basketball in 2023. I came to the W in 2024. You think I came here to like talk about Caitlyn or care about what Caitlyn is doing? Angel Reese brought me here. You want to know why I have to talk about Caitlyn? Because everything that Angel Reese is trying to do or ever done, she's been getting attacked by nothing but Caitlyn fans. It's like Caitlyn and Angel is intertwined now because Angel won a game. All of their feelings, they all but hurt, right? And then on top of that, not only are they in their feelings, you got these big time media companies, you got people like RG3, right? You got all these people attacking Angel. So of course you're gonna talk about Caitlyn. It's intertwined. Like you acting like you don't understand or notice.
But I do understand. I do understand that. And again, I agree with your green with your overarching point. I just was pointing out something that I find ironic to make the statement that she don't important, she be getting is getting crammed down her throat, she's not marketable, so on and so forth. Which all that, whichever the opinion somebody may take on it, they're entitled to it. Like I made that statement of like what you like and the support will be organic, right? And whether it's good publicity or bad publicity, it's still eyeballs. Obviously, it's something there. If we can talk about somebody who some people here don't care, people will not watch, don't care for at length like this. I made a comment. I made a comment to somebody else about again with that support thing. It's easier for me to get people here in this chat to go watch every Atlanta Dream game that they can, right? It's easy to get me to go watch every New York Liberty game that I can, that I'm able to find, right? Now I'm not gonna ask them to go watch every Connecticut Sun game. or every Portland Fire game. It probably won't. They probably don't want to, and probably be like, this game is boring, right? You can't make people you can't make people like or care for stuff that they have no interest in. And obviously, it's a point of interest for some reason, Angel and Kate.
But here's the thing: you interested in it too, because you here. You could be anywhere in the world, but you here with me.
I'm coming here hanging out with y'all, and y'all talk, and
But I'm saying you complaining.
I'm
But think about
indifferent
this:
to
you
certain things
complaining
with E.
about. But you complaining about something you did, bro. You been here the whole time talking about it with us, but you complaining. Like with that, tell me how that makes sense. Don't worry, you ain't got to answer that now.
You know what? You might have a point. You might have a slight point right there.
You ain't got to answer it
But
now, Brody. Get
I'm
it.
willing
Come
to
back. I
talk
see you.
about
Tell me what you
anything.
think about that tomorrow, bro. You ain't got to answer that now.
I'm willing to talk about whatever is on the table. But you actually got a point right there.
Hey,
But
Brooklyn, you had
anything on the
What
docket,
you
I'm
said,
willing to
Mo3?
engage with.
I say you have made a good point about the everything Angel does gets criticized by by the
Yeah. So of
Caitlyn
course
Clark
we're gonna
fans
talk about they fan.
because it's something that happened recently, well, fairly recently, with the shoes. When Caitlyn was debuting her shoes, they tried to say all these Caitlyn channels and stuff and fans was trying to say that Angel Reese copied Caitlyn Clark by bringing her shoes walking in with her shoes in her
Yeah.
hand,
Yeah.
which is false because
Angel came there first.
Angel had her shoes for a year already, and that's what she does. She bring every time from her debut when she was the only one that could hold them, wear them before they was released to the public. That's what she did. She brought them in just like that, and every time she get a new colorway, she bring them in just like that. And the
But the
reason why
fun,
she did it that game was because she had a new colorway, them
right?
poison ivies.
And then to your point, the funny thing is they acting like this is a thing that Caitlyn or Angel invented. Other WNBA players do that too. So like, why they making it a big deal when them two do it? You get what I'm saying? Like that's a normal thing. People walk in with their shoes, but when Caitlyn do it, you know what I mean? They try to act like Caitlyn the only one.
Yeah, they trying to make their shoes be seen too, especially if they got a signature. But I mean, how
Yeah,
many
but
players
how
got
can you copy
signature though?
somebody if you was doing it before them? That means you're not the copier. You're
Exactly.
not copying them.
I mean, if it's a PE or if it's a signature. But I mean, even players who don't got PEs and don't got signatures be doing that too.
Yo,
Maybe
hold
it's
on. I
just
got a question. Since I just cooked you. Since I just cooked you, Wody, I want to cook your counterpart. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Lisa, come to the front. I gotta ask you a
Yes,
question.
sir.
When's the last time you defended Angel, and what was it about?
Uh,
Don't worry,
sometime.
take your time. You ain't gotta answer me right now. You come back to ball.
No. I'm trying to clock out. Give me a minute.
Take your time. Take your time, Lisa.
Yeah, defending
to
Angel.
me and Lisa on the
Yeah,
clock.
when the last
We
time
love these
when the
always
last
working.
time you defended Angel, and what was it about?
Okay, when I defended her, it was, I think it was last season. She had a bad game.
Did you
She
just
had
say
like,
last season?
Yeah,
yeah,
she
last
did.
season. But that's the time I needed to defend because people was like, and it was one, it was the black folk. The black folk was piling up on her. She had like 10 turnovers. She had a lot of turnovers in
Who,
that game.
Tyler Marsh?
Yeah, and the Tyler Marsh era.
I don't think Angel ever had a 10 turnover game, just so you
She
know.
had a lot of turnovers and a poor game. I think she got like 3 or
So let me
4
ask you a
turnovers for a
question.
lot.
Did you just see the Dream play the Sky?
Yeah,
Did you see Azare Stevens push Angel down to the ground?
uh, probably missed that.
It's all good. It's all good.
Got a girl from Toronto that kind of pulled
Yeah,
her
that
down.
happened too. I was giving you something more recent than that. That just happened like a week ago.
No, I don't think I saw that one.
It's all good. It's all good. You remember the last time Caitlyn got pushed down?
Yeah,
I know.
she gets pushed down every game, but
Ooh,
Yeah,
wow,
yeah, we're talking about Angel
Yeah,
now.
that's funny. That's funny.
wow.
That's funny.
Hey, I
Yo,
just
is she
wanted to
lying,
cook.
Vanessa?
I just wanted
See,
to cook
Brooklyn.
both of the CC
She
fans. I'm gonna
lying?
mute my mic. I'm gonna mute my. I just
See,
wanted to cook
Brooklyn.
both of the
Hold on,
CC
is
fans
she
real quick.
lying though?
Ask me
This
when
She
did
lying?
just,
when
this
did her?
just, this just illustrates what we said earlier. Where remember when I had said earlier, they don't see or know what happens to Angel or what Angel does,
I didn't get to finish. You asked me when
along
I
with
did her.
obviously along with other WNBA players, because she said a 10 turnover game. Angel has never had a 10
She had
turnover
11
game.
Hey,
turnovers.
MSL,
Goodness gracious. Can I
MSL.
speak?
Hold on,
Ask me
real
a
quick. Hold
question.
on. I just want to say this one thing real quick, and you can speak. MSL. Caitlyn don't get pushed down more than injuries get pushed down more than anybody in the damn league. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Get Lisa.
Yeah, and the next time I defended her, I think it was Charleston White. He was calling
Oh,
her
you
name.
finally thought of a second time? It took you about 10 hours. What you said?
I always had it. You asked me when I defended her.
Yeah.
That was last
Calling
year
her like
too.
a hoe.
Yeah,
And
that was last year, right,
Charleston
Moto?
White is just a grifter. He's not basing it on basketball, as Brooklyn said earlier.
They were talking about her and all of that. I joined
Yeah.
in. I was like, no, 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 no. I defended her.
You joined in that time.
I wouldn't defend you.
Got you. So you basically, in other words, you defend Angel once a year.
Oh, you're full of it.
That what it sound like.
Hey, tag time only come
You
once
want
a
to
year,
know
and everybody
why?
happy with that,
You know
right?
why, Brooklyn? Because them Clark site she's on must have got so nasty and so disgusting. Even she had to be like, hey, hey, hey.
Well, the first
Is that, or is the fact that she not white?
Got two.
all the time.
You file your taxes once a year, and you happy with that return. So I'm just saying.
Oh, goodness.
This is
That's all
this
right.
see this is what I'm
Your
talking
world. I'm just
about.
a squirrel.
Angel could
What, Mo?
get body slammed, dragged out the air. On those plays could be
And
career
she's
ending
laughing, so she knows
injuries,
what you're saying, Mo. She's laughing.
career end injuries,
I'm laughing at the
and
language.
nobody's saying, "Oh, Angel Reese needs to be protected. She's about to get hurt." Caitlin Clark crying about a foul,
What a little
and
something.
they talk, and then you got the president of the United States talking about she's getting roughed up.
Which was a more egregious act?
Hold on. Hold that stat. You want to know what's so funny, Mo3? Lisa, we ain't even bring it up for her. Lisa actually brought up the fact that Angel in the Toronto game got pushed down, and she's admitting that's not even one of the times she defended her.
She didn't get
That's
pushed down.
crazy.
She got body slammed.
Body slammed down. But my point is, Lisa's admitting that she still didn't care about that. She like, that wasn't enough for me to defend Angel. But Cece get pushed down every game, which is not true. But according to her, she get pushed down every game, which is not true. But Angel couldn't even get defended by her. But she's up here like tonight, like, oh no, that's too far. Too far.
You know what? That's actually true because the Liberty is the one team that don't push VCC down that I've seen because we ain't got to cheat. We just beat you.
But get him,
Liberty is one team that
MSL.
don't push
You
CC.
about to get some stats, MSL.
No, I was gonna ask Lisa, what do you think was the more egregious act? What Isabella Harrison did to Angel Reese, or what Alyssa Thomas did to
we know
Caitlin
the
Clark?
answer to this already.
It was both nasty because it was personal. Isabella have a problem with her since.
Nah, man.
No. He asked you a question. That's how they moved the goalpost. He said which one was more. Yeah, they both was nasty. He said which one was more.
Well, you're asking me which one is worse, stabbing or shooting. If it kills somebody, both are sickening.
Well, pick one, damn it. Pick one.
Not picking one. It's both bad.
She knows the
No,
answer. She doesn't
man.
want to
See,
answer
that's
it.
being
So I'll
disingenuous,
give
man. That's crazy
my
work right there.
response. So I'll give my response. What Alyssa Thomas did to Caitlin Clark was never going to hurt her. Caitlin Clark was in no danger. It was never going to hurt her.
Oh.
What Isabella Harrison did to Angel Reese could have potentially ruined her career, because she lifted her off the ground and had her fall on her back. That that is something that you fall on the wrong thing the wrong way.
She
What
pulled it down by the neck on top of that.
Right. So that was
which is
the
illegal
more
in football, by the way. That's called the horse collar in football. You can't do that in football.
right. And what Alyssa Thomas did to Angel, and what to Angel Reese in her rookie year was arguably even worse than what Harrison did. But here's the thing: Angel Reese did not complain about what. But more importantly, the media and
Lisa,
Congress didn't complain.
She's not a
about,
victim. She's not a victim, Lisa. That's why she didn't complain.
But that's not even. I'm not even talking about her complaining. I'm talking about other people.
Right. Congress didn't complain for her. The press didn't complain for her. Kathy didn't complain for her.
Really
and
quick.
Adam Silver.
Hold on, really quick. Mo 3.
And the press conference brought up that and saying, "Oh, we need to do something about that." What?
Really quick, Mo 3 and MSN. I don't know if y'all heard the original conversation, but that was an inside joke with Lisa because Lisa came up here talking about she felt like she said she didn't call us victims, but she did, right? She was like, "I'm not a victim" when she was talking about Black Americans one day. She said, "I'm not a victim." So that's the joke I was making with her because she liked to call people victims. So I was making that joke with her.
Well, there's no bigger victim than Caitlin Clark. Because she's trying to claim, they're trying to claim because she's white, she's being discriminated against, as if there isn't other 50 other white players in the league.
She's not complaining. People are just seeing the act against her, and they're fighting on her.
Then why doesn't she speak out?
You said Caitlin not complaining? Did she just say Caitlin not complaining?
So Caitlin,
she don't watch the press conferences and stuff like that. After the game ends, that's where her viewership ends. She don't watch nothing after.
But Mo,
she can go to the media. And
Mo, she complained on the
I heard
court.
Alicia Gray say the dress was trash.
Mo, soon as the foul happened, she looked to the ref and be like, "What are you gonna do?"
She's not accustomed to these Negroes.
Wait, what?
Excuse me?
What the fuck did you say?
Hey, I'm not no Negro.
The hard knock.
Wait, who? Caitlin Clark?
Yeah, she's from Iowa. She don't know about
what? Lisa, she's been playing basketball her whole life. You don't think she's ever been around black people before?
She's been around black people, but not like that. They didn't body slam her in college.
Yo, I don't know.
Wait, Lisa. Lisa, are you aware that Caitlin Clark is arguably the dirtiest player in the league? You're sitting here talking about Alyssa Thomas. Caitlin Clark has punched people in the face. She's punched them in the nose. She's pushed. What? Okay, I could tell you can't take Lisa seriously because now she's laughing. Anytime they start laughing, they
I want to laugh too because that's not acceptable, right? So if it's not acceptable for Caitlin Clark to be doing that, then what AT did is still along the lines of unacceptable. We're not gonna make excuse for one and forgive the other.
Acceptable.
Lisa,
it seems like you're giving a pass to one action.
Hold on. One band, one sound. Hold on, MSL. Hold on. You've been doing a lot of talking. I want to make sure about game mode 3.
No one said that it was acceptable. He said out of his own mouth, he said they were both bad. Even Brooklyn said they were both bad, but which one was worse? No one is saying, "Oh, this is a pass. This is no." We're just saying that's worse. It's like if somebody punches somebody in the arm and then somebody punches somebody else in the mouth and knocks out like half their teeth. Yeah, they both bad because you shouldn't be hitting nobody, but which one was worse? Obviously, the person that got punched in the mouth and knocked out half his teeth.
And then to Mo 3's point,
nobody complained about that, but they complained about the punch in the arm.
And then to Mo's 3 point, Caitlin jumped right back up and ran down the court. If she was so hurt, she jumped right back up and just started playing basketball. People forget about that. People act like Caitlin was laying down there and they had to pick her up on the stretcher. Caitlin popped up and ran down court.
Good for her. Good girl.
boy. So now she's the dog?
Nah, why you going?
Oh boy,
you gonna say that?
She's like good girl. Like that sound like I'm
She
like, is she
might
like a
be.
toy? Is she like a toy to you or something? Is she like a plaything? Like, well, you being good girl.
She might be. But I mean, you don't wanna associate people with stuff that can be considered animals or races. So calling somebody a dog, we may have to take that out of basketball lexicon. Can't be a dog no more.
Let me hold on, let me check
You
on
be
my
like Rondello.
let me check on my brother because I ain't heard him in a minute. Hot Tracks, you still with us? I want to make sure
Hot Track's
everybody
probably
getting it.
asleep.
He might be. I just want to make sure everybody getting their, getting their time and shit.
Well, Lisa, when did you start watching women's basketball?
Lisa don't even watch.
I do watch.
I could tell. I could tell she don't watch. I could tell. Lisa, I could tell you didn't watch that Caitlyn game when she got hurt. I mean, not when she got hurt, but with the Alyssa Thomas situation. You just saw the highlights just like everybody else. You ain't watched that game.
I watched. I saw the game.
All right.
I can't just be glued to the TV or something. Gotta do other stuff.
So how you didn't
Hell,
know
y'all
she
turned off
popped
the
back
All
up?
Star game.
How you ain't
Y'all
know
turned
she
off the
popped?
All Star game.
How you ain't know she popped back up and ran down the court though?
But I know what I saw.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Brooklyn. She just watched the clips and
Yeah,
never
she just
actually
seen the
watched the
clips
game.
and she got opinions on it because the clips after you already
Or exaggerated.
what they don't not even exaggerated. They using AI,
Right.
So they watching the AI clips and they like look at what's happening. She's
Right,
getting
and
you wouldn't even MSL.
Yeah,
You
she
wouldn't
saw
even
the
say
real
a
play.
statement. But MSL, you wouldn't even say a statement like she gets pushed down every game if you watch every game. They hardly touch Caitlyn. It's every once in a while when something. It's once in a blue when something happens to her, they blow it up and then they act like it's every game, but it's not happening. She don't get touched every game. In fact, if we really being honest, she's the one that's pushing people every game. She put her arm out, she pushed people, and then look at the ref.
Oh, so
she
y'all
do that
not
shit every
watching
game.
either. You're not
Who's not
watching either.
watching?
She fell back because they started calling that, so she fell back on doing
No,
that.
she didn't. No, she
Are you
didn't. Now you're
watching?
lying. No, she didn't.
Yeah, they
She's still
calling the
doing
push
that.
off.
They
the
may
more
call it once.
they've been
They may
calling
call it
offensive
once
Yeah,
or
he's talking
twice,
about
but
that
they
one
she's
game where they
held them
called the
off again.
flagrant on her. She's still doing that. Stop
No
lying.
offensive. They calling the offensive fouls for using the off arm more. So she's
not for
avoiding
her.
using the off arm.
Wody
You
Mac,
gotta watch too.
Wody Mac, you're forgetting that you're talking
I
to a
noticed it.
content. You're forgetting, Wody Mac. You're forgetting you're talking to a content creator, bro. I'm the one that's clipping her up every time she do it. What are you talking about?
And these last couple of games, you watch her game. If you find some, say within this last week or
No, it
two,
happened in one
where
game.
she's
That's
doing
what
it,
he's
I
going on for,
concede
Brooklyn.
that. I concede that. If you find it within these last week or two, but I noticed when it was a point of contention, because people like to talk about the off arm, and she got called for it a couple of times. She's probably made more of a concerted effort not to because don't know if it's gonna get the
This
call.
is John,
She's been
MSL.
avoiding using the off
This
arm.
is John Quell Jones fan talking about what she's been doing.
Apparently.
She can't help herself. It's an instinct. She just does it. Sometimes she does it. She don't even have to. I'm like, why would she even do that? She didn't even have to do it. She just, it's an instinct. She just does it.
Yeah,
She
as soon
can't
as she
help
starts
herself.
dribbling, she sticks that arm out and she starts pushing you off. Like the arm goes back and forth, or like she's feeling for something. Like she's some sort of like insect in their technicals, and they stick their technicals out. When she starts dribbling, that left arm is out, and that's not even
It's
a
that
push.
insect testicles is crazy.
And that's not even a
Insect
push.
testicles is crazy.
Okay, you want to call it whiskers? We can call it whiskers. She's got her whiskers out and she's feeling, right? Because that's what she's doing. She's feeling. She wants to know where the player is because she don't want you to swipe the ball out of her hand. So she sticks the arm out as she starts dribbling. That looks like 1950s to me, right?
She do. I said she played like Bob Cousy. But Bob Cousy in the women's league would go crazy.
And when did Bob Cousy play?
The 50s. I just call her. I said she played like a white boy from the
Brooklyn Mo. We
finally
got agreement.
From the 50s in the women's league would go
Brooklyn
crazy.
Mo. We finally got agreement with Wody after 3 hours, he
This is
does
something that I said
acknowledge
before,
he
though.
does acknowledge
This is
that she
something I
looks
said.
like Bob Cousy when she plays.
This is
He
something that I have
he
said
got
before.
some acknowledgement.
Bruh, she do that. She do the
This
same
is
thing
something
that
that I
Cousy
have
used to
said
do, like
before. Even the
dribble
term
around
he
in a
used in
circle.
Baku is something I
Just
have
dribble
said
around in
before.
a circle with one hand. That's that Bob Cousy. She do that all the
In
time.
real basic 1950s white boy basketball, but in the Bob Cousy dropped off in a women's league with Kill in a women's league. Even
Yeah,
still, yeah,
but
it looked basic and boring. If it worked, it worked.
Hold on. Did you just
That's
put the
why
word
y'all. That's why
boring
Bob is
next to
all of fame.
Caitlin Clark? I thought you
That's
said
why
she was
Bob Pettit.
excited.
That's why
I thought
Bob
you said
Pettit
she
is a
was
Hall of
excited.
Famer. That's why
Bob
George Mikan is a Hall of Famer. Straight boring and effective.
So is she boring or is she excited? Which one is it?
You want to talk about the ball handling and the flair and the flash, yeah.
I'm
Her
just talking
shooting and her
about her
passing
play style,
definitely has
period.
flair. But when it comes to that dribbling, us again being black, that basic ball handling don't appeal because again, the OGs that got to watch Isaiah Thomas and Magic Johnson, they want to see some ball handling. Pause.
You mean like Paige? Like Paige?
Pause.
Like Paige? You mean like Paige?
Yeah, Paige
So
probably appeals to a lot of the OGs because of
so
the ball handling. Pause. Again, I
Wody
say
Mac,
pause.
Wody Mac, you at work, right?
Yeah.
So that means you got time because I just pulled the Mo 3, nigga. So what I want you to do is pull up YouTube on your phone and
I'm
put
on
up
my phone.
Fever,
I'm on
put
my
up
phone.
all right, pull up Fever versus the Connecticut. That's the very last game Caitlin played. Scroll up to like 55 seconds and watch Caitlin put her arm out at the half court line and push it into the chest of the player that's guarding her that you told me she don't do no more, nigga.
And no call. You forgot to add that part. No call.
This I hate liars, bro. I hate liars. Cause you could pull this shit up. Indiana versus Connecticut. I pause it at 1:06. Go 10 seconds before that. And just watch her do it. That's the second time she did it because the
The
first time I didn't even
WNBA
pause it.
highlight clip. The WNBA full highlight clip.
Yeah, Connecticut versus Indiana. Full gameplay highlights.
All right, I'll go look at it. And like I told you, I said if I'm wrong, I stand to be
I want
corrected.
your whole check,
I preface
nigga.
that.
I want your check.
I ain't say
She
nothing
does
about no bet. I just said I
she
stand to
does
be
that
corrected.
every game, bruh.
You get you
That
get it. You got
45
to you
point
get a
game
good job from
Infinity,
me.
she was going ham with that in that game.
And that's just the
And they
first one. That's the second one I saw. So I'll pause it. I guarantee you watch the whole clip. You're gonna count about 10 of them.
You think there's 10 of them, or you know that you saw 10 of
No,
them.
I said I stopped at a minute. I'm guessing you're gonna see anywhere between 5 to 10. You're gonna see her push because I already saw 2 within a minute. That I'm up to 2. She pushed off one and hit a 3 on the right side. She hit the 3, and the second one is where I paused at, where she came across half court and she put on the jets and put her arm out to push the player in front of her so she could get around them. She at the 3-point line right now by the Gainsbridge sign,
Mhm.
and I paused it. She still ain't get around the player. She still got the player still in front of her. Anyway, we can move on. I just don't like
What
lies, bro.
was the because I'll look at it too. What was the time on the game clock when that
I don't.
happened?
The game clock
And I
don't
can
matter.
find no when you go
The
to the
the video
game
the
clock.
video
I think you
clock.
said 55 seconds,
Yeah,
bro.
just scroll about 50 seconds. Scroll to 50 seconds and let it play.
Okay, I heard you. When I can't do it while I'm on the phone because I'm on
It's
my
all
phone at
good.
work,
It's
Joe.
all good.
Get
It's
some
all
shit.
good. We can move on. We can
even the
move
New
on.
York game, she
That's
did that.
about the fourth
She
time
did
I
to
cook you
SDA
tonight.
like 3 times.
And then I still got to see that because again, the
You saw the New
subjectivity
York
of
game,
what you're
right?
saying, the
You saw the
subjectivity of
new.
what you're saying.
You say you watched the New York game, so you did see her push off on SDA like 3 times.
Push off on who? On
S,
ICA?
yeah.
I mean, my internal bias. If we ain't win, they cheating.
Man, here, bro. She always find a way not to answer the question, bro.
Yep.
Bruh,
It's like It's like we've been on the phone for 3 hours, and except for the 1950s Bob Cousy dribble, we can't get no agreement on anything.
Yeah, I can't get no agreement. I
We
done
didn't.
cooked
We
about.
didn't. There was
I done
no
cooked them.
disagreement for me
I
on
done
my
cooked them
part.
about 4 times. When he get quiet, that's when you know you got.
Right.
Yeah, there was no disagreement on my part.
Bruh, that's she plays like that because of the coddling that she had at Iowa. They used to just let her do and get away with this shit. So now it's become habit. Like she just can't help herself.
Is that, but it's also she don't got the athleticism to actually beat somebody. So she need the handicap of what Mo3 is saying and pushing them off. She can't blow by people.
No, that part is true, and that's the lack of explosion. But what she also does with that left hand is ward off the defender. Like when a defender presses up on her or moves toward her, she doesn't try to protect the ball with her body or put the ball in her opposite hand. But even if she did put the ball in her opposite hand, she's
You
still
don't tell us
sticking
secrets, Tony.
she's sticking the other hand out so someone can't reach for the ball. And she's the only player in the league that I see do that. Like I don't
Listen,
see any other player. I don't see any other player do that because that tells me she's not confident in her handle, right?
nah,
She's
other people do it, they just don't do it as much.
Yeah, Marina Mabry infamous for that shit.
Yeah.
okay.
But
The
Okay,
people,
and then
the
y'all
people
are
who typically do it are non-athletic people. Like you know, what I mean, if you got a handicap, you can't dribble, and you're non-athletic. Those are the people that you typically see. Nobody do it more than Caitlyn though. Caitlyn do that shit every single time she come down court.
okay, fair enough. And then like y'all said, when she drives, then she gets the Walter Payton stiff arm because she lacks explosion to create separation or the handle to create separation or the deception to create separation. So she stiff arms so she can get by. And then like y'all said, she keeps that arm out even when she's going downhill. And I look at it and that to me that just looks ugly. Like it doesn't, and she kind of like has that hitchy dribble, whereas like someone who has real explosion, they make their move bang bang and they're gone. Like she's literally like riding her hand on the way down with that up and down hitchy dribble. And I'm just like I'm just sitting there like, yo, like I've never seen nothing like this before. It's like she's slow as molasses when it comes to that type of dribble. And she's just warding you off, pushing you off. Sometimes she'll flick her hand back and forth, like, get off me, kind of like, get off of me, get off of me. And the ref is right there and they don't call it.
but this is the thing though. That's why I said that it's uh she's like that because of the coddling that happened at Iowa. Because you know who else is similar to her in athleticism and speed? Paige. But Paige doesn't do that. What did she do? She worked on her handles. So now she got better handles. She got moves she could do. But
Right.
Caitlyn, she didn't work on that. She was just like, oh, they let me push off. Okay, I'll just do that then. And then when she got to the league, and they still was letting her do it, so she just kept doing it. It's this year now she had to like try to do something, but I guess I don't see them calling it as much no more on her. Because in the beginning of the season they were calling it a lot. She was always in foul trouble from getting them offensive fouls. She was getting like 2 offensive fouls a game. But now I see they don't really be calling it no more. I guess Adam Silver put the call out. A
Yeah,
lot of
like
people
that
be
40,
giving,
like that 45-point game.
yeah, a lot of people be giving uh Kathy flack, but I'm of the opinion that it's not really Kathy. I've been saying this for a long time, and that thing that 45 that thing with Alyssa Thomas proved what I was saying. Kathy ain't really calling those shots. Remember, she was hired by the NBA. Adam Silver hired her. You know what I'm saying? So she probably a lot of the things that she probably don't want to do, but she has to do because Adam is telling her to do it. He's her boss.
Yeah.
And another thing, Kathy doesn't work for the players. Her job is to give the players the least amount of the owner's money. She worked for the owners. So her job is to make the owners the most amount of money while simultaneously giving the least amount to the players.
Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. But it's
I understand the way that you're framing it, Mo. Yeah, so I'm not take away from your point. I understand the way that you're framing it, but she doesn't control what the players get paid though. To be technical, they still negotiate for that.
Yeah, but
According to
that's what I'm
what
saying.
according to the attention they get through the eyeballs on the TV screens.
Yeah, but when she's negotiating, she's not negotiating on behalf of the players. She's negotiating on the behalf of the owners. So, like I said, her job
Yeah, the commissioner is a
make
representative for the commissioner is a representative for the owners or works for the
exactly. So
owners
her job is to make the owners
primarily.
the most amount of money and to give the
Right.
players the least amount of money.
And that's why I say though, even the way that you frame it, because again, like her job is more so she's catered to, as a she works for the owners, then yeah, it behooves her to help them make as much money as possible. And it's like somebody was having this conversation. The only thing that they liked that Adam Silver done was the in season tournament because that made games of consequence because people weren't tapping in and watching. It was something that they did to get people to tap in and watch. And so hence, like when people's tapping in and you can sell tickets at a higher price too for these certain games and other things of that nature, it again in turn generates more funds for the owners, right? So that's again the way that you framed it. I do get your sentiment. Not necessarily true to a certain point, and but I do understand your sentiment because
I'm about
they
to
got to
make.
negotiate for their bread. They got to negotiate for their bread.
I'm about to
Yeah, but
call some.
she negotiate for the owners, not for the players. What are you
No,
talking
no, the
about?
players got to negotiate for their bread in the CBA
Yeah,
talk. That's what
when
I'm
they
talking
go to
about.
negotiating, she's going on behalf of the owners, and then the players association send their representative, and they would negotiate on behalf of the players. And when they negotiating, when somebody is negotiating, if me and you are negotiating, and I'm negotiating for my best interest, I'm trying to give you the least amount of money. If you say you want 10, I'm not gonna give you 10. I'm gonna say 5. I'm gonna go the lowest I'm willing to go, 5. Because I'm trying to keep as
I
much
feel
money as
you.
I
Yeah,
can.
yeah, yeah. I feel you. Yeah, that's the way the world works. They're always trying to get the most for the least. I don't know who came up with that saying, but it's a true saying. People want the most for the least, trying to get the most for the least a bit, least amount.
I'm gonna create some confusion. With Lisa and Wody Mac because I know they probably tired of us talking about Caitlyn, but I don't care. That whack ass All Star game they made us watch today is all Caitlyn fault. That play style, running up and down, jacking threes. Nobody want to see that bullshit.
I ain't gonna hold you. This is be an opportunity for people to do moves or to try moves that you probably wouldn't necessarily in the game. This is like show me what you can can do. That's what I kind of look to the All Star game. Like if you want to see Shaquille O'Neal start dribbling, doing dribble, I'm like, oh, I didn't know he can kind of handle the rock, shit like that,
except for
right?
the
Like,
Malanga dunk.
show people shit that you don't normally do. That's what I'm looking for to see.
Except for the
We
Malanga
found out
dunk.
that Asia Wilson got a killer crossover. She just don't never use it.
Except
And
for the
y'all,
You know
Malanga
what I'm
dunk,
saying?
it was ugly. It was
y'all,
ugly.
y'all reminded me of something else. Mo3 think I'm reaching when I do this, but I don't give a fuck. I seen too many people miss easy layups today for us to keep hopping on Angel Reese.
Oh my
We
God,
always
bro.
when it comes to Angel, when it comes to now, it's oh my God to you, but it's real talk to me because, like I said, when it come to Angel, she's so popular. Every time she miss a layup, everybody want her to go to the gym. Right, but I watch everybody miss layups every day, and this is an all-star game, so these was all-stars, and they was missing shit at the basket, like easy layups.
Mhm.
And listen, we ain't mentioning layup
at all. I guarantee you, Angel would have gotten this game and missed the layup. They would have been like, that would have been the talk. Angel Reese missed the layup. But I seen
Hold up, you didn't see that? You
I
didn't see
seen
that
like
online
3 or
already?
4 players miss layups at the rim that day. And these are all stars. I see it every game, but we don't never you know what I mean? We gotta stop doing that with Angel. Just because she popular, we looking at every single shot she missed. That's some bullshit. All these girls miss layups.
Big facts. I'm wanting to know whether you saying like if anybody else would have done it, like, oh, you didn't see that already being a topic of conversation of how trash this shit was online and the missed layups, and then even Harper, even Angel got blocked by Angel Wilson without even jumping in the All-Star game. And you see some of those comments and
Yeah, we also saw Malanga
online.
miss like 3-4 shots in a row at point blank range, and
Yeah.
no one
Yeah, Malanga
will
missed the
make a video
layup.
of it.
Asia missed the layup. I seen wild people miss layups. Nobody talking, nobody give a fuck, but everybody worried about what Angel doing.
I saw somebody reposted what Skip Bayless said in terms of Dominique Malonga dunking. He's like, Dominique Malonga just dunked the ball at 6'6". So impressive. Like yeah, you 6'6", you should be dunking. So even Skip was going in like on somebody like on Dom Malonga for dunking the ball. Like, yeah,
Well,
Bruh,
okay, we know you can dunk
Skip is
6'6".
an idiot, bro, because the female body is drastically different than the male body. The way it's
Yeah.
constructed, the muscles are different, tendons are different, bone structure is different. Like, what is this? That's just an idiotic thing to say. She's 6'6". Just because a
No,
6'6" dude it could dunk with ease, that means
it's
a 6'6" girl should be able to dunk with ease.
that's
That's not
like in the
even
same
remotely
vein of
true.
like it's like in the same vein of seeing a dude 7'3" dunk the ball underneath the rim. It's not impressive. You're 7'3". You
well,
know what I'm
Brooklyn
saying?
hit.
Like I've seen
Yeah,
that
but
being
see,
said too. Like, oh, you dunked. You're 7'3", nigga. You're supposed to dunk. If you don't dunk the ball and you that big, like when they say like Yao Ming didn't dunk the ball much and he's 7'6", people was clown like he got clowned on when he got blocked by Nate Robinson. Like, boy, you let Nate
be,
5'9" Nate block you.
because he's a
Trash,
dude. He's a dude.
trash.
We're built for athleticism. Female body is not
Yeah,
built for athleticism. Did you even hear anything I just said?
I
Well,
absolutely did.
A
And
six six
I was
woman in
making a
reality
separate point.
is like a 6 foot man. And when a 6 foot man dunks, it's impressive.
well, Brooklyn.
When
Here's what I'll
Iverson was
say.
dunking, people was like, "Oh man." I didn't hear nobody say, "Oh, this Iverson dunk. Oh, well, he should be dunking."
Well, Brooklyn. Here's what I'll say to your comment, and I'm speaking in general. This is like an idiom. If all you care about are the mistakes from one player, then all you'll see is mistakes from that one player. It's not rocket science. And that's what happens with Angel. They don't care about any other player making mistakes. They don't care. It's only her they care about making mistakes. So that goes back to Wodie's question earlier. If this person is so unpopular or not interesting, why is there an entire cottage industry of people who the only thing that they do is to try to tear this woman down every single day? Now, he's
Your
conveniently at
background
work
kind of
now.
loud. Yeah, your background kind of loud, Wody.
I'm wondering too, because I'm just sitting here in the lobby of this building. But you might be hearing this vending machine here in this lobby. Like
You
it's
work in a
dead
hospital,
silent.
Wodie?
Nah, I work in a residential security.
Okay. No, but you
By
heard what
the
I
by
said, right? I
Prospect
said
Park
if all,
too. By Prospect Park, so you know it's quiet.
but
Act
you
up
heard
if
what
you
I
want to,
said,
or
right?
the police be
I
in
said
there.
if all you
Yeah.
care about the mistakes of one player, then all you'll see is mistakes from that one player. And these people, they only care about Angel Reese making mistakes. Like Brooklyn said, all and I'm not even saying this was your argument. I'm only saying it because he brought it up. All WNBA players miss layups. If you watch the WNBA, they all miss layups. I've seen Camila Cardoza, which you had to see, Wody, if you watched the game, miss a point blank layup at the end of the game that could have won them the game. and you will not see one person make a video about Camila Cardoso missing that shot. But like Brooklyn said, if that was Angel Reese, there'd be 30 different websites on YouTube playing that video all day.
I just want to say, you know what, MSL?
Yo, hold on. Let me just say this one thing. It was about 4 or 5 easy missed layups a day that nobody give a fuck about. If Angel Reese would have played, like, let's say 10, 15 minutes, and she would have had 1 or 2 missed layups, that would have been all everybody talked about, bro. But Asia, like I said, Asia Wilson missed the layup. Easy. I'm talking about easy ones, too. Like, she missed the layup today. Malanga. It was somebody else, too, I saw. Missed the layup right at the basket. Threw it up. Nobody cares. I don't care neither. Is what my point. My point is we over analyze, and it makes sense because Angel is popular. To your point, MSL Angel, so it makes sense that we watch what she do. But the thing that annoys me is we say I'm understanding the pressure she go through because with her we say things like, oh, she need to go do the micing drill. But then we don't say that about nobody else who miss easy layups. They don't got to do no drills.
The reason why is because even though she is popular, that's not why they say that. They say that because there's a bunch of sites that are out there that strictly are there to criticize her. They don't care about no other WNBA player. They're just there because there's a machine of paid people who are paid to make Angel Reese look bad. That's part of the psyops that they use with the whole Clark Angel thing. There are people out there to make Clark look good, and then people out there to make Angel look bad.
I mean, that's why. Hold on. Let me just respond to that. I agree with everything you just said, MSL. That part I understand. My point in bringing it up is saying we just need to kill that narrative at this point. We didn't need to kill that argument because it's old. It's old at this point. I understand where it's coming from. I understand why it's happening. But sometimes if you just use a little logic and you look at something, you can say, oh, that's bullshit. So I'm saying at this point, we like anytime somebody is making that argument, because I've even heard people, I've even heard, like, I agree with what you're saying, but I've even heard people that's like supporters of her saying it only because you just heard it so much, right? Like, so it's almost like you sensitive to it. You see another misled, you're like, oh, she should have made that one, because it's in your head now because you heard it so much from them sites you're talking about.
Right.
So I even heard people that supporters of her saying it. My point is we got to start to kill that argument because we holding her at a different standard that we holding everybody else in the WNBA at this point.
Nah, man.
I was about to say,
They post to miss. She supposed to make them.
I was just gonna say Mo, MSL, and Brooklyn. I was about to say like 2 sentences ago or 3 sentences ago when MSL was talking and he was bringing up Camila Cardoso. I was about to say this is so nice. We finally said somebody else's name. We were talking about something else for a moment. Right? It was so refreshing. But anyway, back to our regular schedule program.
But we didn't talk about Cece the whole time. We talked about Olivia Miles. We talked about so that means you wasn't listening. You was in here waiting to hear Cece name because we talked about wild people.
No, I said Camila Cardoso. When he said Camila Cardoso,
we talked about Marita Mabry. We talked about Marita Mabry. We talked about Marita Mabry. We talked about Malanga. We talked about
Paige Beckers. We talked about wild people today. It wasn't just one name, man. Come on. You know better than that. I get you. You know what? Let me not step on a joke because I hate when people do that to me. I get your joke though. Let me learn. That was a good one. Good one, Rody.
Thank you.
But the funny part is though, he didn't comment on her missing that layup at the end of the game.
Who?
See what I mean, Brooklyn?
Who? There's so many people. Which one you want to name? The Asia, the John.
We just said it.
The only person who ain't missed nothing was Olivia Miles. Which one?
No,
Angel.
The game against the Liberty.
Who's may have left? You talking about Cece?
No. No, Camila Cardoso. I know he's all lost.
Oh, Cardoso missing that? Cardoso.
Right.
Cardoso.
Like Cece and the push off. They can't help themselves.
Right. You're consuming
like,
Cece.
Again, I have to figure like who's he talking about to make sure. Oh, that Camila Cardoso missed. Hey, it works for me. Works for me. I'm glad she fouled too. But no, what he really want to talk about from that game is as bad as Sabrina was shooting, as bad as again when I said
Them on
Sabrina
the
shooting
line to
28%
win
on
the
the three, but
game,
we
to
not
put
talking
John
about
Quell on
that.
the line. Now, it's funny, Brooklyn. I'm not busting his chops, but if John Quell is his favorite player, then he don't even remember that it was John Quell that got fouled by Camilla,
I
and
do
then she
remember
went on the
she made
line.
1 out of 2 free throws and was on the
Right.
line. What I remember what stood out more of that game for me though is Breonna Stewart was the one that was mainly holding it down for the first half of the game, and Sabrina came alive even though she was shooting terribly. She hit big clutch
No,
threes.
Sabrina
Like
hit
what a
some
lot of
crazy.
people be like,
Sabrina
this
hit some
again,
crazy shots.
some
She hit
crazy
some
shots. And
crazy,
what most
crazy
people will
shots.
say though, which what most people say though is again like, well, I don't necessarily always care about the percentages and the numbers. I care about the outcome. She shot terrible from three, and
Yeah,
when they
but
need them, she hit
CC's
some
not
big
a
ones.
yeah, but CC's not a big game player like that, or at least she hasn't been demonstrated throughout
You
her
just can't help
college.
yourself, huh? You just can't help
No,
yourself
but
on that.
no. You just made it. You thought you was being slick. No, you thought you he thought he was being slick, y'all, by saying, see, it's not always about the percentage. It's not always about the percentage because
I'm,
she came.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm
But
just
even
though
he tried to
focusing on
backdoor.
Sabrina because again,
right, he
even
tried to
they call
backdoor
my
it.
girl
Exactly, he
tour
tried to
dates.
backdoor it.
They call
But
my girl tour dates from they call my girl Sabrina tour dates for shooting that 1 for 15 in the championship game
right in
at
the
John
finals, right.
Fairness, right? Right. And again, and I brought it up, and when I said my girl shooting 28%, and Brooklyn said, well, nobody really cares. True that. She's nothing really for a lot of people to criticize or critique
But
on. But
Sabrina has
even
had a
though
lot of
what
bad
people know
important
about
games.
Sabrina, right? But what people know about Sabrina, about a lot of other and Stewie and a lot of them, they may be having a bad night, right? You can't always judge the player necessarily on on the shooting percentages. A lot of these players, Stewie and Sav, in the clutch, they can come up big. And what Sabrina did, shooting terribly, what she said, use another player. All right, dog, you 2 for 13. Maybe you shouldn't be shooting no more threes. She still was shooting that bit, and she was coming up clutch. Brought the game to where it was, where we had opportunity. I was in the chat with Bro Claude. He up there rubbing that honey on his chest because his little Sky is doing all right, and Sidney Taylor doing this, that, and the third. Up there like, yeah, Wody, we got it, cool, cool. I thought the Sky won
No,
every
it was
bit
a crazy
because,
game.
and then every time a big play was made, a defensive play got made, and Sabrina came through in that third and that fourth and started whacka whacka. I'm like,
Now,
damn, it might be a
now,
chance. And sure
Brooklyn,
enough, here go
you
your
notice
girl, following
Brooklyn, you
JJ.
notice the only point was to connect Camilla missing that layup at a game that they could have won, right? And connecting it to, you won't see any videos put on a loop of Camilla.
Did I lose sound or did he lose sound?
The
Nah,
Sky
I think
had, and
there you
It was
go.
what
him.
culminated in that loss was the
I
missed
thought it
layup
was
by
me.
Camilla, and then the foul on John Quell. And normally I wouldn't care, but to buttress Brooklyn's point, I don't recall seeing one video made about Camilla missing that layup and then fouling. If it was Angel, not only would they show the video of her missing, they would also call her dumb and an idiot and all this other stuff for fouling. So in other words, she doesn't get the same. Camilla's not going to get the vitriol or the scrutiny that Angel's going to get
Yeah. Now you want
because
to see it at
nobody
a high
cares. Like I
volume, but it's
said,
out there.
nobody cares about
Yeah.
any other player's shooting percentage or what they miss or what they do. It's only Angel they care about because, like Brooklyn said, we watch games every day where people miss layups, people shoot poorly, people this, and we just watch it for the outcome to see how the game is.
Hold
But
that
this
thought right there. Hold that thought right there, 'cause that's a great point you just made, MSL. Lisa, how you feel about that?
Lisa went to sleep on us.
Nah, Lisa's still there. Lisa, how you feel about that, Lisa?
This how you know Lisa got that Caribbean heritage. She was at work like me talking to y'all. Be
Yeah,
on the
yo,
clock doing two
yeah,
jobs at
MSL.
once.
Lisa,
Just
Lisa
like
not
the
with us no
Caribbean.
more. Lisa, I want to know how
Doing
she
two
feels
jobs at
about.
once.
everything you said about what Angel is going through, since she since she
I
since
have
she
no
defend the
comment on
players.
that. I didn't watch that game.
Exactly. She's such a defender. Wouldn't know what she thought, but I guess she only defend the white woman. But Gab in the
I just tell y'all. I don't watch that game.
Mo Lisa is
Yeah,
funny.
I don't know.
What? Why you laughing?
If y'all want to
Mo
donate to my
Lisa is hilarious.
speaking of which, August 3rd, I believe this August 3rd, the Seattle Storm is coming to see to come play the Liberty. Of course, nobody cares. Nobody's gonna watch that game. I mean, why would they not want to see
Um,
Dominic Malone,
I
our fan,
I'll
and
be in it.
flag?
I'll be in
Nobody
Atlanta
cares.
for Barbie night.
On August 3rd.
Yeah, yeah. I'll
Yeah.
be at
Well,
Barbie
all
night.
right. Well, you somewhere be somewhere else. No one cares there about the dream. I mean, about the storm and the Liberty.
Man,
So,
the
but
dream
if y'all want to
court
donate
is
to my
so
outfit
ugly, man.
for if y'all want to donate to my outfit for when I go see the Liberty play the Dream, so I can get y'all some inside video, I'll send my cash app. Yeah, got to make sure my outfit is nice. If I get it closer to the side to the court, got to be looking spiffy when I'm on camera. You know what I'm saying? I might I might be
What'd you say,
fifth
Mo?
row.
I said the Dreams Arena is so damn
Did
ugly.
something happen?
Happened with what?
He said the Dream Arena is
Nobody's
ugly.
responding right now.
Oh, he can't hear
I
none of
think I
us.
think he can't hear us now.
Oh,
Yeah, remember when his shit clipped out? I think
yeah.
he having technical difficulties.
Oh, Mo clipped out too. You still there, Mo?
Yeah, I'm here.
What was your question? You were asking a question.
No, I didn't ask a question. I was just saying the Dreams Arena is so ugly to me.
The big one or the small one?
They only got one.
They only got one. The other one is not them. That's the
That's
Right,
Hawks.
the
that's the
They're using
Hawks.
Hawks.
Yeah, yeah. We got one. Yeah, even though you want to say yeah, it's the Nets, but we don't play nowhere else but there.
no, it's the
We got
same
one.
because it's the same owner. So it's anybody.
Yeah, yeah. Now, unlike even though the Fever, I remember they were saying that one time they was playing in the barn house. And now they game bridge down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Atlanta has different owners
Yeah, yeah.
than the
Seattle,
Hawks.
yeah. The same thing with the Sky, that Wintrust Arena. Same thing with the Wings. But the Tempo and the Fire, they came in hot, right? The Fire, they always gonna be playing in I don't know what the name of that Portland Stadium is, Portland
Well,
Arena is.
they didn't really care about that stadium. I'm sure they talked about it, of course, but they didn't really care, until they got Angel, and now they got Angel. Now they're really like, okay, what are we gonna do? Because we're losing a lot of money here. Whether they got to buy out Gateway, I don't know what's the remainder on Gateway's contract, but whether they got to buy them out or not, you just got to get the accountants to get in a room and say, okay, what happens if we buy out this contract and then we go to, let's say, Georgia Tech's arena, and what do we have to charge? With a 12,000 person capacity, whatever. They just gotta work that out, because you're going to lose a lot of money if you play all your games, in Gateway.
Yeah, that's the smallest arena in the league.
Because,
Three
yeah,
thousand is crazy work. 4,000, right? 4,000 or so.
yeah,
Crazy work.
because yeah, because even if you have 10 games at State Farm, right? I think this year they have 6, but don't quote me on that, right? Because I think they added 1 or 2 more games for what they originally had. But who wants to play, like y'all said, who wants to play in that ugly arena anyway, right? It's
Yeah,
like,
it's so ugly and small. It looked like they playing at a rec center.
right, and
Yeah,
sometimes the and
it
sometimes the
do.
HVAC, sometimes the climate control is not right. Like, as soon as you hear that, you got to get the hell out of that.
You can smell everybody that's musty in that small ass thing. She's so small, anybody musty in that bitch, you know it.
Because every time Angel plays at State Farm, she says it. Like, and she says it over and over again. Like, you can tell that she's like, can y'all like put us somewhere else?
But Oh
Georgia
Lord.
Tech seats 12,000 people. You know, why not go
Look
there?
at me. Look at me being a good fan though. I'm going to Angel Reese game. Look at me being a good fan.
Now
I
you an
think
Angel
where
Reese fan?
I think the Barclays holds what 16.
About that 16, 17, yeah.
17
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Look at me being a good fan. Because I
Oh,
care.
but you know what? We're not the owners, but obviously, if you're the owner and you want to make money, yes, you got to take it. You got to take advantage, of all this stuff. So it's on them, But they'll probably make an announcement next year. But obviously, they got to buy Gateway out, depending on what's the remainder of their lease. So that's on them.
I was thinking I might be able to get a picture with Angel Reese, but since we gonna beat that ass so bad, shit, they probably gonna run out the arena. So I
You
ain't gonna
mean
be
a
able to get
team
no
that's
picture with
like
no
12 and
drink with.
11 is gonna beat that ass? Y'all probably 13
We're
and
gonna
11 now,
beat
but
that ass. We're gonna be more healthy by that time because that game is in September, so we'll be a month healthy for the playoffs. So yeah, it is gonna be a different look in about 30 days. That's about 35
Brooklyn,
days away.
Brooklyn, we've been
Socks
crack.
will
You was
probably be
cracking all
back
these
and ready.
jokes about white. You was cracking all these jokes about white, and I'm hearing more and more black people say the Liberty is too white. That's that's why they losing. You got any
I
comments on that?
mean, I
I mean,
mean,
like I told you the other day. See, like it's to me that's a different conversation in women's basketball than men's basketball because that's what they actually say about the Lakers team, right? But
right.
there's no real racial things going on in the NBA. Whereas in the WNBA, you critique, as soon as you make a critique, they try to make you racist. So that's why I try to stay away from the the race talk
Oh,
in the
I
WNBA.
don't disagree with you.
But but
But since you was
I don't
joking
know.
around with that ass,
No, I'm saying you're probably right. I don't know. Honestly, I don't respectfully, and and the funny thing is, I'm from New York. I'm from Brooklyn. I don't give a fuck about the Liberty. So they could be too white, too blue, too black, too
Man,
brown.
bro, like
I don't
I
really
can't
give a fuck.
stand you. I can't stand you though, bro. Come on, bro.
I really don't care about the Liberty because none of my favorite players play on the Liberty. I mean, I ain't gonna lie.
Get it. I
Satu,
get it.
Satu,
Damn.
Satu been looking good this year. So I might become a fan of her.
Wody don't want to hear that though.
Oh, you like the short hair. You like the hell. You like the
Satu
Jada
been looking
Pinkett
good. I don't know, like she put on some weight. I like thicker women. Like she put on some
hair.
weight. I don't know. But nah,
Oh,
all jokes aside, yeah, I don't
So you
really
got that
like.
mammy, you got that mammy thing going.
I don't nah. I don't really like nobody on a fever enough for me to like. I mean fever. Nobody on a Liberty enough for me to
When I
really
said
like
mammy, you
watch
was
the
thinking about
Liberty.
Boston when you said when. That's why you said fever.
Maybe,
but you know
maybe.
what? It's again. It's low key. I'm poking fun, but the brother said earlier, right, that it's always been about winning and excellence, this, that, and the third, right? And then we have a player, even though I love the way that she approaches the game, and she's a hella five winner. And Brianna Stewart on our team, wouldn't that be enough to make Brooklyn interested in watching if it's strictly about winning?
I
We
don't
got
like.
a hella five winner on our team.
I don't really like Breonna Stewart though. Like that. She not
See,
one of my favorite players. She good. Listen, it's the same thing with the NBA, bro. It's a lot of good players, but I don't have a favorite player in the NBA, bro.
oh man,
I don't really like nobody like that. I might watch AJ DeBonson. Maybe one of these young guys could grab me. But pause. Whoa, that sound crazy. Nobody grabbing me. Um, nobody grabbing me. But Tracy McGrady and Allen Iverson was my favorite players. Meaning those was the guys that make me watch. When they was playing, I had to see it. There's nobody in the NBA that's making me feel like that, and nobody outside of Angel and the WNBA makes me feel like yo. When they play, I can't miss this game. And I like a lot of players. I like Paige Game. I like Olivia Game. I'm an Enrique guy. I love Enrique Game. Like I love a lot of these players' games, but I don't. If I miss a game, I'm good. Like if I can't miss an Angel game, though.
you know it's crazy. In 2K20, I used to use Enrique's dribble style. So I already was familiar with her from that, mainly through for 2K, and I looked her up off of that.
I really feel like
Enrique's dribble style in 2K20 was usable.
I really feel like Enrique getting misused in a W, and it's only because of the things that y'all say. The W seem like, as far as like basketball, is kind of behind. So it seems like a lot of people don't know how to use or don't even understand Enrique's game. But I think Enrique on the right team with the right coach, she a problem. But I don't know.
Well, and maybe
this is where
maybe
I'm
I'm
gonna
just
exit.
weird. Maybe I'm just weird. And my battery's getting low, so I'm probably gonna leave it at this. But maybe I'm just weird though. It's just
Does
I
Lisa always
try.
do a lot of listening like this, Brooklyn?
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
I
Does
said I'm
she
about to
always do a lot
exit.
of listening like this?
Who, Lisa?
Lisa was
Yeah.
leaving work when we. Lisa
Oh,
was clocking out when we last
now
spoke.
Lisa. This is the second time I think Lisa been on my panel, and the first time she was doing most of the talking. This time, it seemed like she was at work, so she did a lot of listening. But yeah, she did. This is the second time she was on my panel, though.
Okay.
I would say there was a way that I found to be able to watch like any NBA game. I mean, there was various ways. We all remember the different streaming sites for those people who was tapped
Lisa,
into
oh,
those,
she
right?
not on the panel no more. She dropped down. Just looked at it. She not here no more.
But
Hot tracks. You there? You probably sleep.
into it, and I'm about to drive too because my shit just said low battery. But just to say one last thing, for me, this was when you say who does catches your interest. I already took an interest in LaMelo's game. So like maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, I used to go, on the streaming sites and catch Charlotte Hornets games just to see what was going on with them. I said my thing was I'm gonna take 14 besides, and one of them was counting my Knicks, right? So I'm gonna take 14s, and this will give me an opportunity to keep up with different players around the league. So I was watching the Charlotte Hornets just because I like LaMelo. I was watching the Orlando Magic just because I like Paulo Banchero, the way he played. And I was watching New Orleans Pelicans. That didn't last too long because they trash and Zion don't barely ever play, so I fell off of them quick. But this boy Hawkins, what's his name? Deion Hawkins. I think he was a rookie of the year too, I call. And then Herbert Jones and them over there. I think that was the year too. They still had CJ McCullough. Yeah, but that's just like I just picked a random team and then try to find like some enjoyment. And but really what that did for me though is it introduced me to some like a lot of different bench players. I know, and that sounds boring as hell to a lot of people, but it did introduce me to a lot of different players like on the bench. I'm like, I wonder if they would be a good fit, say like in our system. And then he'll catch me like hyping up like, yo, we could use Hawkins on the Knicks. That boy played defense and he could shoot. You know what I mean? Just like real more like a minutia conversation about basketball, just by picking like random teams and trying to find value in. But anyway,
Copy.
To who?
All right. What you said?
Well, I think I'm gonna depart myself. I don't know if Mo's still on the chat.
Nah, you good. I was ending the show anyway.
You still there, Brooklyn?
Yeah, you can't hear me.
I can hear somebody.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it's my internet or it's probably my internet. But anyway, today was a great show. MSL hold it down. This was MSL show.
I don't trust me.
He went out again. I mean, I don't know if it's me. But anyway, today was a great show. Shout out to everybody that was on my panel. From
Yeah, I think something's wrong with your internet, Brooklyn, because you're not talking now. At least on my earphone.
Got you. Mo,
Still
you
not
can hear me?
talking.
Can anybody hear me?
Can't hear you now. But you just came in when you just came in 2 seconds ago. So it's like you're going in and out. Like we can only hear you for like 1 or 2 seconds, and then you disappear for 10 seconds. That's what's going on.
Gotcha. I don't even know if I should speak.
Well, now you're back.
I bet. Like I was saying, shout out to everybody who graced the panel. From my boy MSL, Mo3, Wody Mac, Lisa, Hot Tracks, Sister Noble, aka Miss Alberta. I feel like my brother Jonathan, and if anybody else I forgot, my bad. But shout out to everybody who was in the pen on the chat today, who held it down with us, who stuck around for the marathon. Shout out to my brother Hot Tracks for the super chat that he dropped earlier. I appreciate you, Brody. That All-Star game was trash, man. That shit was trash. Made me go live tonight, but this was a great live. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the conversation, as I always do. I will be live again tomorrow, same time, 11:30 p.m. I'm going live tomorrow. That's my normal time. And I got some topics for us to talk about that we should enjoy. With that said, I hope everybody have a good night / good morning. Stay safe. Be good. Mahalo,
Good
everybody.
night, y'all.
Hold on.
Take it easy.